Hello? Is this working? Do I even remember how to do this? What's happening? Okay, everyone, do me a big favor. Cross your fingers. Cross your fingers. And maybe your toes. If you can. Some people can't do that, which is understandable. But just do that. And we're going to see if I remember how to, like, switch this thing on. Okay? Like, nobody do anything crazy yet. Emphasis on yet. Oh, silly me. I forgot to run this during lead-in, so I'll run it now. So that you can look at the names of some particularly awesome people. Anyway... Hello? Is this... Are we streaming? Is this really happening? Have we been in a time warp? Have we been in a time loop? Have we been in a timeless, ageless, soundless, mindless zone of nothingness? I don't know what's happening. By the way, before we do anything else, I've got to replay something from just a moment ago. Hang on. Hold on. This is very important. Where'd it go? Oh, wow. Are you serious? 1 second. Oh my god. Callie, it hid your gift bomb for me the moment I went to go replay it. Like, it's no longer showing. It's here. I'll replay this one. There we go. Although the overlay is not up either. Wow.
So, I'm in the barn. I know it's the barn because it says barn.
I mostly remember how to do this.
It says barn. List says barn. Screen says barn. Barn, 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 barn.
Barn, but yeah. Boom, roasted. Man, you know what? This stream was over before it began. Inner Universe just shut me down completely. Oh my god. You know, I would probably end the stream on that if I hadn't roasted myself at the very beginning of the video yesterday. It's good to see you all.
Just go in this door.
Callie.
Please say barn.
Callie, I just...
So...
I played the last one so that you didn't...
I know it's the barn.
Thank you, Callie, for the 5 gifted memberships.
Wasn't valid, but it says barn.
So,
list says barn. Screen
bit
says
of news,
barn,
which I might as well cover,
barn.
Since we just heard this redeem a second ago. Bit of news. Stream Elements got their act together after many months. It was really stressful, y'all, because it was a simple fix and they took a long time. But, you know, credit where due. They were responsive to a point, and I was very happy with them initially, and then I realized I was being given the runaround a bit, and the redeems are fixed. So all of you generous, wonderful people who have not been able to fully take advantage of the format that I've set up from the beginning, those of you who have been here at every stream, you know it's been a pain. We've adapted as best we possibly can now do that. But anyway, who's here? And now that I've gotten that out of the way, let me scroll back up all the way to the top. Who have we said hello to? Obviously, Callie. She came in with 5 gifted memberships. Peck. See, it works. It definitely works. Oh my god. Pekka. See, I don't want to interrupt the song. Well, the chaos... Yep. It's like they were just waiting to pounce. It's like Pekka was just there for the last 2 months going, this is going to happen. This is going to happen. And we got another one. Gotta give it a second. So, for those of you who haven't been here, oh my gosh, these are being handed out. This is fantastic. This is utterly amazing. Also, I've got to update that counter, don't I? For those of you who haven't been here for every single stream, or even if you were here for one stream and you missed it, here's the thing. These have not worked at all And so one thing we were doing is, like, all the redeems would play. I found a way to get them to play, but they wouldn't play correctly, like, to the size of the gift. So you just saw the Holy War redeem. There are certain community members who may or may not be sitting in chat right now who have been, like, waiting to declare Holy War. Oh, hey, there's our newest champion, Miss Eleni. What's up? Yeah, I left the champions reel on a little bit longer because I didn't play it sooner. I'm rusty, and I'm, like, remembering how to do things. So it's just gonna generally be a minute, and I appreciate y'all just not only for your patience over the last couple months, but while I sort of just get re-acclimatized to this, because we were getting a rhythm going with Detroit there until the RTX 4090 decided, I don't want to work anymore. And that took about a month to get fixed. By the way, Mass, thank you. Oh, hang on. See, this is cool too. Oh yeah, I'm getting to it, Jen. I'm getting to it. I'm getting to it. This is another thing that's really nice now that we have some members that are over the 2-year mark. That's a level that should play, that wasn't playing before at all. So what do we got right now? What are we looking at? All the frickin' spam. Okay, so we can make sure these are working in the background. It sounds so good. Now that you know that you can do this, look, everyone's see, this is the way it should be when the redeems actually work. And then chaos ensues, and then we can't play games for 3 hours because the community is having too much fun creating shenaniganry, which, you know, it doesn't happen often in here, but, you know, when lightning strikes, we're testing spamming. Yeah, I can see that. Doesn't it sound good? And I did turn off the music for y'all while this is playing. Okay, let me update this. What do we got? We are sitting on 50 from Pekka. My God. See, the thing is that the activity log is not updating. Let me see if I can pull it up from here. I need to get the number right, because y'all have already gotten ahead of me. For those of you just here for the gameplay, don't worry. We always have about 30 minutes to 45 minutes to an hour of vibe time, Twitch style, right at the beginning of stream, just to hang out, catch up, let everyone filter in who, you know, isn't able to join the stream right away, because we all know how YouTube notifications work, right? Okay, so looks like 70 is the current number. Fan. Freaking-tastic. Okay, there's that. And let's unmute that. This is the gameplay, indeed. Anyway, hello everyone. We have, like, stuff to actually talk about too. Not a whole lot, but for those of you, first of all, who saw the announcements when I brought the channel back on yesterday, just a little bit of insight on, like, what we talked about there and what's coming in the next couple of days. So I mentioned right at the beginning of... One second, let me drink some water. Y'all are making me talk too much. Who am I kidding? I'm making myself talk too much. This is just personality. Can't be restrained. So I mentioned at the beginning of the first episode back that we're going to do a look ahead to kind of talk about it at more length what happened. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that right now. But just for those of you who weren't in the know or just wanted to hear it from me, but also there might be people wondering later on, and this would be one place to direct them, and one place to sort of, give people a place to hear about it. So it's not just the look ahead, but that look ahead is actually going to be tomorrow, because some stuff came up while I was working on getting those videos ready yesterday, and it took up some of my afternoon, because honestly I just went off on a tangent trying to fix a little like audio thing, like I do. This is a thing with me. Have you noticed? But because of that, we'll just do the look ahead on Monday. So where have we been? We had that awesome rhythm going in January with Detroit, and got through three separate playthroughs of Detroit Become Human? Yes, thank you, Jen. I appreciate you. Shout out to our mods in chat. We've got Jen, we've got Janelle, we've got Prate hanging out. Did I miss anybody? Shout out to everyone in chat, by the way. We'll get to full greeting in just a second, but just to finish my thought. So, as I mentioned earlier, the RTX 4090 that I bought over a year ago now, but at the time that it broke, I had owned it for less than a year. It stopped working. Thankfully, it wasn't like a heat thing. Like nothing burned, nothing cracked. It wasn't a component somewhere in the video card failed, and I had to RMA it 2 GB, and it took 8 to 9 days each way, which that sucked. And some time in between, of course. Like I think it was with them for about a week, maybe less. And then they sent it back, and it works great. But the thing is, you don't know it works great until you know. So I had to, just use it for a while until I got to a point where I was really feeling like, okay, let's go. I don't feel anxiety anymore about whether this thing is like actually working. I have played on it. I have recorded on it. Feeling great. So it's really good to be back because I didn't want to stop when we stopped, but I kind of had to. On top of that, I haven't been too loud about this because, frankly, I've just got a lot going on. I'm moving for the first time since 2017. So I've got a new place. I'm really excited, and it's like not even that far from me at the moment. So it's a pretty easy move, and I've been slowly moving, but like it takes up a lot of my time. So like having all this happen at once has been a lot. So I want to open really, well, what we opened with was chaos, pure, unadulterated chaos. Thank you, everyone. That was very, very kind of you. But what I really want to open with is to say thank you, because you have always been such a generous and patient community. And I think over the last couple of years, I have been very deliberate since I brought the channel back about not wading into the deep waters that were I'm up to my neck and then in danger of, going lower into the water. That kind of put me in the position to have to take the channel away for 2.5 years to begin with. Now, granted, a lot of that was external factors combining at the same time, not least of which was the pandemic. That was really stressful. There's also my dad's operation back in 2020. So there was a lot going on then that made me take the channel away. That's not likely to combine that badly again. I mean, who knows? But that was a particular cluster of madness. But nevertheless, you've always been incredibly patient and kind and supportive, and you're willing to wait when a curveball makes me go, you know what, hold on, let me pump the brakes and not push myself harder than I need to right now. And I really, really, really appreciate that, because at the end of the day, as I was just telling one of our champions yesterday, at the end of the day, let's go ahead and take this off the screen. Appreciate you all so much. Normally don't. You know what, I'll experiment with how long I leave that on, because I don't think I mind it being on during vibe time. But as I was just telling one of our champions the other day, like, if I don't feel like I'm in a place where I can really lean into not just the joy of this channel and the joy of this shared experience for myself, but also in a way that allows me to uplift other people and positively affect other people. If I feel like that starts to get, if that resource starts to get dangerously low, I kind of do the opposite of what a lot of content creators do. Not all, I think other content creators are starting to understand this, and it's really healthy and awesome to see. But I kind of just stop. And this particular video card conundrum was a whole big unexpected chunk of that. So thank you again for being patient. Let me see. Who is here? Oh my god. Yeah, I think all of those got handed out. So YouTube is on the ball today. Great to see. Going back up to the very top. Pekka, good to see you. Mass. Prate. Jen, shout out to the mods again. Appreciate you for being here. Takashi, good to see you. Didn't see you come in. I think I might have literally... Yeah, that might have been right after I got up, just prior to the stream starting. Good to see you here. Hellraiser, always a pleasure. By the way, I think we have a Discord command that works now. Let's see if this works. Maybe? Yes. So, seeing a lot of our Discord community members in here. If you are not a member of our Discord, rest assured that there's no requirement on participation. We do have a rank system that allows you to get more like access to the Discord for the people who are most active. But at the end of the day, thank you, Prate. At the end of the day, The Discord is there just to allow more interactivity and connectivity between our community, and it's been running almost 2 years now. Actually, I think we're approaching the 2-year anniversary of the Discord, aren't we, Legion? Holy what the heck? What is time? Is this... It just hit me. Like, when is it? Does anyone remember what the exact date is in April? I'll have to look it up, but I'm pretty sure it's an April date, and I think it's somewhere in the 20s. But anyway, the Discord is on the way, and it's been just an amazing journey getting it set up, and it continues to grow. We just opened up cohort 27 yesterday. Yeah, 27, 27, because 26 had filled up with like 24, 25 people. And so we've got a whole new group. If you'd like to be a part of that, jump on in. There are just a few requirements to joining, but it's just to make sure that the vibe is maintained, and it's been super successful so far. Time is a construct, Takashi, indeed. Who else is here? Let's see. I feel so rusty. I'm even like a little bit nervous, honestly. DJ, good to see you. Ash, welcome back. Glad you made it. Inner Universe, hello. I almost said hi to you in chat, but then, like, right around the time you joined, I was about to come on mic, and I was like, well, I'll just say hey to them once we are underway. And we'll go with that. Yeah, it really seems like all those memberships got handed out. Fantastic. Kaz, what's up? Good to see you. Vanilla, always a pleasure. Welcome back. Yeah, lots of our Discord community members here today. All right. So, I think that's everybody. If I missed you, feel free to yell at me in chat, because I'm rusty, and I might have missed you. So, talked about the look ahead. One thing about the look ahead that I want to note, because it's kind of special, I used to do these on the look aheads back before the channel went offline, and I haven't done one since I brought the channel back, but when that look ahead goes live, I am going to do an AMA that will... So first of all, the AMA is going to be basically a question call. So the AMA will not be during this coming look ahead, but it'll be for a future look ahead video that I'll either do live, haven't made up my mind yet, or I'll just make it another look ahead video where I respond to the questions in recorded format. It might depend on kind of my schedule, because I do have this move coming up. So I'll have to play that by ear. But start brainstorming things that you have had on your mind. They could be simple questions, they could be deep questions, anything you've ever wondered about the channel, about me. Obviously, you know, I'll have to filter the questions and decide which ones I really want to answer, and come up with a list of questions that people submit that makes the most sense. But it isn't Ask Me Anything, so I want to have a very, very, very loose sort of net, a very wide net that I'm going to use to select those questions and try to answer just about anything that people might ask that is reasonable to answer. Obviously. Total War when? I mean, I think I said this before streams went offline on one of the previous streams, Mass. I actually would like to get back to Total War sooner than later, especially once this move is done, which, by the way, will be in about another month and a half. I think it'll be a lot easier to think about, like, just doing new series and having more concurrent running series. Right now, we're planning on just getting another series up and going. That series will be in Dyson Sphere program. It was going to be... Funny enough, it was going to be in Stellaris. I wanted to bring Stellaris back finally, but Stellaris is right in the midst... No, Callie. No. Callie's trying to get me to dox myself, like she always does. Such a villain. France, I swear. Maybe I shouldn't say things out loud on YouTube that I normally meme with on Discord. I need to have a real nice, strong filter there, right? Ooh, that's a nice internet upgrade, Mass. So, Douglas, that's a great question. It's funny, Papa Havoc recently went back to Total War Attila, and he sent a excretion out on X that... Sorry, I just love that joke. So, he sent what would have formerly been known as a tweet. He sent an excretion on X that... he is back in Total War Attila, and I'm like, you know, that's the one that I really like vibe with the most. But I also really like the idea, and I've talked about this, I feel like, for at least a year now. I really like the idea of going back to Total War Rome 2, which is the very first game we ever played on the channel. By the way, holy crap, that reminds me, Legion, did y'all see the Planet Base 2 announcement? Those of you who have been here the longest I'm looking at you, Praetorian Guard. Looking at you. And there might be a few others here. Raise your hand if you were here when Planet Base was a thing. Planet Base was the second game I ever played on the channel. It went Total War, Planet Base, Long Dark. I know, right? Planet Base 2 is finally coming out. Okay, Copper's been here too. Awesome. Yeah, so yeah, like you might have joined right around the time that I had started the Long Dark, but was still doing Total War stuff. Yeah, you went back and watched Planet Base? Yeah, Planet Base 1 was a long time ago. It's really cool to hear that they're doing Planet Base 2, though. And I mean, it's interesting because since Planet Base came out, remember, we've had Surviving Mars, and we did that a lot on the channel. We did several series in Surviving Mars. I think the last couple of series that I did in Surviving Mars were not completed, but still, like, that genre was really fleshed out by Surviving Mars, and Planet Base is in a lot of ways a simpler game than Surviving Mars, so that might actually be good. I don't know if it'd be something I stream or record. Same with Frostpunk 2. It's like, am I going to stream that? Am I going to record it? Still haven't made up my mind, but that would be a really fun one to bring back to the channel, and I'm really excited to see. Oh, and Callie, thank you for checking on the anniversary. April 14th. Fantastic. Yeah, Pekka, I'm happy about that too. I'm definitely happy about that too. I'm always scared that YouTube is not gonna hand y'all stuff out when you decide to be really nice, because that takes away at least part of the fun. Even though the generosity is always appreciated by myself and by all of us, because y'all are amazing. So, as I was saying a moment ago, I was going to do Stellaris, right? But Stellaris is about to do this massive 4.0 update that's going to change the game, remove pops, and a whole bunch of other things that I frankly am still familiarizing myself with. And so, because of that, I decided to go back to Dyson Sphere Program, which is one of the first games I brought onto the channel when the channel came back, and we will be playing that again in a new series for the first time in a couple years. So that's actually a lot of fun to think of. And there's been so much added to the game since the last time I streamed it, not least of which the combat. So there's going to be a whole new element of tension that I'm mostly inexperienced with. So it'll be a fun sort of Hadrian goes up against something he has, where like I have no idea what's coming when it comes to the Dark Fog in Dyson Sphere Program. I've played a little bit, but I haven't gotten very far in any of my recent playthroughs. So that's that. What else do we have? So in general, let me toss the ball to chat for a second here before we dive into Midnight Suns and start talking about why I'm so freaking excited to play this game with y'all. And I want to tell you more about it too and why like I selected it. But before we get there, it has been a few months. Like I said, had stuff going on. It's been a whole thing to deal with, but it's also been an interesting, without getting into reality at all, out there in the real world, things are kind of nuts right now. I imagine we've all had various means to get away and to relax and to try and escape, not least of which, the one that brings us together here is video games. What have you all been playing since I saw you last? Since the last time we streamed, since the channel went offline in late January, what are the games that have either surprised you and taken up a lot of your attention over the past few months? Or what are the games that you just continue to lean into because they're old favorites? I imagine we'll get a few Long Darkers in here, but, well, more than a few. But in terms of people that have played it actively over the last few months, it'll be some of you. But I'm curious, what have we been playing as a community? Yeah, Crusader Kings 3 is definitely on the short list for a comeback. Oh, thanks, Jen. I like it too. Cass, have you looked into the new Assassin's Creed? So Cass mentioned she's playing Ghost of Tsushima and Red Dead Redemption 1, the PC Red Dead Redemption 1, I imagine, which is fantastic. I'm glad you're finally getting to experience that. The new Assassin's Creed Shadows is getting really, really good reviews. Really, really good reviews. And I haven't played it yet, but I hear it's got some comparability. Hey, Jonas, welcome in. Glad you made it. We're still just vibing for a little bit longer. We might for another 10, 15 minutes or so. I'm shaking off some rust. I just put out the question to chat, Jonas. what have we been playing for the last couple of months? It's been a few months since I streamed. Wasn't an intended absence, but I had to take it. So what's the thing that's kept you occupied while the world's been going nuts and while we haven't been streaming and hanging out as a community on the YouTube side? Obviously, for those of you not in the Discord, we do hang out a little bit more regularly on the Discord when we just want to vibe in the evening when some of us are playing games. Sometimes I do Discord streams that are intended to be a little bit more casual and just purely for the sake of relaxing. A lot of Flight Simulator on Discord streams, and if you know, you know. It's just a lot of fun. Civ 7, Jonas. If you can, how do I ask this question without putting you on the spot to type a paragraph? Because I don't want to make you type a paragraph. What are you liking? Give me one thing you really, really like about Civ 7, and give me one thing you really, and this is for anyone, by the way, not just Jonas. One thing you really, really like, and one thing you really, really dislike about Civ 7. I would love to have a quick sort of back and forth about that too, because I have thoughts. So many thoughts. If you've been on the Discord, you've heard me say them. Let me catch up on chat. Let me see. Rates played CK3 off and on. Yeah, that LSAT's going to take up a lot of your time. I can only imagine, man. War Thunder, Battlefield 5. Underrail, Mountain Blade. Didn't Mountain Blade just come out with like some kind of C upgrade or something along those lines? Or is that coming soon? Did they just announce it? I think they did. Was off games for a while, but back to the Long Dark. You know, Takashi, it's a great time to get back into it, isn't it, man? Because they've added so much, and especially, God, you're a longtime player of the Long Dark, like a lot of people here, but like there's a reason I call your name out every time I see it, because you've just been in my comment section for like a decade now, and it's great, and I always appreciate you. But the thing is, like, now that the wildlife refresh has happened, and now that the loot refresh has happened, it's been a couple years almost since they did the loot refresh, but like it's just a completely new game world on top of the fact that all this Tales stuff has added so much to the game. It's just fantastic. Mav, welcome in. Good to see you. You know, Mav, I actually haven't played Foundation, but I would like to play that at some point. I feel like that's one that's slipped under my radar, but I would really like to get to it at some point. Yeah, it has, Takashi. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to call you out. Hey, Check, welcome in. We're vibing for another few minutes here. Just catching up on what we've been playing over the last couple months while the community has kind of been, well, Discord's been hanging out, but like haven't had any YouTube content to speak over the last few months on account of the RTX 4090 just, you know, shitting the bed. Pardon my French. But that's what it did. That's the only way to describe what happened when a $2,000 video card fails within 1 year. You can't not swear. Anyway, I'm going to put my swear filter back on. What else? Minecraft, The Long Dark, and Dredge. Dredge is one that a lot of my friends have played, Brunilla, and like I've heard really good things about Dredge. Raphael has also said amazing things about Dredge. You're excited about the upcoming CK3 DLCs with the Nomad DLC and the Asia expansion? Yeah. I mean, the Asia expansion, I'm amazed that they're expanding the map farther. Janelle's been playing Spirit City Lo-Fi, Landlord of the Woods. Landlord of the Woods, that doesn't ring a bell. You're in a cozy, non-stressful game phase? Really? I could never have guessed. I mean, there's nothing wrong with cozy, and there's a lot to the game we're starting today. That like half the game is an incredibly cozy vibe, and that's one of the reasons I wanted to bring it to stream. It's so different, and I'm going to restrain myself from getting into full Midnight Suns nerd out mode and jumping into the game just yet, because I want to finish this discussion. But like, yeah, like I totally feel you on the need for coziness, Janelle. That's so fair. Okay, I've been playing Astronomics Versing? Not sure which one that is, Mass. Gravecar Keeper, Factoria, Space Age DLC, Manor Lord. Oh yeah. Manor Lord. Like the updates have been slow, but that game is just so good. It's so, so good. All right, catching up on chat. Hey, JP, good to see you. Glad you made it in. Jonah says, I love that I can sit down and just play one age if I have only that amount of time. I do not like the UI is missing it for given player. Those are, so full disclaimer, I haven't played it yet. I don't know how much I want to get into this, but I have been very discouraged about Civilization 7 since they announced it. Since they went the humankind route. I'm just being honest. And the reason I don't want to get too far into it is I don't want to veer into the negative right at the beginning of the launch of a new, not that it's a negative thing, it's just a criticism, but like, I didn't love that they went that route. But one thing I do like is that you can play within a single age if you want to, which is different. And that's something I've always wanted them to do. I don't know how well it works, but what you're describing yourself as like really liking about the game is something that I thought I would like when they first announced it. So that's good to hear. And then the UI I've heard definitely has some issues. So that's unsurprising. DJ's trying to finish Stalker 2 at the moment. Balatro, Shadows of... Balatro's an interesting one. A friend of mine recommended Balatro months ago, and I played it a little bit. Did I win yet? Solus, I haven't even begun. And you know that. You know that. You're aware of that. Good to see you, Solus. So, Douglas, funny you should ask that, because I played Old World. It was one of the games I was playing around the time the channel took its long hibernation, beginning in 2020. And it was right when early access for Old World had started, and I really wanted to do more with that one. And then, I mean, it's mainly just the combination of stuff that happened with me and the channel, but I haven't gone back to it, and I think I'd really like to, because that's one that I think, especially now that Civ 7 is not scratching the itch for me as much, and I don't really feel overwhelmed with a desire to play it. Old World is one of the games that's been on my radar more as a result of that. Dragon Quest 11 and Final Fantasy 9. Yup. Jen's getting into the JRPG. I was about to say FRPG for some reason. JRPG. Sort of back catalog lately. And loving it from what you've been saying. I will at some point, Jonas. I love Civilization too much not to try it, but I've just been very discouraged, and I'm just being authentic about that. I'm not trying to, like, poo-poo it or say, oh no, nobody should play Civ 7. I would never say that. That's silly. I just, I didn't like the idea, the core gameplay, like, conceit of humankind. I understood where they're coming from, totally. It's like Civilization over time is an amalgam of multiple civilizations, right? That's the whole reason that you play Civilization, in some sense, is to simulate civilization. But here's the thing. The other whole reason that you play Civilization is the fantasy of what's your favorite civilization, or at least your current civilization of choice, and what would it be like if that civilization lasted, through all of time, from beginning to end? What would it be like to play that from beginning to end? And when Humankind came out and they went the different direction, I was like, I'm gonna stick with Civ. And then Civ 7 went that same direction. I was like, oh, okay, we're here now. And so at some point I'll play it, especially once they've ironed out some of the initial issues. So I'm not trying to be negative on it at all. I was disappointed by the initial direction and hope to kind of loop back to it at some point in the future. What's this about losing heads? Jim, yes, I've played this considerably in Discord over the last month or so. So I guess, you know what, now that we're closing in on the 1 hour mark, which is pretty normal for Vibe Time, especially since I haven't seen y'all officially on YouTube for a few months, but now that we're closing in on the 1 hour mark, let's talk a little bit about Midnight Suns and why this game is so exciting for me. So, first of all, this is a game that I was playing a lot. Cass is here, she can tell you this is one that just really had my attention. Old World is the only LP that I wish you'd get back to. Yeah, like that's something that I do want to return to Inner Universe. It's just there's a lot to balance. But so Midnight Suns, first of all, I mentioned in the announcement that this game has more of a connection to the DNA of the channel than you might realize. And even I didn't realize this until recently. So the first thing I want to mention about this game is actually the cast. Okay? So this game has Matt Mercer, Nolan North, several other really accomplished, by the way, Matt Mercer will be the voice of the character we're playing, but several other really accomplished video game and animation actors. But the voice of the villain, Lilith, is none other, wait for it, than Jennifer Hale. If you think for yourself, Jennifer Hale, who's that? Wait, Hadrian yells at a Jennifer in the Long Dark all the time. Yeah, that one. The Long Dark Jennifer Hale. Mass Effect Jennifer Hale. One of the most prolific voice actresses of our time. One of the most recognizable voices in animation and in video games. And the thing is, in this game, she uses an accent. You don't even know it's her. And I was like, I noticed that she was on the cast. I was like, are you freaking kidding me? I had no idea. And this was just a few months ago on Discord when I was getting myself refamiliarized with this because I was strongly suspecting this was going to be the next game we streamed. And so I'm like, okay, well, now we have to stream it. Now we have to. Now, that brings me to what are the other reasons that it's, you know, the one that we're following up Detroit with. So this is actually the game, champions know this because I did some test videos of this a couple of years ago. When I was thinking about what's the very first game I want to stream on the channel when I brought the channel back, it was Detroit Become Human and this, because I was playing the crap out of this around the time the channel came back in 2023. So what is Midnight Suns? If you've never seen it before, have no idea what Midnight Suns is, have no idea why we're playing it. The short version of this, first of all, it's developed by Firaxis, specifically by part of, if not the entirety of, if you know this in chat, feel free to explain, part of all of the XCOM team over at Firaxis. So the same people that make XCOM worked on Midnight Suns. And you're going to see some of that DNA in the game as we get started. But the way I would describe the game is it's a high-quality card battler by day. Now, there's also strategy to it, so you actually move the characters around. But it's not tactical like XCOM. You're not moving from position to position like pieces on a board like in XCOM. It's more loose, like arena-style turn-based fighting with cards. So it's a card battler in its main gameplay loop, and it's really addictive and fun to watch. But that's by day, okay? That's by day. Joshy, good to see you. Glad you made it. That's by day. By night, because there are day and night cycles, and it's a sandbox-style game, and you know me in sandbox games. By night, it's a ridiculously cozy and also just plain ridiculous superhero friendship sim. Yeah, I said that. So again, this is Marvel's Midnight Suns. The other fighters and cast members are not just random soldiers like in XCOM. They're going to be very recognizable characters. And this game also has a not quite dating sim, Joshy, because there's flirtation implied for fun with some of the relationships, but at the same time, it's just friendship. It's called friendship in the game, and it's about closeness. It's not like Mass Effect level side relationships. So there's not going to be any scenes that we have to blur out towards the end of the game, because it doesn't do that. But that's what makes it so light and cozy and enjoyable. And so it's got those two components that I just think, and on top of all that, I just think it comes together so well because the voice acting is good. The story is good. It's not amazing, but it's captivating, and you buy into it, and you start to really feel for the characters in a way that would be fun to experience as a community, and that's really what I wanted to lean into with Midnight Suns. I think y'all are going to love it. If you have any questions about the game while I'm playing it, obviously feel free to ask, and just we'll kind of go through it. I did think about possibly doing a New Game Plus to play Midnight Suns with y'all, because I thought, okay, if I did a New Game Plus from one of my existing saves, then I would have some stuff unlocked, and maybe it would be a little bit more like, it would pack a little bit more punch. Here's the thing. It saves all of the unlocked heroes from the new game that you're loading the New Game Plus from, or from the game that you're loading the New Game Plus from. and you don't really get to go through the process of like meeting them throughout the story. And that's, I think, for me, y'all can tell me in chat if you agree or disagree. It's fine. But for me, that was the deal breaker. It's like, oh, okay, I'm just going to do a new game then. We're not going to do a new game plus. So that's kind of the route that we're going with it. Let me catch up on chat real quick, and then we'll be starting the game shortly. TJ, friendship. Quoting. Boots and pants and 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 boots.
Jen super chatted $5. What does a superhero put in his drink? Just ice.
Oh my god, how dare you. So, FYI, I meant to mention this earlier, but Stream Elements did fix the redeems, as I said. There is a new Stream Elements bug. The only Super Chat redeem that has text-to-speech right now, just want you to know this so that you don't get super excited about making a certain joke and having Brian read it, and then it not be read. The only one is the one Jen just used. So it's the equivalent of the $5 Super Chat, is the only one that has text-to-speech. So just want to put that out there for anyone who's thinking of being a shenanigan, because unfortunately that is one thing that broke. But it's much less of a problem than the redeems were a problem previously. Jen has been promoted. I'm glad you're enjoying yet another Zombie Survivors, Pekka. It's a dopamine party, but it's fun. You just want orange soda? Or orange? I can't say orange soda without the lisp from the David Blaine Street Magic jokes. I just can't. It's not possible. Oh yeah, Jen, thank you so much for the chat reminder. If you have joined the chat recently, make sure that you switch your chat to the live chat so that you can see the most recent messages. Sometimes top chat filters out people that it thinks you don't want to read and you don't get the full chat experience. Live chat just turns it into a live chat. So, I think, with that being said...
Hello, potion seller.
Oh no.
I am going into battle, and I want your strongest potions. My potions are too strong for you, traveler.
So, JP, fun story about that one. I think I've said this before. There are seven words, Adrian. 7 different varieties of that redeem. There are 7. So yeah, I had to painstakingly go into every single one and make sure that the text-to-speech was turned off. But there are 7 different clips from the classic potion seller meme that can play when you do that. Thank you for the $10 super chat, JP. I appreciate you. Oh my god. Okay, shall we play some games, chat? Are we sufficiently chatted out? Are we vibed out? Did anyone have any other thoughts on what they played over the last few months? Let's see if I can get this up to run. Okay, so it's going to be quiet for a second because I want to make sure you can hear this from the very beginning. The game has an awesome soundtrack, and the only way to appropriately begin a playthrough of this on stream is to make sure that it's audible even as the game is loading up for the first time. So I'm probably going to just really make sure that I'm crossing T's and dotting I's. Let's go ahead and turn this off. This is a perfect time to actually end this. Mal, good to see you. Yeah, you made it. We are just getting into things. Redeems are working again, which is fantastic. All right, we're going to go ahead and mute music. Pausing music as well. And of course, hang on. Of course, the game filter didn't capture, for whatever reason, it didn't capture Midnight Suns, even though I did test recording earlier. Oh my god, Jen. Jen has come with jokes, and she will stop at nothing to be a shenanigan. Thank you for the $5 super chat.
Jen $5.
Thank you so much.
What do you call a superhero who likes to cook? Superman.
All right, there we go. Superman, how dare you? It's so good. So, the theme continues and gets even more epic than that. But, Hellraiser, just to answer your question, Firaxis is... So this team made XCOM specifically, but Firaxis is also responsible for the Civilization series. Firaxis is no stranger to quality video game entertainment. And once we get this going, you're going to see what I mean. So, by the way, we'll figure out where exactly I should go. It's either going to be up here. Oh my gosh. Solus. Solus. What is this?
Solas Lunas super chatted $5. What do you call it when Iron Man does a cartwheel? A Ferris wheel.
Oh my god. Why? Thank you so much for the $5 super chat, Solus. There was another Marvel game that my best friend kept swinging over and which cannot be sold bought anymore because the license ended. Oh, really? Well, this just came out in 2022. I feel like I should know which game that's referring to, Mav, but I can't recall off the top of my head. All right, let me see if I can get chat a little bit bigger on my screen here so it doesn't scroll too fast. There we go. Fun fact. So one of the things that made the whole video card failure episode difficult is it wasn't just the video card that failed. I also lost my audio settings completely. I won't go into why, it's too technical, but I lost my audio settings and I lost my auto ducking settings. So I had to reinstall a bunch of things that I wouldn't have thought I'd had to reinstall just if the video card failed. So that was a fun thing to figure out throughout like all of February. But we're back now. Okay, so we're gonna go with normal difficulty to get started. So as you can see, like, no modifiers to health, offense. You get a certain number of revives per mission. If you step up to heroic, it gets a little bit dicier, because you only get one. And no XP bonus, and there's a bonus to gloss. We are running one mod on this for the time being, and I'll think about maybe if I want to put any other mods in, depending on how this goes. But for now, the mod increases the amount of gloss, which is, it's not just gloss, but also various kinds of pickups that you can get when you're off mission running around the Abbey. When I say the Abbey, you'll know what I mean. I need a Deadpool game, only Deadpool, because they couldn't afford anybody else. Didn't they do a Deadpool game? I feel like they did at least one Deadpool game. I want to say it was Xbox 360 era, maybe even Xbox One. I believe they did. I think it was either around the time the first movie came out or maybe even before. Somewhere in there. Oh, Solus, thank you for the heads up. So if you enjoy what you're seeing here, then by all means check out Midnight Suns on Steam, because apparently there's an insane discount on it at the moment, which I didn't know that. I genuinely didn't. And I suppose as a responsible streamer, I should have known that. But I didn't know that. Thank you, Solus. That's a great heads up. Good looking out. Okay, let's launch the campaign. Let's go up top also. Let me know if the audio balance needs tweaking.
You know how much I hate this hocus-pocus nonsense, Faustus. Now you want to tell me just what the hell is so important?
Sleeping Mother, sacred harbinger, awaken and reclaim what is yours. You who rise with the moon in darkness, who prepares the path for the midnight sun.
Evil mystic loot box? Yeah, exactly. Only it's you don't want to open this box. Someone needs to tell Faustus that. You don't want to open this.
Nice show, Doc. Next time, call
Crossbones
Seymour.
understands.
Better yet, I'll just shoot you and save us all the trouble.
Here she comes, chat. Jennifer's not going to make us wait. So you can hear it when you listen for it, right? But if you didn't know that was Jennifer Hale, she's so good. And that's why you didn't want to open it. Ugh. So absurdly good. 6 months later. Clearly they'd never watched Indiana Jones. Exactly.
I can feel it, Rox. Trouble in the air. More innocent blood joining you soon.
This game's also hilarious, by the way. You're not ready.
Head back to your magic castle. You ain't welcome here.
Doesn't like you either.
It's called a sanctum. And welcome or not, this is where fate has determined the Sorcerer Supreme needs to be.
Loquacious. Happy to talk about it.
Tell fate. Answers no.
This is the secret guardian you dragged me 5,000 miles to meet?
Who's the mouth?
Mr. Stark is brash, but I assure you, he can be trusted.
Wait, you seriously don't know who I am?
It's such a Tony Stark response.
Of magic is shifting, Johnny. The prophecy of the midnight sun is upon us.
Your last crusade cost me plenty. This time I intend to look after my own.
Hey pal, I don't think you understand. Things are changing. 2 + 2 no longer equals 4. Up is sometimes down, and strange here is actually starting to make sense.
Do I look like someone who gives a damn about any of that?
No, you look like you should be bouncing for the double deuce. Listen, all I know is hell's coming, and my pal
That got him.
says you can help.
That's where you're wrong. Hell's not coming.
Oh,
It's
snap.
already here. You're welcome, Robo-Man.
Robo-Man!
Iron Man?
Billionaire, inventor, supposedly famous. Literally says Robo-Man on the screen. Oh my god, I love this game. I'm sorry.
It's fine. I know what he meant. We come all the way out here, and the old man runs off with that precious page of yours. Could have at least left us some VIP passes for the carnival. Maybe blown up a few monsters on the way out.
Johnny Blaze has sacrificed a great deal for this world already. I am certain he will come around given time.
Given plenty of time.
Was the one thing we didn't have. All right, let's just wrap this up. I think I've got sand.
Oh, it's so good, Jonas. It's so good. Okay, so I am going to read a lot of the tutorial prompts because I want y'all to be able to follow along with some of the decisions I make. Obviously, I'll also try and narrate as much as I can with what I'm thinking because that's my job. But another thing that I will be doing in a second is checking audio levels. This is the tutorial mission. It's one of the reasons that it's kind of thrown you in. But I would definitely, you probably noticed I was pausing a lot and trying not to talk over the cutscenes. This is one of those games where as much as we're playing for the battle aspect and for the cozy superhero friendship simulator conversations, which will just be amusing and fun to watch, it's a whole vibe. The story's actually good. It's not amazing, but it's worth paying attention to because there's a lot of lore. It's well woven together. It doesn't have a lot of unexpected curveballs are fine, but like when it feels jarring from an audience perspective, that's not what you want, right? It's just really well done. So I encourage you to follow along as much as you would like to, but we'll check on audio levels in just a second. So there are 3 main types of cards which represent the hero's abilities: attacks, skills, and heroics. Playing a card costs 1 card play. Select an ability card with left mouse button to activate it, then select a target with left mouse button to confirm the ability. Each turn you receive 3 card plays. Use attack cards to damage enemies and gain heroism. Attack cards damage enemies. All attacks grant 1 heroism when used, or more. Some attacks have added effects like knockback or stun. So I've played this more than once. Most of the games that I stream on the channel, as opposed to the games that I do Let's Plays of. I mean, I do Let's Plays of games I played before too. But most of the games I stream, I'm going to lean into games that I have some experience with, and that are particular favorites of mine, but not always. For now, we're going to play one that I've really enjoyed over the last couple of years. Joshy says, I don't think it matters if a curveball is unexpected. Tony, I am talking to my community. I'm going to fail to hit it every time. Yeah. Hadrian narrating? I know, it's weird. It's weird. Okay, so we have 2 blasts, same amount of damage, and then it generates 1 heroism. Then we have air superiority, which requires 2 heroism. Right now we have 0, and does 5 damage to every enemy. So let's go ahead and let Tony do his thing. Hey, Night Owl. Glad you could join us. Also, Night Owl, I think you were just let into the Discord last night if you're the same Night Owl that I was messaging about Cohort 27. So, welcome in more ways than one. And thank you for your patience, because I think you were waiting a minute. So, let's go ahead and eliminate this guy as well. Remember, we have 3 card plays each turn.
Hey, it worked, didn't it?
It did work.
Am I really going to have to bring out the big guns for this?
So each of those generated 1 heroism, so we now have 2. Heroic cards are powerful and decisive. Playing heroic cards requires heroism. Yep.
Sure, why not?
Get him, Tony.
Interesting tactic.
Okay, now we're going to end the turn.
Sure, just keep throwing bodies at the problem.
What could possibly go wrong with that strategy?
I'm afraid the odds still aren't in your favor.
2 types of enemies, minions and elites. Minions, I was about to say Minoans. Minions have no health. Any damage defeats them instantly. They are frail but still dangerous. Elites have higher health totals and require more damage to defeat. So notice that there's actual health bars over any enemy that is not a minion. Minions, you just smack around and you can use them to hit into objects or other enemies. Like, they become kind of piñatas in a very fun way on the battlefield. The elites are usually, and often, especially towards the late game, much harder to defeat, especially if it's a very powerful elite. There are various kinds of enemies that come to play as the campaign progresses. Again, if you missed me saying this earlier, this was developed by the same team that worked on the XCOM games. It's either a part of that team or the entirety of that team. I don't think the team, unfortunately, is employed by Firaxis anymore. They downsized some years back after this came out, which is really unfortunate because I think this game, they could have done another one of these and I would have loved it. So I don't know what the future of XCOM is either as a result of that. But anyway, you're going to notice that kind of vibe. If you've played the XCOM games, you know that as you progress through the campaign, more and more threatening enemies kind of come out and really start giving you a hard time to kind of keep the game engaging and balanced, and to keep the challenge level minimum at a certain, level of satisfaction. And that is definitely something that this game does as well. Yeah, Kratos did stay. Ghost Rider guy kind of gave you modern Geralt vibes. Yeah, the mustache, is like the only difference, but put a scar on his face, and there you go, for sure.
That suit may be a marvel of technology, but it's no match for the mystic arts.
Okay, so we're going to use a knockback ability. Notice what I said about pinatas? Watch this. Half his health gone. And one of the minions is dead. Let's take out the other minion.
Not bad. Not great, but not bad.
We can use this to take out the stronger of the two elites.
I truly doubt they're paying you enough for what's about to happen.
Yeah, probably not. Alright, so let's end the turn. They are going to come out with more reinforcements, unfortunately.
Nasty about it, then. Things are moving right along. Defeating the forces of evil and all that.
At the start of each turn, hero icons will appear above each enemy, showing who that enemy intends to attack. Use this information to determine, which enemies to defeat first, or which heroes to defend. In this case, Doctor Strange is in danger. See what you can do to assist him.
Now that I have their attention, perhaps a blessing is in order.
Okay, so first of all, since he's in danger, we're going to use this heroism skill. So these are powerful supplemental effects. We're going to give him 20 block. Notice he's getting a little bit of an extra life bar here. And it's going to generate 1 heroism.
I thank you.
Okay. And then let's do a knockback on this guy. Do I have an idea?
Watch closely.
Because we have 2 of these cards. Let's see if this works. Alright, so that's 1.
Love the effort.
Love the effort, indeed. Okay, so I can hit this guy into the fence, but that wouldn't kill him. However, this one, I can hit him into the rock, and bye-bye.
Show you the way. It's for the best, trust me.
Alright, we'll end the turn. Should have worn your Doctor Strange shirt today instead of yesterday, right? Doctor Strange, I don't know if he has a fireball ability or not. We'll have to see. There are a bunch of different cards you can unlock, and you don't have to use all of the abilities. You can combine them the way that you want. The game gets impressively more and more complex as things continue. Okay, so let's go ahead and finish off the injured elite there. That's 1 gone. And if we... yeah, let's get the guys on the outer edge here.
Lilith doesn't care about you. I hope you.
And now for air superiority. The cards also have the ability to be upgraded substantially as the game progresses, which makes things a lot more interesting. And you have a lot of control over how they're upgraded, which I find makes it really replayable. It's one of the reasons I've really come back to this over and over. This is a game that flew under people's radar a lot. And you don't necessarily have to be a huge Marvel fan. I'm not a huge Marvel fan. I'm a Marvel fan, sure. But I'm not super steeped in the comic book lore the way that some people here might be. But just the gameplay itself is compelling enough, whether or not you're really into the comics. It also, if you are into the comics, I think there are a lot of kind of Easter eggs and things that they do to give nods to the comic book history of these characters in a way that transcends just like the MCU and all of that stuff, meaning the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the movies that have been out over the past several years. There's a lot more to this than just the experience of those stories. It's like the full comic book lore is tapped into for the sake of creating this particular title. Now we got rocks we can throw. So let's go ahead and end this guy's whole career. Also, real quick, I'm noticing voice could be a little higher. It's probably just general volume that could be higher. We'll keep tweaking that as we need to. I think I can throw this too. Perfect. Have fun, Joshy. Alright, 5 enemies KO'd by a hero in 1 turn. Hey, nice. Didn't see that coming. Alright, I don't have any cards left, so end the turn.
How many more will challenge the sorcerer?
Dr. Strange still has armor from when Tony helped him out. Oh, nice. 2 more minions. Easy.
You ready to save the world?
Alright, so this air superiority will literally end the fight. Unless there's anything else, which I don't think there is. I think that's the full tutorial. That's it. Defeat all enemies. We did it. Hooray. Yeah, see you in 10 years. Exactly, DJ. Exactly.
Being honest, that encounter went better than I expected.
Tony, I've been noticing a recurring gamma.
Hey, it's Bruce.
You see, this is why you shouldn't eat spicy food, Bruce.
Localized in the West Village, converging on the Sanctum.
Wanda.
The collective works of the universe's greatest sorcerers, and he left them underneath the takeout menus.
I mean, where else should they go?
Shifting mystical polarities are wreaking havoc on my portals.
Good food is sorcery, literally.
You okay, kid?
Strange's New Apprentice. It's complicated.
Yes. Are you?
Let's, put a pin in that.
Whoa.
Hey, it's Carol. Really flirkin' powerful. Hell yeah, she is.
Carol.
Bruce and I have been trying to reach you. He'd have come himself, but he's...
Oh, you did the big green guy proud.
Hey, you knocked a hole in the ceiling. Well done. Oh. That's not a friend.
Should up my homeowner's insurance.
Hail Hydra!
Miss Maximoff, the wards of protection, if you please.
Stephen, I can fight. I've got control now.
Then
Now?
show me by activating the wards. In the meantime, in honor of our missing companion, the rest of you may feel free to smash away.
By her command. I like it when we're in control of the situation. Nice one, Carol. Always the direct approach.
You know I don't mess around. Besides, we picked up some crazy gamma readings coming from, well, here.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Guessing that explains the Hydra goons and ominous green lights.
There's literally a key
Failed to use the front door.
to switch between targets that I hadn't even paid attention to the last time I tried it out.
After we take down the bad guys?
Okay. I can't move yet because we're still in tutorial mode, but normally I would be able to reorient Doctor Strange prior to moving this card and knock that guy into that guy, which, let's be honest, would be hilarious. But for now, enjoy the couch.
Let's try this.
I know that wasn't your signature move.
Use redraw to replace undesirable cards in your hand. Highlight a card to redraw it, then hold R to replace it with a new one. The new card is random, but it may be more immediately useful. The last card in your hand, Photon Beam, costs 3 heroism to use, but you only have 2. Such a tutorial. Try using redraw on it. Got rid of Photon Beam and got Jab. Hey. Let's punch this dude in the face.
Watch this.
Rip.
Next time I won't go easy.
You think Carol and Kamala are the only ones I've actually read some of the comics for? Let's see. Oh, I guess we're ending the turn.
Get out of there!
Looks like they want to try a few more. Nothing to worry about so far.
Okay, now we have the ability to move. Each turn you have 1 free move. The currently selected hero will execute the move. Try moving hero into position to knock the couch at the enemy units. Hey, that's a really good idea. Let's have Yeah, I know. The game is telling me to use tab to switch between heroes as I'm using tab to switch between heroes. You have a more adaptive tutorial, maybe? That would be nice. Yeah, move there. This will be fun. Death by couch. I bet this was not in their bingo card for the day. Alright, if I really had positioned Iron Man a little bit better, I might be able to take out all three, but we can at least get the two in the back.
Here we go.
Rip. Pekka cozy indeed. Choosing what to play. Up to 5 cards will be drawn to fill your hand at the start of each turn. Consider which cards to play and which cards to redraw or keep for future turns. You've hit your pinky on the couch multiple times. The DPS, it is. It really is. The couch is a villain in and of itself. Anyone who tells you otherwise is lying. Okay. I don't have another move, unfortunately. Let's use Agamotto's Gaze. Draw the last 2 attacks played. Start the next turn with 4 instead of 3 card plays. It's a very nice Doctor Strange ability.
The light shines on the most dutiful.
I'm a child. Okay, so... let's see if we can do this twice. That's half the health bar of each of those. One's targeting Iron Man, one's targeting Carol.
Not bad.
Yep, we can do this. Rip.
By the will of
That plan worked. Very true, Joshy. Very true indeed. Okay, so I don't have any card plays, excuse me, left. So let's just end the turn and go to the next one.
Reinforcements inbound.
Got that extra card play, and now... Yep. So the tutorial just took off the leash, which is nice. We could double our current heroism. I don't know if I want to do that yet. And the reason being, I have 5, and all of my cards just give me more. So we're not going to double it until... oh, wow. It's also double plus... oh, no. That number literally reflects. For a second, I thought it was doubling it in addition to the +5 at the bottom, but the +5 is the doubling, because I have 5 heroism. Derp. Okay, let's go ahead and... oh, these are all elites, so they're all going to take more than 1 hit. Fun times.
Interesting. Let's do it.
Now, one thing I could potentially do is redraw. Yup. That's what I was hoping for. Damage each enemy in a line. Good night. Well, that was satisfying.
There's no way Hydra's medical plan can cover the beating we're about to put on you.
Yeah, I would say not. Alright, we're going to throw this chunk of ceiling. So, nice work there, Carol, because if you hadn't come in through the ceiling, we wouldn't have that to throw at them. Alright, we'll just do a jab to end the turn here.
Impressive.
As I continue to play, I'm going to speed up the way that I kind of play through each round, because I have played this a good bit, but I'm trying to pace myself for those of you following along, especially if you're thinking about getting the game. I don't want to rush too much. Hydra healthcare. We don't care about your health. Exactly. Athenon, I was just thinking about you, buddy. Welcome in.
I've punched through scroll star.
Could we get an exclamation point Athenon in chat?
Something's up.
Yes, Hydra has clearly
Y'all, if you do not know
game,
my good friend Athenon,
suspicion as to how.
you should. And one of the reasons that you should, and not at the bottom of the list, is that this man has done nothing but talk me up and support me for the entire time that he's known me on Twitch. Ever since I first wandered into his chat, like what was it? 7, 8 years ago? It was a long time ago. It was a while back. Like maybe 6 or 7. Still, it's been a long time. One of the channel's biggest supporters, one of my really good friends on just in the content creation space in general, and an amazing dude overall. Huge Long Dark player too, so you probably know him already, most of you here. If you don't, go give him a subscription or maybe a follow. first if you want to be conservative, but he deserves your subscription, I'm not going to lie. The terms are different over on Twitch. I'm a YouTuber. I forget this from time to time. Awesome. Looks like Prate and Night Owl have it covered. Thank you both. Let's go ahead. Ath, I have been waiting to show you this, buddy. So if you have any questions about this, feel free to ask. I'm happy to fill you in. I'm too kind? Dude, you should hear the way you talk when I come to the channel. You're so consistent. You're so supportive. And it's amazing. Every content creator deserves a friend as good as you. Hey, it's Jennifer. I mean Lilith. I'm just gonna call her Jennifer because, obviously.
Gozer?
Slavic Jennifer, maybe?
Mother of demons, harbinger of the midnight sun. Prophecy or not, you overstep. Challenging the sorcerer supreme.
Be silent.
Get got, Steven.
Be still.
What just happened?
Ow! Be gone. No! A fellow daughter of Transia.
Steven's pissed.
Me of my own beloved.
In virtute vishanti. Well done, Miss Maximoff. Your unique energy surprised her.
Whoa! I'm fine. What? I'm fine.
The prophecy is in motion. Lilith is still out there growing stronger each second the midnight sun approaches.
Define stronger.
If we are to have any
Yeah,
chance
define
of stopping
stronger.
her, there is only one option left to us.
I won't go back there.
We all must eventually face our demons, Miss Maximoff. However, one of us should remain behind to maintain the wards of protection.
See you on the other side.
Yeah, I saw that, Athenon. I am not familiar with it at all, but I poked my head in for a second and then couldn't hang around. So I saw you playing. I was curious. I'll have to look into it later. I mean, feel free to talk about it in chat if you want. I don't mind at all.
Okay, you did that one on purpose.
The fabric
Yeah, he
of
did.
magic is unwinding. We are fortunate to be here at all.
And where is here, exactly?
The
Salem,
Abbey.
Massachusetts. Well, a pocket dimension in Salem, Massachusetts.
Oh, suburbs. Nice.
Welcome to the Abbey. Home of the
Midnight Sun.
Hell yeah. The last line of defense against Lilith, according to them.
What the hell is this? Lilith's Junior Demon League?
Dude, you're talking a Blade.
Jerk from TV. Which one?
Now, if everyone would just take a moment.
Enough!
Of course, Caretaker gets the only, like, vanilla intro card. Formed the Midnight Suns. Like, no joke. She's a very serious character.
You're standing on my flowers.
Oh, been a
See?
long time, Sarah.
It's caretaker now.
If I could have avoided this moment, I would, but...
Spare me the speech. I know Lilith's back. We're sisters after all.
Guess we're suddenly invisible now.
Shall we chat, Stephen?
No one can argue that the Hunter earned their rest in the first battle against Lilith. I only hope they are up for the task once more.
You wizards always make everything
What do you think,
sound so
Legion?
lofty.
Are we up for the task?
I raised my sister's only child as a weapon against her.
Did y'all catch that?
And saved the world in the process.
Now you want me to dig them up and ask them to do it again.
I did not write the prophecy, Sarah. Besides, I am no common grave robber. We are simply reuniting their ethereal essence with their corporal form.
Sounds like a setup for a character creator.
Speaking of yourself, it would help to have a mental image for the procedure. Spare no detail.
Also set up for character creator.
Spiritual identity theft is no laughing matter.
No, it ain't. It is not. Okay. So I do, as you might have seen on the thumbnail, I already do have an appearance in mind for this version of the Hunter. I don't remember which skin tone I went with. Probably that one, I would guess. Might change it later, which you can do, I believe. Let's go with blue for now. We'll get more unlocks later on. If you want to see the full breadth of character options, I'll show you this real quick. So we're not going to go with the voluminous hair, although I'll leave that on for a moment just because it's entertaining. So on the faces, we have A, B, C, and D. We're going to go with A. And then several skin tone shades. From pasty to very, very dark. I think we'll go with... Let's do that. Stick with blue eyes. Yeah, this is, we streamed, we just kind of vibed for about an hour, because it's, you know, it's been a couple months since I streamed, so like, we, you know, I kind of shook some rust off, we talked about some things, and I introduced the game, and I started, at the top of the hour, roughly, so it's been about 30 minutes, and I played the tutorial, and now we're making our character. So, let's go with... By the way, this is really funny. I really like the top of this hairdo, like, as one for, like, the character that we're playing, but look at the... Look at the... Look at the sides. What's going on with that? Why was that necessary? The way the light, the game's, like, lighting hits it, it's just, like, it ruins it. That's one... The faux hawk is nice, if not for that. Alright, we're gonna go with fringe. Now I've got a very specific look that I'm ready to go for. Alright, so we have... There is an unlocked facial hair that we don't have yet that'll kind of become available later on that I went with last time, although I'm probably more open to customizing this a little bit, just in terms of what we're feeling. So we're not going to do the Stark mustache. What do y'all think? Stubble? No stubble. Long beard? Medium beard? Or short beard? Let's see if we can get a consensus in chat. And yes, I will wait. Okay. We're liking stubble. Let me kind of cycle back through just to give people the full visual. Short beard. Medium beard. Long beard. Yeah, the soul patch is not unlocked yet, Callie. We'll get there, and then maybe change to it. There's a certain appearance that we're going with right now. Also, other eye colors that will be available later on that you don't have right away. We would have had that with the New Game Plus, but if you were not here when we came in, the reason I didn't do a New Game Plus for more stuff unlocked is that it doesn't let you play through the meeting of all the heroes, which is part of the story and a lot of what makes it fun to watch, especially for first-time viewers. So I didn't want to rob you all of that. There was a lot of... I think there's a good argument for doing a New Game Plus in terms of just a watchability and just giving the fights a lot of punch, like a lot of varied abilities right out of the gate. But taking away the story of how you encounter all the heroes is... it takes too much away. Okay, so it looks like mostly stubble. Although short... Hang on, we've got... medium, stubble, stubble, stubble. Short, short, short. Stubble, 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 stubble. Yeah. Yeah, there's always around two. We can change this later. Like, some of the things are not changeable, but most of it is changeable. So let's go with the stubble. And the facial hair color. Obviously, you can change that, but we're not going to make it different from his head hair. So now let's make sure. Hang on, skin tone, eye color, hair color. Yep. Stubble is the winner, indeed. What do you know? We were in a character creator and didn't spend an hour, or 2, or 5. Is this even real streaming? Probably not.
Of light and darkness. You who tame the night.
Enter Matt Mercer, ladies and gentlemen.
Hear the voice of those who beseech thee and
The collar!
Oh,
Wait!
that's a problem. Nico, staff of 1, please.
Wait! Ah!
God, she's a badass.
Mother.
So, that's a good thing, right?
Probably. Everyone not aggressively. Can I get some hat is fine in chat? Spam the heck out of that one.
Is she?
As far as resurrection spells are concerned, I've seen worse.
Thank you, Legion.
Particularly on myself.
Tony, come on. It's perfectly safe.
That thing wakes up and takes a bite out of you. Don't blame me.
Visiting hours are over.
You can't stay here forever.
Blade.
I should be.
Just saw that Stark guy poking around behind the mirror table.
Find me as soon as they awaken. And Blade, be nice.
Always am.
That's debatable. That's debatable, Eric. Ah, yes. Act 1. So this is one of the other reasons I wanted to play this. Depending on how we feel about it, we could play through the entire game or play through it 1 act at a time. There are 3 acts. So we'll kind of feel it out as we go and see how much y'all are enjoying watching it. And I'll take kind of a consensus and also check myself just as we're getting towards the end of Act 1. I really enjoyed the story. I think the characters are, again, very well acted.
So cold. But the air burns with every breath. Has it been so long?
Blade is always nice with a spike. Thank you, Mav, for keeping the Roboman meme alive.
I know this place. In my dreams, it was always empty.
Yeah, thankfully she voted with the majority, Jen.
I am not alone.
Have to admit, Hunter, you make one hell of an entrance.
But so do I.
Guess that makes 2 of us.
You should have struck when you had the chance, vampire. You will not live to regret your error.
Cute, and Caretaker told me to be nice. Relax, Slayer, I'm a friend. You just don't know it yet.
Yes, I saw you with Sarah before. But what would she want with a vampire? Unless...
It's gonna do superhero landing. He's gonna do a superhero landing.
Ordinary vampire. I get you've been out of commission, but I thought you noticed since we're having this little showdown under the freaking sun.
A Dampier. Daywalkers were a myth, even to me.
Says the half-human, half-demon monster hunter.
Monster Hunter? That still doesn't explain you.
I do, and I must admit I'm curious. Tell me, Daywalker, how did you come to be?
Long story, and it's still not over. We managed not to kill each other for a while, and maybe I'll tell you one day.
I accept your challenge.
Right. As much as I'd love to see how much weirder this conversation can go, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. The prophecy is in motion. I can feel it. We have wasted too much time here already.
Man, the others are really gonna love you.
Others?
Yeah, you've got a little fan club, I think. But why spoil the surprise? Hope you're up for the challenge, chosen one.
It's Massachusetts, indeed. Alright, so we have to speak to Minoru. Or Nico Minoru. Okay, just checking controls, making sure that my camera's... I know this might be a little disorienting because I'm literally making sure sensitivity is good. Good. I loaded up an older game when I was just getting things set up earlier today, and the sensitivity setting was different. I was like, what is happening? Why is my camera not moving? Okay. Let's head down to speak to Nico. So these are some newer Marvel characters, some of which haven't had that many appearances. I forget the name of Nico's...
But no, that's the one thing I can't do.
You were never able to raise the dead.
Huh? But she just did.
Take care, Cass. See you in a bit.
Maybe the hunter wasn't all dead.
Some part of them had to be alive, otherwise my spell wouldn't have done anything. Which makes sense, I guess.
Sounds like a reach to me.
Huh, coming from a vampire who loves to sunbathe at the pool.
Emphasis on loves.
Half-dead hunter.
Sister Grimm, thank you, Solus.
Either way, wouldn't count on that working again.
Yes, we know.
She's awesome, though. Magik is from the New Mutants, and of course, Robbie is Ghost Rider. Let's talk to Nico. As much as I want to hear the ambient dialogue, we can't wait for all of it, especially right in the beginning. They get a story to experience.
I'm the witch who called me back from the grave.
Told you.
Or Nico, but either works. And this is...
Robbie Reyes. Oh man, never thought I'd be standing next to you. Got quite a rep.
He's 300 years old, dude. He does not know what a fist bump is.
That's Ileana.
Привет.
And I think you already
Привет.
met Blade.
Of course. Caretaker has reformed the Midnight Suns.
Whoa. How did you...
Your power. I can feel it. I always do.
So, welcome home. I guess we...
I never left.
Right.
He knows his way
Fast forward
around.
through the tour then. The Abbey is still, well, you know, the Abbey. Basic stuff. Dorms, war room, library, a few places to chill, and
Sandbox. Let's go.
have to say, for a haunted transient castle raised on the cursed grounds of Old Salem, it's pretty cozy. Of course, that doesn't stop us from adding some improvements. We can all thank Robbie for the Wi-Fi. Oh, and one more thing. We've got some new house guests now. You think we're a fun bunch, just wait until you meet them. Speaking of, we're here.
Yeah, okay. Spend 10 minutes in this place alone, Bruce, then see. Oh, gotta go. Show's about to begin.
Oh, see, Af, this is why I wanted to show you this, because I know that you're a classic Marvel fan, and there's just a lot of nods to that in this that I think you'll like. I'm not sure, but I strongly suspect, like, especially because you're also a fan of XCOM, which the team behind XCOM made this, as I told you before. There's just so much to like, and I think you'll see it more and more. I'm already feeling it, like the walkthrough there, and y'all know me. The soundtrack helps, so you're getting the epic welcome home music. Like your blood starts pumping because it's such a exciting introduction, and it's like you get the feeling of what it's like to wake up after 300 years. But yeah, as far as ambient dialogue, there's a lot of it, so we're not going to wait through literally all of it. Tony, you can take off the suit. There is a shower in the suit. He closes it and then just washes his skin with water, and then it just sort of leaks out the bottom down one leg. Everyone just nod and smile. All right, we have to select a... Now we can talk to them individually, but it doesn't initiate dialogue at the moment.
Caretaker will have you mopping the floors and hauling trash whether you're 2 or 200.
Just gearing up for ye old apocalypse, Hunter.
I give it about 5 minutes before Tony starts in with his ye old joke material. Sorry, Hunter. Never should have taken him to medieval times.
I imagine Caretaker will have a hard time putting you at risk so soon after your awakening, but I doubt Lilith will leave her much of a choice.
They do. Excalibur just hanging out right here. This will have much more of a purpose after a mission or so. But speaking of missions...
I'm sure they know of the Sorcerer Supreme, and I wasn't following.
Thank you, Jen. I appreciate you.
Prophecies be damned. It's good to see that face again. You look like it was yesterday.
And you look older.
Damn, Hunter. Okay.
How long was I in that crypt, Sarah?
He sees Iron Man's like, that seems advanced.
You were missed.
Centuries? And what of Lilith?
Fallen by your hand. Until now.
Yeah, so speaking of Lilith.
Tony?
What? The kid's literally speaking of Lilith.
Tony.
That's my name.
Tony. That's Carol and Dr. Spooky over there. Here to help.
Help with what, exactly?
Oh, I don't know. Throwing the magic amulet into the volcano? Smiting the dragon mother? You tell us, kid. You are the chosen one, after all.
He's definitely Tony Stark.
Recall anything of that last encounter, child?
There was a voice. The rest is hazy.
Yeah, the blonde is Magik, Athenon.
A voice. That's it? A voice? That's what we have to go on?
She's standing next to Nico.
Sleep, most likely.
And she's great. Her story is fantastic.
Everything required to restore those memories is contained within my sanctum. I will simply alert
There she is.
Wanda to prepare the necessary rituals.
What? Straight to voicemail?
Some sorcerer supreme.
Must be mystical interference caused by this little pocket dimension of yours.
Perhaps Agatha can help.
Allow me. Alato.
Whoa, what kind of network you running there?
The all-seeing eye of Ereshkigal who judges. Bound to enchanted Babylonian soul glass.
We just call it the mirror table.
Yeah, that works better than the all-seeing eye of Ereshkigal who judges. Let's go with mirror table.
Steven, where are you?
That's impossible. Nothing on Earth could possibly affect those wards.
Wanda's in trouble.
Wanda is trouble.
Damn, caretaker.
I'll go.
You'll need my help, of course.
Then let us make haste, Dr. Spooky. Our hunt begins now.
I tried not to laugh. I'm sorry. There's so many little quips. It's just so great.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah, maybe it's not from Earth, you ding-a-ling.
Any of this is easy, Blade.
Yeah? Tell that to Wanda.
Okay. Sanctum Symbiotum. Now that's an interesting mission name, isn't it? Legion.
With everything going on right now, we simply
The Sanctum
cannot
Sanctorum
afford to lose
contains many
contact
powerful
with the
artifacts,
Sanctum or
which
Wanda.
must be protected. Doctor Strange needs to return to the Sanctum, find Scarlet Witch, and stabilize the wards.
Big personalities.
Okay, so we've got the Hunter, we've got Dr. Spooky, and we've got Blade. Can't really do too much yet to edit them, but just to give you a sense... Oh, man, I don't even have access to customization yet. Okay, I'll show you that later. I'm just trying... I'm excited. I'm trying to show you how much this opens up. But for now, let's just jump into gameplay.
Even given the fluctuations in the astral
Athenon, you're about to be happy.
seeing something. Unless Bruce is right about gamma interference. If such a thing could even exist.
If such a thing could even exist.
Are you ready? The prophecy of the Midnight Sun does not linger, and neither should we. Lilith possesses the Darkhold. If she forced her way into my Sanctum Sanctorum once, I suspect she can do it again.
You are a sorcerer supreme. Can you not predict her movements?
Normally, yes. But since your mother breached the Sanctum, my sense of the future has grown
Yes,
voluminous
he
in
is.
nature.
He's DLC.
Is that another language, or...?
Fuzzy. My predictions are fuzzy.
Yes, Mav, they do.
For the first time as Sorcerer Supreme, I cannot foresee how
You can
the
also
future
get them during the
unfolds
first playthrough,
with my apprentice in danger.
without having to restart. Yeah, it's one of the things I'm excited about here. If it's not obvious from the way I'm answering these questions, there is a large cast of beloved heroes. If you're a comic book nerd, or if you just like superheroes in general, and you have favorites, if you have a bias towards Marvel, or at least if you're open to Marvel and not like just totally on DC's side and ignoring Marvel, you will likely like squeal.
Nobody needs this anymore.
Oh, that hasn't popped in a while. Or you know what? I think last stream I might have had it turned off. Welcome, subscriber. I don't know if that was anyone in here. One interesting thing about that alert is that technically that can pop up if someone just subscribes while not watching the stream. But if you're here, hello. Feel free to lurk away. Say hello in chat. Or not. Either is fine. Welcome in. Let's see. Take care, JP. Good to see you. Don't worry, Doctor. We'll save your home.
Your sanctum will survive. We shall see to that.
Yeah, see, that's what I mean now.
The Sanctum Sanctorum has
I got a friendship point.
Trouble over the years. Blaze storms, a few short-tempered celestials that issue with the zoning commission. But this time, it feels different. I do not doubt.
How's the voice volume, Legion? Do I need to up it at all? It seems a little quiet to me, but let me know.
Bolster the wards should she need it. Still, the wards are woven into the sanctum's very essence. They should hold.
That's what I thought.
In any case, all will be revealed with time. I suggest we make use of it while it still functions. We should hurry. As much as I'd love to hear a first-hand account of your exploits, time is of the essence, I'm afraid. I can't help but feel a tinge of impatience. It is my home under siege, after all.
Okay, we'll keep tweaking it. It's the first stream, after all.
We haven't already squandered what little time we had to our advantage.
Yeah, that's better. I can already hear it in my own ears a little bit better. Plus, the ducking still gets it nice and low. Now we have to approach the dais.
About time.
Oh, that's better.
Just about time, Mr. Brooks. Time, space, reality, the building blocks of magic. All must be constant for my portals to work properly, yet as we now know, that is no longer the case.
We've heard.
Several times.
Otherwise, I would
Take
still
care,
be
Jen.
hunting
Good to see you.
red maidens in my sleep.
Indeed. And while I certainly appreciate the view of this vista, I fail to see how it will hasten our return to the sanctum.
Magic is the answer.
Yeah, she is.
As I've just stated, magic is the
Steven, shut your mouth.
Your magic is not ours. The ground you are standing on exists within two worlds. A mystical anchor point to Ileana's realm that allows her to... Well, I'll just let her show you.
Let's fucking go.
Any more questions?
Well, I'm impressed. Can we say something?
Please stick to the path. You don't want to get lost in limbo. Trust me.
No, I absolutely do not. And you're gonna hate the entire nighttime portion of this game, Ath. you might want to make an adjustment, because the entire second half of this game is a superhero friendship simulator. And they're all in plain clothes. Except Deadpool.
Are you certain of that?
Who keeps his mask on always.
All kinds of dark energy. That feeling you're being watched. General hellhole vibe.
Yes.
All these potentialities converging at once? Truly surprising feat, Miss Rasputin. For
Half
someone so young, of
superheroes are
course.
people too.
You think this is crazy? Wait until you see Manhattan.
Sacrifices must be made. Yeah, yeah. That's a very magnanimous
From
stance.
here, magic can open
pathways to just about anywhere on our planet and beyond.
All right, so we've got Blade and Doctor Strange coming along.
Wards protecting your sanctum, Doctor. So we've chosen a safe exit a few blocks over instead.
Couldn't be worse than the last.
Yeah, her last name is literally Rasputin. Ileana Rasputin. No, they aren't people? Okay. I stand corrected. You heard it first here, chat. Superheroes aren't people. Athenon 2025. They should be in costume 24/7, except Bruce Banner and Peter Parker. They can have a personal life. They just have to be in costume at all times.
Well, at least we know the wards of protection are still in place.
Yeah, this seems fine.
For now.
I suggest we hurry.
They just broke a few traffic ordinances there.
Arm Alpha in position.
Not your average Hydra goon. Can you see the XCOM influence already? I mean, that was the first time I was playing this game and I was like, yeah, XCOM team right there.
I hesitate to call this good news, but I'm seeing minimal Hydra resistance between you and the Sanctum.
Looks can be deceiving.
What have we got? We have a minion, 2 minions, 3 elites. Let's see what we got. We can chain 2 and generate 1 heroism with this, so let's go ahead and take care of... Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Ah, the explosion wouldn't hit that guy. I was kind of hoping that it would. Okay, so I'm going to use Quick Slash first. Quick is a very, very handy... Here you go. Tutorial. If you're going to kill an enemy with a quick card, watch what happens. We got 3 card plays now. I'll use it on this minion over here.
Hail that!
Card play refunded. Still have 3 card plays. Now, this will do a knockback. It looks like not really that far. What about here? Alright, so I can do a knockback there and damage 2 enemies. Yeah, let's do that. Did a bit of damage to the elite. He's got 40 hit points.
As a child, I feared the servants of Lilith.
Okay, I'm going to redraw. I need to be better about using my redraws, so we're going to work on that. Forceful knockback in any direction, discard a random card. I don't like that card. I genuinely don't. Okay, give hero cards in your hand +5 damage until played or discarded. Sure. So it's a little bit different from XCOM Combat Athenon in that notice that there are not squares on the ground. So it's not tactical. It might be just considered, I suppose you would use the term strategic more. And then of course there's the card fighting element, which has its own layers of strategy and just sort of thoughtfulness. Okay, so now we can chain these 2. Yeah, see how they're just kind of moving to wherever they end up at the end of each stack rather than standing on squares? If you think of a game like, I mean, obviously this is a little bit contrived, but in terms of tactics and like when you refer to something called, when you refer to anything as tactical combat, I always think of Final Fantasy Tactics, and the thing that separated Final Fantasy Tactics from the typical Final Fantasy games that you had characters that you moved on squares in the fights, and you, in the same way you do in XCOM. So that's like tactical fighting, whereas this is not as much. Okay, so I have 5 heroism. Let's see what I can do with that. We've got that stack of newspapers, this stack of newspapers too. This guy's gonna get got. Okay. Blade can probably... Alright, if I do 1 move, that's gonna do 15 damage. That's gonna do 10. Let's do some damage to the elite. Once a hero uses move, they can continue to reuse move to reposition themselves until any hero uses an ability. Oh, I didn't know that. That's handy. Actually, I did not know that. So you can keep moving if you feel like you messed up the move. Good to know. Reminds me that I never watched or played a Final Fantasy game after. Really? I mean, they're I guess they're not as niche as they used to be, like when I was growing up. They're more mainstream now. But I'm particular to the classics. One of my favorite games of all time. No, my favorite game of all time, period, is Final Fantasy IX. Mass Effect is a very, very close second. Like, absurdly close. Okay. Unfortunately, I can't do any more environmental attacks, so we're going to have to end the turn.
For the mother. Engaging.
Okay, Jen, we'll be here.
A rare strike.
Final Fantasy literally taught you how to read, Josh. Yep. That's what was great about all the classics before the voice acting started. Nothing against the voice actors, except for maybe Titus's voice actor.
Let's assume that's not a good thing.
His left something to be desired.
The hand of my mother at work here.
Okay. Let's see. So we can probably stake the... How many? He has 20 hit points. Yeah, if we stake the elite, he's done. Yeah, they've been talking about a remake of 9 for a couple of years. I'm very excited about that. Okay. Let's go for Agamotto's Gaze. We're going to have one more card play after this. So remember, this gives us an additional card play next turn, while also giving me back the last 2 attacks I played. Which, one of these has a knockback. Just for fun. Let's give him a shocking death. Rip.
Weak, even for Hydra.
So, the character that Jennifer Hale plays in this Athenon, Lilith, the main villain, is the main character's, who's voiced by Matt Mercer, and when you're playing as the male hunter, is the main character's mother. So, yeah. Kind of a significant connection to the plot. Alright, let's go ahead and finish off this game. Take care, Takashi. Good to see you as always. Okay, out of card plays. Although I have one... Yeah, I have no card play, so even if I had a card that I could play with that one heroism, it would not be playable.
Am I meant to be intimidated? Wanda is calling out to me. I feel her struggle. Need to concentrate and...
That didn't sound pleasant.
I won't be doing that again.
Yikes. Okay, so... I'm pretty sure I could just end this here. So let's just do a double chain on this one guy. Because he's literally the only enemy left, and good. So some battles will continue if you don't kill all the enemies in one turn. Some have a set number of turns or objectives.
Misguided as they are, remember, Hydra is still human, Hunter. Not Lilin.
You were saying? The lifeblood of the Mother pumps through our veins. The Mother is eternal. Hydra is eternal.
Wanna bet?
Wanda!
Wards! Weakening! Cannot let them fail!
That seems less than ideal.
Oh, God.
As does that.
Exactly.
Road Association is not going to like this.
No.
I'll handle it.
Will you, though?
Not.
We do not fear your magic, little wizard. We have answered the mother's call. We are venom to all who oppose her. And
You're just Venom, period. We are Venom. And you are in fact Lunch. Boss fight. So we have to defeat Fallen Venom to complete the mission. Fallen Venom's symbiote binds can be broken by attacking them with hero abilities. Hidden intentions. Powerful enemies like Fallen Venom do not forecast which hero they intend to attack and may attack multiple times on their turn. Watch out.
Well,
yeah. This will be fun.
Want to know what that beast is?
Do I even want to know?
Venom. Until now, a pale imitation of a very heroic young friend of mine.
No, hey Phil.
feed your
Good to see you.
tongue to the spider.
Glad you could join us.
Marinate it in his stomach juices and eat it with his spleen.
Jesus Venom. Okay, graphic. All right, let's go ahead and play Make 'em Bleed. We get an extra blade card, plus our current attacks will... Oh, I drew another Make It Bleed. That's interesting. Okay, I really don't like the whip card. This is one that I tend to get rid of pretty quickly because of the discard a random card. Alright, give hero cards in your hand plus 5 damage to played or discarded. Yeah, I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and... We're going to chain this. We'll kill one of them. The only purpose of hitting Venom here is to give him bleed.
Even the best can get better.
Yeah, Venom does have a lot of horns, Solus. He does. Symbiote Skin. Melee attacks against Fallen Venom can trigger his Join Us passive and activate Symbiote Skin. When Symbiote Skin is active, Fallen Venom will bind the next hero that melee attacks him. After triggering Symbiote Skin, use ranged or area attacks to reset Fallen Venom. Ranged or area attacks. So noted. Okay, we have one card play. Apply 2 weak, enhance with 4 heroism. Alright, so he's got... Yeah, remove with non-melee damage or at the end of the turn. So we basically just need to not hit him. I mean, could I forceful knockback him? We could try and throw him off the edge. That'd be hilarious. Or we could throw him into this barrel. This is going to make me discard a random card, and I hate it. But I've got one card play left, and this is one of the things I can do to keep the fight moving. So, have a barrel and an explosion. Symbiote Skin removed. Okay, we have 1 heroism, so we can actually use that to take care of this guy. I don't know, is there a better way to do it than losing a barrel? Don't think there is. Let's simplify the battle a little bit. We have 1 more heroism, so we're going to throw this at Venom. He's got 2 bleed, which is handy. And we're out of card plays. And the turn.
Soon we eat. Stop your
And he bound one of us anyway. I went through all that trouble to get rid of the symbiote skin. And I did it right. And he still was like, hey, Hunter. You're going to be stuck to the ground now. Rude. Hero is bound and unable to... Not just a hero, the hero. The Hunter is bound and unable to act. Use other hero abilities to damage the binding and free them. They'll be removed with any damage. So basically they become like another minion.
As you belong to us, we shall start with your juicy entrails. Then slowly savor your delicious brains.
Yes, that's kind of a spoiler, Mav.
Children so chatty.
It's kind of a major spoiler, but Hunter's dad, Indiana Jones. Totally makes sense. All right. I'm going to go ahead and do Make 'em Bleed again. This continues to make blades stronger, but also gives me another card. Nice. That actually works, because now I can use 1 quick strike to get rid of the binding. But notice that card had quick.
It's weirdos like these that give people like us a bad reputation.
So it's going to refund the card play. We still have 2. Let's go ahead and use Agamotto's Gaze. That might have been a little bit premature, but we'll get that extra card play. And we got back... See, this is where it comes in handy, because it gave us back the quick card we just lost, so we'll use it again.
Impressive.
We'll use it again, because we had 2 of them.
It sounds to me like they just missed their mama.
Okay, now is that everyone? Yeah, that was everyone. That went better than expected. So can I throw Venom off the ledge? Man, I really wish I could, but I can't. Alright, he's not close enough, unfortunately, to hit the barrel. It'd be so funny if I could hit him off the ledge. I could hit him into the hunter, but right now I don't have the ability, which you can unlock later, to not have that damage be dealt to the hunter. So... throw him into that. We're really just getting rid of those whip cards. The hunter leveled up. I will show you. That's actually one of the things we'll be able to look at next. And yes, you do have a deck. And the cards are highly customizable. It's a lot of fun. When a unit is stunned, they will not act during their turn. Oh yeah, because I threw him into the giant electrical apparatus. Cool. Let's see. Enter.
We will crack your tiny bones.
Empty threats. Oh yeah, he's doing this thing. Reinforcements incoming. This is my shocked face. I'm so surprised. This one card plays. Okay.
We may not be ready for this thing yet. Might be smarter to pull back until we know what we're up against here.
Yes. Surrender. Be eaten. Fill our belly with your tasty fear.
I shall fill your belly with my blade, demon.
Okay. So we can apply 2 weak to Venom right now. Let's go ahead and do that. Although that did move Doctor Strange closer than I thought it would. That's kind of unfortunate. Alright, so one of the enemies will actually die by Venom's hand. Alright, I can move Blade out of the area of effect by doing this. Or at least I hope I can. Fingers crossed. Yep, perfect. I was hoping he would do that. So now he's standing well outside of it. Okay, yeah, unfortunately, that'll do 15 damage. I can only move one of them, that's the problem. I think I'd rather move Doctor Strange because he's going to take more damage, so... Plus I have a heal for the hunter. Let's move you here. I don't want to use Quick Slash yet, so I might as well just go ahead and use the heal now. It'll give me 2 heroism. Keep us nice and healed up. We have 5 heroism and still 1 card played left. Yeah, I guess I will. Well, you know what I could do? Like I said, need to be better about using redraws. Blessing of the Vishanti. Sure. Extra damage. Doctor Strange leveled up. Alright, now we have no card plays. Plus 5 health, plus 2 offhits. For Doctor Strange, specifically.
I suppose we should not underestimate.
Okay, and that's why I healed in advance. Ow! That's also why I healed in advance. Rude. He threw me into Blade. More reinforcements.
They got friends. Mother blesses us with power.
Let's make him bleed.
Blesses us with
Take care, Brate.
We protect the mother and are rewarded with your meat.
And to think Lilith was a vegetarian.
You are lucky to still be breathing.
Okay. This damage will end this guy, just period. And it's a quick card, so we'll get the card play back. Now we should have some options for taking out Venom. Let's go ahead and draw the last two attack cards played. Vegetarian makes you evil. I knew it. Yeah. Here's proof, Athenon. It's all the proof you needed. Definitely not confirmation bias. It's just fact. Okay. Forceful knockback in any direction. Yeah. Enjoy that barrel venom. Alright, now I think that was our last play, and I'm going to lose a card from that. Okay. I do have some heroism. Oh, nice! Do it. It's one of those games where, yes, you have cards to play, but if you watch the environmental objectives and you really make sure you, again, take advantage of redraws and take advantage of moves and all the other things you unlock throughout the game, there are also items that you unlock at some point. It really brings out the depth of the combat.
Hold up. We don't know what we're dealing with yet.
Well, that's not good. Oh.
Hey, big guy!
Friendly, neighborly, spiderly?
I was in the neighborhood. You know, being friendly. Seemed like you folks could use a hand, Doc.
Spider-Man!
Jeez, Eddie, what happened to you? That's sort of a horrifyingly terrible new look. The tongue was gross enough, but whoa!
Welcome in, new Legionnaire.
Someone is extra touchy today.
Glad you could join us.
We will rip your face off and suck the marrow from your bones!
Always nice to see you too, buddy. So, I'm thinking your friends here could use a little break. How about I take Eddie here for his afternoon walk? Don't worry, Doc. That's just his way of saying he cares!
Venom literally just got you baited. Okay, so there's our first comic, which this is, again, you can tell this is the XCOM team because there's a graphic at the end of every mission, but in this case, it's a comic cover. Now, I want you all to see something, okay? Edit photo. Characters. You can't change this one. You can make your own photos outside missions, but like if you're doing this at the end of a mission, then you have to use the characters that were in the mission. Graphics. Notice those elements and where they are on the cover. You can change all that. Camera. Focal distance. Aperture. Okay, so in this case, since they're all standing like at around the same spot, you don't really see much difference. Lighting. Effects. And you can really just go to town with this. So if you want to nerd out and make a bunch of cool comic book covers, or just make a YouTube thumbnail, it's a really handy tool. So yeah, let's revert edits and continue. I don't know how much of that we'll do on stream, but it's fun. Spider-Man really struggles against Venom, especially since Venom doesn't trigger his Peter Tingle. I love that the movies made that a meme. Yeah, the Peter Tingle, you need the Peter Tingle. It needs to work. And when it doesn't work, it's a problem.
Congratulations.
New world or not, some things remain unchanged.
The look.
What look?
Boldly charging headfirst into the jaws of your enemy.
Just casually standing in the rain.
Courageously risking the lives of yourself and your teammates. Just to play the hero.
Doctor Strange
This is
sidesteps.
the fire dragon all over.
Stays behind the hunter.
Fire Dragoon.
Everyone see that?
My memories may be fragmented, but as I recall, I killed the bastard.
And
Hell
all
yeah.
it cost was a village.
Oh, maybe not.
Of course. I see it now. The look.
Cut him some slack. It wasn't that simple.
It never is. Which is why I sent you to help. If Spider-Man hadn't come along today, we could have lost far more than
the Sanctum?
Or Wanda.
She means I could have died. Again, putting an end to her eternal crusade against my mother.
You've been through a lot.
Don't be dramatic, caretaker.
It's enough that you all made it back in one piece. More or less. We'll talk more later. Get some rest.
Sweet. I don't have to go to work for like 2.5 hours. Guess what I'm doing with my afternoon? Dyson Sphere program? The Long Dark? Definitely not this game.
And it would have been far worse had Spider-Man not arrived when he did.
No kidding.
So the game is telling us to look at the map. This is the full map. Obviously not everything unlocked yet. We have just been to the Abbey.
But we still need to figure out how to get Wanda and the Sanctum back.
I know what you mean, Theon, but I just read those words, and I couldn't not bust out laughing. Glad to have you, man. Yeah, this is... oh my god. Yeah, this is it's a whole vibe. And see, now we're going to be in the nighttime portion of the game, which we're still something of... we're kind of in the tutorial phase, so like we're not in the gameplay loop yet. But...
Hunter, you look scathed.
I have been scathed. So one thing I like about the Tony Stark in this game is that they did get kind of an RDJ sound-alike, and it's good enough. It makes it fun, and there are some really funny lines. There are other characters, though, that you will occasionally really wish, or at least wonder what would it have been like if they had done a sound-alike of their MCU equivalent. I think it's really hard not to portray Tony Stark in the way that Robert Downey Jr. portrayed him, because he did such an immaculate job portraying the character from beginning to end. I can understand they're wanting to have someone kind of sound like RDJ. And, you know, who knows? It might just be in my head, but I don't, like, you can tell me. It sounds pretty clearly like he's trying to sound like the Iron Man that we know from the movies.
Hey, for what it's worth, I think you did okay out there. You got some decent hang time, even given you were wearing,
Really?
what,
Can't
70,
walk
80
over
pounds
that.
of chain
Mass
mail?
point.
On the Stark scale of
Mass, what are you doing?
heroics, I give it a
Can't
solid
clamor
6 out of 10.
awkwardly over the,
Don't worry, you'll get there.
Whoa!
With a little help.
Holy mother of God! Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, Mass. You're awesome. Oh, we got Lynette. Look at that. Good night, Mass. Take care. Thanks for coming in. Always good to see you. Always good to have your support. Also, let me add those real quick. Actually, it doesn't matter too much if we add them, does it? Because right now, this is off. But there we go. On the star scale of reckless yet daring heroics, I give it a solid 6 out of 10. Don't worry, you'll get there with a little help. Get where? Yeah, let's be the let's be the 300-year-old who doesn't get the lingo.
And where exactly am I going?
Oh, that's the real question, isn't it? Sky's the limit for you, my friend. Unless you'd be up for wearing a space helmet. You do breathe air, don't you? You know what? It doesn't matter. I couldn't help but overhear Auntie Caretaker over there telling you to get some rest. That sounds like a good idea to me. I suppose I could keep you company on the way, seeing as our rooms are in the same direction and all. Besides, no one should be forced to walk the hallways around here alone. So, here we are. The old room, huh? It's not bad. Functional. Solid construction. Almost cozy. Love the antique furnishings from the early Mephisto collection.
Yep. Sounds about right.
Full transparency, Hunter. There's another reason I asked to join you here, other than my abject terror of this.
I'll answer that in a second, Jacob.
Stopped here before.
Take care,
while
Chet.
you were out. Wanted to surprise you with a nice little
Good to see you.
housewarming present. Was all set to write you a lovely welcome note, but I'm fairly certain that wasn't red ink in your quill.
Okay, so while we have a pause in the conversation, the questions come up in chat, and for anyone else kind of wondering this, whether they're watching during the stream or watching later on, like, right now the game's pretty heavily discounted, whether it's the discount now or a discount in the future, like, which version would I recommend? I'm pretty sure the Legendary Edition contains the Season Pass, which is the DLC that gives you access to all of the additional characters. So we're talking about, and I'm only going to say this because, like, you can see on the store page, so, like, it's not really a spoiler. So we're talking Deadpool, we're talking Storm, we're talking Venom, non-villain Venom, and then there's Morbius, and I want to say, there might be one more. I want to say Wolverine is a DLC character, but I also think he might be in the base. No, I think he's in the base game. He has too central of a role, I think, to be a DLC character. But anyway, my point is, there are additional characters, all of which have their own side stories and quest lines, and if you want that, especially if you like... I know he's here, and we did it earlier. Could we get another another exclamation point Athenon in chat, please? So anyone who gives... Mel, thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships. Whenever you give 20 memberships in the channel, you evoke the power of friendship. And there currently are a handful of streamers, friends of the channel, friends of mine, that are highlighted by that. Athenon has more than one redeem, because he has been such a staunch, supporter of the channel, and frankly, of me, since I started hanging out in his stream, both before the channel went offline in 2020 and afterward. So thank you again, Athenon, for all the love. Go check out Athenon's channel on Twitch if you have not already. Most of you here know him. Most of you here love him. But for those of you who don't, definitely check him out. And Mel, thank you again for the 20 gifted memberships. You're amazing. I appreciate you so much. Okay. Stopped here before while you were out. Wanted to surprise you with a nice little housewarming present. Was all set to write you a lovely welcome note, but I'm fairly certain that wasn't red ink in your quill. One thing I like about the dialogue system in this game, it's not like Mass Effect where it's a little bit more obvious, like which is the nice choice and which is the, not nice choice. And some characters will actually want you to pick something a little bit less nice. So yes, it does order them in terms of like the top option is like the nice thing to say and the bottom option is the mean things to say, generally speaking. But if you're going for friendship points, you might want to roleplay a bit and think, this character's like in a bad mood. Maybe they want a combative response, or maybe they want to be validated in a negative emotion or something. Like if you're really trying to build the relationship with the characters, which again, the entire nighttime meta of this game is like friendship sim. It's such a wild combination, but it's amazing and it's cozy and it's fun. Sometimes you have to think like, well, maybe I don't want to say the nice thing because you want to go for the friendship points, and that can occasionally pay dividends. So, Quill? What quill?
I do not have a quill.
Even better.
Relax, Tony. I simply jest. It is an ink derived of the spider lily flower. Red spider lily flowers.
Of course it was. Obviously.
With just a touch of amphibian blood for power.
Haha!
No apology necessary, Mel.
And we'll just leave it at that. Well, I suppose I should leave
None at all.
before whatever monstrosity that is most definitely
Thank you
hiding
again.
under your bed jumps out, rips my face off, and then proceeds to feast on my soul. I'll leave you to it.
May your sleep be filled with pleasant dreams, Tony.
That is
Right
so
back at ya.
Matt Mercer.
Oh, if
You can
the
hear his
shrieking of
voice.
a grown man, please ignore it. It's just me walking to my room.
Tony's a little bit spooked. What was I going to say? That's another thing. So Mav just shared a really good insight in chat. The season pass contains all the DLC. The legendary gives the pass and the DLC, but is cheaper than getting base plus the pass. It's confusing, but makes sense anyway. So yeah, when you buy the bundle, like that, if you want all those characters, you definitely want to get legendary edition. So pay attention to the pricing. A lot of games will do that with like separate season passes, and we all know it. It's a love-hate relationship with the DLC, model. When the DLC is worth it, it can really provide a lot of additional fun for a game that we play a lot already and that we don't mind spending more on. But JP, what the heck? Good to see you, sir. Yet another 2+ year redeem. Now, we haven't been able to do these yet. This is the first stream where people are above that mark. Glad to see you, sir. And glad you could make it. We are on the first nighttime portion. I guess we'll see what's in this box. Given the state of our armor, I can imagine what might be in Tony's present.
I'm Tony Stark, but if you're hearing this message, you already know that. When I'm not saving the world, I solve the world's problems with technological means, like the one you're holding. I call it the Spark, a secure information and
25
communication
months?
device built only for superheroes. It does all the usual, private messages, pictures, and calls for some reason. But it also comes with access to Superlink, a private social network exclusively for your cape-wearing, world-saving compatriots. You might ask, Tony, aren't you just repurposing a failed product from your communications division? If you do, I'll revoke access and let everyone else know you're a jerk. I call it the Wonder Man.
Wait, Athena got auto-modded for what? Wait. Oh, I see the countdown. Because it went 26, 25, 24, and now Mel's just piling on. Yeah, I love the 2-year. And there is a 3-year one. So this is the third of 4. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Jacob. No, I mean, if someone asks a good question in chat, especially if I know it's going to apply to more than one person, I don't mind stopping to pause. It's a good question. Glad to have you, by the way. Anyway, so while my community was creating shenaniganry in chat there, you know what? I'm just going to leave this on. Yeah, and JP, what's this about? Sorry, I haven't been around for a minute. Dude, this is my first stream in like 2 months and like a week. Like, the video card was a problem. Now it's not. I haven't been around either, man. You don't... what are you apologizing for? It's good to see you. Glad you could just poke in no matter what. Poke your head in, poke in, one of those. Glad you could join us. Jonas, so hold on. I'm not sure when the last time it was. Let me see if I can scroll up and find the last time that this link was dropped. Okay, it's not letting me copy it from OBS. Of course it's not. So there's a link that will occasionally come up in chat that will allow you to put your name in the hat for the gifted memberships. If you haven't done that already, make sure to do that when you see it next, because that way you'll be able to get the emotes, courtesy of one of these human shenanigans in chat, causing chaos. Thank you again for the gifted subs today, or gifted memberships, I should say, everyone. Making the return to regular streaming a bit of a party. like you always do. I appreciate you so much. So, thank you for that, Jen. So we just got introduced to Superlink, which is our connection to the rest of the team, a social network just for superheroes. Thank you, Jen. That's the link, Jonas. You have it ticked? Okay, cool. Just making sure. I think I had a feeling you did, but, you know, just for the sake of putting it out there. Okay.
Really?
JP, what the heck?
Over that
Oh, no.
point. Can't clamber awkwardly over the, Whoa!
Hey, you got
Holy
red 5.
Mother of God!
JP, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. The shenanigans continue. Also, I love that the notifications are working kind of across the board. Have y'all noticed that? Like, not only are the notifications working finally for the gifted memberships, which we knew about, but it just seems like the membership length celebrations like are working more consistently than they were before. I remember they were being a little bit shaky in our first couple of streams, so it's nice to have things ironed out a bit. All right, so let's take a look at some of these Superlink posts. Ileana, first we make Wanda leave, now we leave it or die. Some heroes. I assure you that is not the case, says Steven. Ileana says, she was sent to you for protection. I see how that worked. Supreme Sorcerer. Ooh. Ileana is not happy with Steven. We both knew, or know, it was more complicated than that, Miss Rasputin. I took Wanda as my apprentice for a reason. Have faith. She can handle herself. Blade says, Strange did everything he could to get to Wanda. So did I, and the Hunter. Take a breath, Ileana. We'll get her back soon enough. Ileana says, Wanda should be here with us. Steven says, of that, I am in agreement. Robert Reyes, first post. Nico Minoru, what do you mean? We've had Superlink for months now. We use it every day. Robert Reyes, I meant first post that the Hunter sees. Robbie, you can't keep doing this when someone new joins Superlink. Yes, I can. We all know a Robbie. We do. We do. Just raise your hand in chat if you know a Robbie. Ileana Rasputin, he means that he will throw your spark in the lagoon. He wouldn't do that. Right, Blade? Right? Blade? Fine, last time. I don't believe him. Oh, no, Af. Do you have to work? Was your evening just ruined? Or getting notifications to work? Okay, gotcha. Sorry. I thought you were being sarcastic that you got like a text from work. You were getting called in. Sorry. My brain caught up. We're fine. It's fine. But yeah, it's really good to see everything working, because I know it made some streams awkward for a bit there. It was awkward for me. I don't like having to tell people, hey, if you want to be like generous, here's how you do it. Like, it's tacky even if you're doing it for a reason, you know, right? So thank you all for your patience with that, because it's easier on me for sure. Okay, we have to inspect the journal page, closet, and painting. Let's go for the painting first.
We were all so happy then.
Circa 1710, painted by Sally Owens, oil on canvas. So this is Agatha, Pupper, and the caretaker. That is also 5, JP. So there's a random... So there are 2 that fire for 5. It's the barn or the one you got. She isn't winking. What gives? I know, right? Dated journal page. Hunter's Journal, April 3rd, 1703. My goodness. Aunt Sarah wants me to practice my letters, and so here I am. But every time I dip this pen in ink, I just want more and more to go out beyond the yard into my secret spots. I left my dolls scattered about before the storm, and I'm afraid they're hurt. Do dolls hold grudges? Agatha says they don't, but I still feel sad for them. Aw.
My old journal. Maybe it is time I start writing in it again.
Complete item collections to gain spiral rewards, or special rewards. So that's our first item from an item collection. So remember, we're in the beginning of the nighttime gameplay loop now. Let's go ahead and interact with the closet.
Room for my armor
Abby outfits. Gloss earned from missions can be spent to unlock new cosmetic options for the Hunter and heroes, including outfits to wear around the Abbey. Select and purchase a new Abbey outfit for the Hunter now. So we can do athletic black, long sleeve black and white, sweater gray, t-shirt clean white, tank top white, athletic Hunter, or long sleeve Hunter. I think we'll go with, just to save gloss, because we have 150 gloss, as you can see from the upper right. We'll go ahead and buy this. There we go. Jen's got you, JP. Maybe what I can do is I can add one of the... So there were originally a couple different permutations of the Barn Redeem. I could add one more to the mix to where it's a 2 of 3 odds. But, you know, I have to kind of feel it out. Okay, so we have to go to sleep now. Oh yeah, room upgrades. Nightstands, bookshelf. Plush dog bed. Obviously. Priorities, right? Room customization. So you can change this later on. This is just one option of many, but right now we haven't unlocked much. So there it is. Let's go to sleep. You can't tell it's her. Puppy!
Charlie! I know. I missed you too.
Let her enjoy the moment. She's been visiting your door every morning for the past 300 years.
Aww.
Oh, it must have been so hard on her.
Not just her. I suppose that's why I might have been a little curt.
I see what you're doing, Jen.
A little?
You already made the ultimate sacrifice once. Maybe I'm in no rush to see you do it again.
We do not choose our destiny.
But we can choose to duck.
First lesson you ever taught me.
And still the most important. Especially now that you have all these eyes on you.
I have noticed.
To these people, you are a being of myth and legend. A grand hero of old. And they're right. You are a hero. But I also know the battle that rages within your soul. It's not enough that you are a hero. You need to decide what type of hero you will be.
Alignment system.
I'm sure there will be plenty of opportunity for that in the days to come. For now, I would head to the forge.
Paragon or renegade, huh?
Guests are eager to show you something. This was a lot easier when it was just you and I beheading the Dark Legion as we traipsed through the woods.
Traipsed. That's a good word.
Agatha.
I never could.
He's like, wait, where's Agatha?
Charlie was restless all night. I should have known something was wrong.
Puppy.
We'll talk more later, but for now, Stark has requested your presence in the forge. I think he has another present for you.
Best doggo. Okay. So, it looks like we only have one objective. There, I did see new Superlink messages, though. Daily Bugle repost bot. Spider-Man and his amazing, quotes, friends unleash monster upon city. Garish, Bleecker Street Manor sealed off by authorities. When will the Spider Menace and his pet Ink Monster end their trail of destruction through Greenwich Village? And let's not forget about disgraced Surgeon Stephen Strange. Is he in cahoots? Such a great word. With the web-slinging wrongdoer? Did he hope to turn his roadhouse into no house? Garish by the Ancient One. Who runs this paper? Mephisto? Figures? I'm not even mentioned in the article. Have we heard from our pajama-clad friend? Carl says still nothing, but based on the police band radio chatter we intercepted, I'd say they're still closing in on Little Italy. Doubt they're stopping for a slice. Tony, everyone knows it's about all the linguine and clam sauce there. At least you didn't say gabagool. Indeed, I met a gabagool once. We definitely do not want to invoke one of those right now. Blade. So, Spider-Man? Not that easy. These boys move too damn fast. Keep at it, even in New York City, those two stand out. Nico, swooping at the last second to save the day, leading away that carnivorous sludge monster to keep NYC safe. Just gonna say it. He's the astounding Spider-Man. Hashtag astounding Spider-Man. Ileana, he had too many words. Blade. Don't let those words of the red and blue pajamas fool you. Spider-Man is no joke. Robbie. Wow, so looks like somebody made a friend. More like an enemy of an enemy, starting to think we could use more of those. Carol. There's that old Avengers tolerate your spooky strange teammate attitude I was looking for. Nico. I know who's going for this month's Team Spirit Award. Hashtag Blade cares. Nico's big on the hashtags, apparently. Blade, I have to go train. Blade is not big on the hashtags. Ath, I don't know. I've only ever gone more light side in this because it just, to me, it just makes so much narrative sense. So have fun with it and let me know. Okay, so we're caught up on Superlink. Let's go see Tony.
It's good to have you around again.
So it definitely does. Oh, hold on. Yep, I gotta start picking stuff up. So now that we have free roam.
I don't get it. Strange couldn't just magic his way in?
I mentioned earlier, I am running a few mods. One limits the extent to which Caretaker speaks during miscellaneous missions. Because she chatters a good bit and it can be a lot. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Okay. I thought I would have to walk up to Tony, but no, I just walked into the forge and triggered the quest objective.
Think you can tell your friend inside
I'll finish what I
there
was saying in
to
just a
turn it up
second.
A few hundred Kelvin?
I could. However, it might shatter the containment spell preventing him from incinerating this facility.
I think we're good. And just in time.
The forge has certainly changed.
Right. Caretaker said this all happened after your siesta. What spooky castle would be complete without its own Babylonian demon-powered furnace?
Sumerian fire demon. His name is Babs.
Of course his name is Babs.
Now it all makes sense. Well, once you get past the esoteric terror of the situation, I've found this thing actually has some uses. Molecular bonding, breaking down evil gamma serums, fashion accessorizing.
Yes, speaking of...
Oh, right. It's ready.
Your armor seemed to offer minimal protection against the venom creature.
Here we go.
Yeah, I thought you could use an upgrade.
Well hammered, well fired. Caretaker did not mention that you two were such skilled smithies.
Yep, I am Iron Smithy.
Perhaps you should just try it on.
Hell yeah.
Still think I could have used a cloak.
Obviously. Looks like you'll start playing this next Saturday, Ath? Perfect. Perfect.
Not bad for our first collaboration.
I still think it could have benefited from a
You keep saying that. We'll get there eventually.
You think everything could benefit from a cloak?
Max.
I do not.
Yes, you do.
Oh, I've heard the things you whisper to your cape when you think
I'm
no
sorry,
one's
this is too
listening.
entertaining.
Ah, the joys of sharing a workspace. And I'll have you know this cloak has helped me save the universe from extinction on countless occasions.
Could you at least tell it to stop rearranging things on my side of the case?
Okay, so as I was saying before I accidentally kicked off the quest objective, you'll notice that I'm running around picking these little globes of stuff up. I have a mod that I downloaded from Nexus Mods. Oh, look. Tarot card. Moon Knight hides his true identity behind his cloak and shadow. This card represents deception, but also creativity and the unconscious. Nice. So, I'll inspect some other stuff in here in a sec, but just to finish grabbing these things. Basically, the mod spawns more of these little globes of items, which are like gloss, credits, and also various types of... I forget what the term is within game. Oh my gosh. Oh, how dare you.
Jen super chatted $5. What's Tony Stark's favorite form of humor? Irony.
Irony. Ugh. Oh my god. The dad jokes have returned in force. Courtesy of our YouTube moderator, Jen. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat, Jen. And for the exquisite dad joke. We appreciate you. More than you know. Anyhow, what was I saying? I was saying something. Oh yeah, so just I forget what it's called. Essence, that's what it's called. So basically the mod spawns more essence every day to run around and pick up. It is going to make it a little bit easier for me to upgrade cards since it's a stream playthrough. It'll make it a little bit less grindy. So for the purposes of watching the progress throughout just the streams as they go on, regardless of whether we continue after Act 1 immediately or pick it back up later or just whatever we do, it'll make it a little bit faster. But just note that if you're picking this up, the gameplay experience you see here, especially after a few streams, is going to be a little bit accelerated relative to the base game on account of that. All right, so we have to talk to Tony. Is there anyone else? All right, that's not open yet. Okay, I'm good. Jen understood the assignment. Jen always understands the assignment. All right, let's see.
Intriguing.
A desk cluttered with books, some of them older than you, and you are quite old. Oh, wait, what's this?
Interesting.
So we're getting arcane knowledge from everything we're investigating. A wooden chest with brass hardware containing glass vials. Let's see if there's anything else we can inspect in here. Oh, there's a tarot card. The star. Nova rises up into the starry night sky surrounded by stars that represent the support of his team. This card symbolizes serenity and hope for the future.
Fascinating.
One of Tony's many Iron Man suits, polished to high gloss. Though it is powered off, the eyes seem to follow you. Yeah, seem to? Yeah, they're definitely following me. Let's be real. That's an Iron Man suit. Hunter is old, but not older than time. Before time, there was one person. Only one. They may or may not be in this room. Orb of Agamotto. Strange Orbs of Agamotto, one of few artifacts recovered from the Sanctum Sanctorum. A powerful energy emanates from the inside as the orb seems to rotate indefinitely. Anything else I can inspect? 1 second, Steven. Okay, yeah, we'll go talk to Tony.
I hate to admit it, but somehow this ancient forge puts any arc reactor I've got to shame. Who would have thought mystically bound demon power would be so damn energy efficient? Or carbon neutral? Certainly got that new suit of yours done a lot faster than I expected. Speaking of, what's the verdict, boss?
Why is there a demon in the forge? I'll go ahead and thank him, but I'm tempted to go straight for... Why is there a demon in the forge?
It is nice having an armorer on demand.
Anytime.
It is a mega Furger.
Less palatable to that
Gem.
symbiote thing.
Good Stellaris callback.
Was this close to making it menthol flavored. But tools are just one part of the equation. You gotta know how to use them too. You were out, what, 300 years before we woke you from your eternal rest? I'm betting you have questions, so ask away, Hunter.
Let's get to know Tony a bit.
You must have an interesting origin story of your own.
Well, just your typical American boy. Pops was a founding member of the military-industrial complex. Mom, a famous socialite.
So typical.
Tragedy struck when I lost them both in a car crash, which turned out to be a hit from a rival corporation. I spent my early teens at MIT, trying to clear my head, and was all set to follow in Dad's footsteps as a war profiteer. Then one day, fortune shined on me, in the form of some errant shrapnel that lodged itself just above my heart. So I did what anybody in that situation would do.
More humility.
I got a supersuit and started fighting crime.
A bit full of yourself, aren't you? Wow. That's a lot to deal with. I'll empathize.
I guess we have all had difficult childhoods here.
Yeah, no
Friendship
kidding.
point.
I can't tell you how hard it was to memorize all that at Skrull Sleeper Camp. Just kidding. Or am I?
He's not kidding.
I take it this new version is a technological marvel?
Impact-resistant carbon composites, some patent-pending alloy mesh, and a few touches from Dr. Spooky over there. And hey, the built-in communicator means we can talk to each other without sending a raven.
I don't know what half those words are, but I think there's an insult buried in there. okay, I'm going to go with sounds impressive, but what does it all mean? Because this is, unfortunately, there are mods you can get to change this, but this is one of those games where very much like Mass Effect, even if it's a more intricate like dialogue option like that one, like it's literally on 2 lines and you think, oh, okay, well, that's what he's going to say. It's not necessarily what he's going to say. And he might clap back with something a little snarkier than that. And I don't want to lose the friendship point I just gained. So
it is a marvel then?
Marvel.
Lightweight, nearly indestructible, and modular enough for future upgrades. Frankly, I wouldn't have used your old suit to wax the Mandarin's car.
Yeah, you don't seem to like
Is all
magic
this
much.
magic a threat to your new technology?
It might surprise some people to hear this, but I do like some things with rules.
Sure you do.
Decay, magnetic fields, and gamma oscillation make a lot more sense to me than Eye of Newt, bat wings, and a sprinkle of sunshine. At least they did before everything changed.
So why is your best friend a wizard then?
But you and the doctor seem to work well together.
Well, no need to put a label on things. The guy is good at making sense of this madness every now and then. He's not talking to his cape.
Seen anything strange around here?
What, other than my roommate? Boom! Roasted! But on a more serious note, this place
Oh
is
no.
haunted. Mirrors look
He just one upped you, Jen. You gonna take that?
itself. And worst of all, magic cats.
Magic cats? A black cat?
Was it suspiciously elusive, even for a cat?
Actually, yes. Thought I was going crazy there for a second, but clearly I'm still firing on all cylinders. It just poofed in next to me out in the yard. Small, black, furry. Cute little thing. Probably some kind of shape-shifting monster knowing this place.
What sort of things are you doing in here?
Oh, that's right. You were out a while. Basically, we've got a gigantic demon inside the magic box here that provides near limitless power for whatever we might need. Sounds insane, but sometimes it's easier to just go with it.
Yeah, can't we use this against Venom? Seems a little dangerous.
Caretaker approve
Take care,
of all
Douglas.
this?
Good to have you here.
As long as we follow all the rules and use the correct
Maybe see you on Thursday.
incantations.
If not, then next Sunday.
I'm told everything
Take
will
care.
be fine and the demon won't break free and eat us all.
Sorry, no stretching.
Just don't get it wet. Or feed it after midnight.
Just don't get it wet or feed it after midnight. Okay, fair enough. I think that's all for now.
Thanks for catching me up on things.
Anytime. Oh, and speaking of things, remember that creepy gamma goop you found from that hopped-up Hydra soldier? Well, I gave it a peek, and it explains a lot. If you have a minute, meet me at the anvil over there, and I'll walk you through it. I promise
The anvil over there, you mean the one in between us? Analyze the gamma coil.
Just can't get enough of old Tony, huh? Don't worry.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's not, sorry, it's not the anvil. That's my bad. I think of the thing that they're going to be interacting with as the thing in front of him, but it's actually not, because, well, you'll see why my brain got mixed up there. I think that's all for now. So you go up to the anvil, right? But then once you select this, gamma coil analysis, watch where you end up.
Now, I doubt advanced gamma thermodynamics was a hot topic at ye old demon hunting school, so I'm just gonna give you the condensed version.
I appreciate that.
Closest I've ever seen to this substance is pumping through Bruce's veins. Part gamma accelerant, part unknown element. Calling it coil for now, given its unique atomic structure. Man, I love acronyms. This stuff is more volatile than Nick Fury on a Monday morning. But Hydra doesn't seem to mind.
They're using it to get stronger.
Exactly. A few drops would make your average salamander look like Fin Fang Foom. Thankfully, with a little help from Dr. Spooky and our haunted oven.
I love that he's keeping that meme alive.
Played this game.
You are not suggesting we start injecting ourselves with it?
No, nothing like that. Though I can see some future applications for my energy drink line. I was thinking we apply this stuff towards upgrading our equipment.
I like where this is going.
Just give me a little time here and I can whip up some pretty fun toys. How about we give Hydra a taste of their own gamma-powered medicine for a change? What have you got for me, boss?
See? You end up right in front of the same thing you were talking about. All right, so analyzing gamma coils.
Another
Let's go ahead.
mystery box. This never gets old.
Okay.
What do you think?
3 new cards, all of which I already own, so I definitely don't want another whip. I kind of like the idea of having another stake for Blade, but another quick attack is never a bad thing. Plus this one provides heroism, which in the early game I'd rather have cards that build it. So I have a foundation. Yeah, let's go with Quick Slash. Confirm.
Hunter, when you have a minute, come meet me in the yard.
You've gained a copy of a currently equipped ability. If taken to the yard, duplicate abilities can be combined into new, more powerful versions. A new post was added to Superlink. Let's see what Blade has to say. Is it N to get to the Superlink? Hang on. No, it's not N. Maybe it's F. Nope. I'll figure it out later. Alright. I don't know how we do it, but we will figure out how to keep a clean bathroom by the end of this week. Robbie Reyes, is this coming from Caretaker? It's coming from me. I'm cool with having each other's backs, but I draw the line at picking up mildew stank washcloths in the communal shower. Nico, it's good to know there's a line you won't cross. Hashtag BladeFX. Nico and her hashtags, I swear. Ileana, it's not mine. I have a loofah. Of course Ileana has a loofah. Robbie Reyes, wait, the loofah isn't oh no! Oh no! That's disgusting, but it rules out everyone else. Nico, pick up your damn washcloth. Notice Ileana went immediately quiet in this interaction. Robbie and Ileana are about to have a fight. Nico, this wouldn't be an issue if we had our own bathrooms. Facts. Facts. Okay. I have to go talk to Blade. Jen, which numbers? Oh, the numbers on the cards? So if you're looking at Quick Slash, the 6 with the sword through it is how much damage it does. The +1 is how much heroism it generates. And there are some cards that... Hang on, let's see. It's interesting that, like... Yeah, here we go. So some cards cost heroism. You can see from the left-hand column. So Stake costs 3. Obviously it does more damage because it's a heroic ability. But attacks build heroism and they do like certain amounts of damage, or they might just do a knockback, whereas heroics use heroism to do more damage. Yeah, no, it's a good question. I appreciate it because we're definitely in the tutorial phase, which is going to be at least 2/3 of this stream. So what I'm going to do is work through the last of this current phase that the game is putting me through, just like introducing me to like Blade Station, to Doctor Strange, to Iron Man, but then we will take 15 or so. Just have a stretch break, snack break, and then come back for the rest of the stream after that. So let's talk to Blade.
Welcome to the yard. At least that's what we're calling it these days. Caretaker put me in charge of your training. Too bad she didn't listen to me yesterday. Now that we know what we're up against, I think we can all use the practice. Any questions?
I did, but they are about you.
Right when it's time to train? From all Sarah told us about you, she never described you as lazy.
Indulge me.
I learn faster if I understand the person who trains me.
Good answer.
I can respect that.
2 friendship points.
Can I ask about you?
I guess.
Is your name really Blade?
Is your name really the Hunter?
Touche.
Yes.
Yes?
Oh,
Question mark?
Really? Your mom, before she became the mother of demons, looked into your cradle and decided to name her firstborn child the Hunter.
Yes.
That is how I understand it.
It takes all kinds.
So, is your name really Blade?
No.
No.
It's private.
Is it embarrassing?
No, the Hunter.
His name's
but I only
Blarston
share it
Tinford.
with friends.
You do not consider me a friend?
Not yet. Don't take it personally.
Goal unlocked. Have you always been a half
How
vampire?
did you become a Dampier?
You say that like I had a choice. I was born this way.
How is that possible?
A vampire bit my mother. Problem was, I was still in the womb. I'm lucky I was even born. Don't know if that's how it always is, but that's the way it went down for me.
Nice, Becca.
How long have you been around?
I don't exactly know. I think of myself as mid-20s maybe. I lost a lot of time. Much of the last century was a blur. I have occasional memories, almost like coming up for air before being yanked back down into the depths.
What happened?
I killed a lot of vampires.
A lot of vampires.
My mind exactly, but I got into
a lot.
and never stopped. Never had a reason to stop. Not until I met Caretaker.
And then?
She gave me a reason to stop.
What brought you to the Abbey?
Caretaker. About 10 years ago, she brought me back to the real world. Gave me a place to stay until I came back to myself.
Did she ever say why?
She said she thought I'd be able to kill more vampires if I was acting on more than just instinct. But I know it was more than that. She gave me safe haven here at the Abbey. Something I'd never known. Must have read half the books in the library by the time I headed out. So when she reached out and asked me to be part of this weird little club, of course I showed up.
Tell me about the Midnight Suns.
Important piece of lore here before we go for break.
Why did you join? Vampire hunting is a solitary affair.
Guess I never found the right team.
Is that all?
No, but that's all I'll share for now. You really want to know? Put in the work. If I trust you, I'll have more to say.
What can you tell me about the others?
Blade Book Club when?
Nothing.
And you'll just have to see.
I'm not asking you to break anyone's confidence.
Fine. Which one?
Let's hear about Caretaker first.
Tell me what you think of Sarah.
Well, there are a few people I tolerate, even less who I like. Sarah I respect. She sees the big picture, and we're a part of it. I'd follow her to hell if I had to. And from what I understand, we may have to.
I am surprised she commands such respect.
I'm surprised that you're surprised. You know what she's like more than any of us.
I do.
Come to think of it,
Who else?
I think you might actually be able to have the heroes wear their costumes at night, so that Blade will always be in costume. I can try that in a bit, just out of curiosity. Let's go with Magik.
What do you know about Magik?
Keeps to herself.
That is it?
She's a private person. Until she lets you in, that's all you need to know.
When does she let people in?
At her own pace. Respect that, and it'll happen faster than you think. Anyone else?
Nico.
Tell me about Nico.
She's the youngest, but she acts like she's in charge.
Yeah, she does.
Why let her act like that?
She's usually right, and she keeps us on track. I didn't think we'd get along, but we wouldn't be the Midnight Suns without her.
She's literally the one that saved you when your collar was about to break.
She has a lot of heart, and that's why we let her. Anyone else?
One more.
What about Robbie?
He's exactly what he seems. Well, sort of. He's open with people, easygoing. Sometimes that comes across as dopey, but don't get the wrong impression. He's quick to make friends, and once he does, he's your friend for life. So don't let him down, or I'll hold it against you. Anyone else?
That's all.
Nobody else.
Sure.
Yeah, we never meme here, Ath. What are you talking about? What do you think of the
Do you have any
Midnight Suns?
thoughts on the team as a whole?
I think we're the only ones aware of the danger Lilith poses to this world. And I think we're pretty green. But enough training will get us through it. Speaking of training, we doing this, or are we gonna keep wasting daylight?
I am having an interesting conversation with you, Blade.
I'm ready to train.
Let's train.
Finally.
Okay, so we get to upgrade an ability.
Think ready for more?
If your hero possesses 2 copies of an ability, they can be combined to create a new, more powerful version. Lucky me, I have Quick Slash. So now this will create a Quick Slash Plus, which creates that golden border, keeps the attack power, keeps the heroism gain, adds knockback while keeping quick as well. So it does cost attack essence. So notice there's attack essence, skill essence, heroic essence. That's the stuff that's going to show up more often for me to pick up, alongside with credits and gloss. Gloss is used to purchase various upgrades. So it's going to be a little bit easier to do those upgrades more frequently, as opposed to having to grind for them, which is good for streaming. Did somebody say meme?
Sub.
Okay, I should
Thanks,
go.
Blade.
I really think
Sure.
that the team playing this is like, I would be really surprised if they weren't Mass Effect fans, you know, mostly, not just a little bit, but mostly, because there are so many little memes and nods to Mass Effect, not least of which is that a lot of the farewell dialogue choices are like, I should go. I need to go.
Hunter.
Like the way you move out there, Hunter. Guess Dr. Strange picked the right supernatural demon hunter to resurrect. I'm Carol Danvers. You can call me Captain Marvel.
Not Carol?
Kidding. Carol's fine. Just thought I'd throw a bone to the Avengers PR team. Not gonna lie, going
And by
a few
breaking
rounds
things
in
down,
Vampire
Matt.
Guy's
Yeah.
Magic Thunderdome sounds like fun, but we've got bigger fish to fry. Well, not so much fish as that ginormous invulnerable sewer monster that swallowed the Sanctum.
Every lock has its key.
True, if only
Friendship
a
point.
man-eating alien demon monster hadn't eaten ours. But that got me thinking. Strange, Caretaker, and the rest of the funky bunch can try and magic their way through that shield all they want. If my time as a pilot taught me one thing, it's that sometimes you've got to find a workaround. As in Hydra. They've got to know the way inside.
Yup.
Steve's always said they aren't much for talking. But then again, I'm told I can be rather persuasive when I need to be.
Exactly how persuasive?
Just how far are you willing to go, Captain?
Let's just say that I'm willing to unleash the power of a quantum singularity white hole on them if need be.
Quantum... what?
Yep.
You'll see. Find me in the war room when you're finished here. There's a few things we should discuss. Oh, and Hunter? Welcome back from the dead.
Well, thanks. All right, let's check on that real quick. Customization. All right, so obviously here are Blade's legendary outfits, which I think you get with the legendary edition. The Midnight Sun outfit you can't see yet. There's the Night Stalker outfit. All right, so there's no option yet. It might be something you can unlock. Oh, here we go. Wear a combat outfit. And then, of course, here's Athenon. Here's the part you're really, really gonna love. Now I'm just trying to trigger chat. That's all I'm doing. Oh my god. Okay. Now if we turn around, Blade looks like Blade. We'll leave that for now. That's kind of fun. But yeah, I mean, there's literally a pool. So like, there's Magik. Like, characters are hanging out in their skivvies because they can. Again, it's just a friendship simulator. Chat. It doesn't simulate anything more. It doesn't go full Mass Effect.
But these readings are too
Oh, hey, Bruce.
to ignore. The gamma signature is...
Sorry, Bruce, we lost you. Did you say
This is important
gamma?
ambient dialogue.
Yes,
Hang on a second. Come on, Tony. You managed to stream the Super Bowl to a Kree battleship 50 light-years out. This should be easy.
Oh, we waited all year for that game, and you know the Skrulls would have spoiled it for us if they got the chance.
Well, can't you just... I don't know.
Work my magic again? See, that's the problem. This time I am working with...
If you're not in stream right now, chat's currently perving out. Just stating that for the record. Anyway, Let's talk to Carol real quick.
The gamma signature is completely inverted. The daughter nuclei are being reabsorbed into the parent nuclei, which is impossible.
If the gamma signature from the Sanctum is really that unique, Bruce, then couldn't we just...
Sorry, still working out a few gremlins in the system.
Try sunlight, and whatever you do, avoid water.
Wait, you're being serious?
Kick it. Hell yeah.
We should be able to track this new gamma signature to its source then, right? I'd do it myself, but we seem to be having a little IT trouble today.
Looks at Tony.
Please. Old Central here is ready to grind through that data like chum.
What exactly is a Central?
CENTRAL. Cognitive encryption, net transmogrification. We'll figure it out later.
Sending coordinates now. Hope your gremlins enjoy gamma spectroscopy.
Well, he's been a little moody lately, ever since, the problem with the big old green guy.
I heard that.
Banner can't turn into the Hulk? Not sure if we should be frightened or relieved.
That makes two of us.
Oh, hey. Come on. Happens to everyone.
So Bruce is having a little bit of trouble with the Hulk.
Nice work, Bruce.
Maybe kind of similar to what happened in the MCU, perhaps?
Creepy abandoned warehouse in the bad guy part of town.
My favorite kind. Anybody up for paying it a visit?
Definitely.
Hell yeah.
Aw, see that? Teamwork goosebumps.
Find me when you're ready.
I love the main theme for the Midnight Suns. It reminds me, and this is going to sound like a strong comparison, but I want y'all to think about something for a second. So we're going to use this as our pause, but let me share this thought real quick before we go on break. So think about how you felt when you first heard, like, the credits roll at the beginning, or the title sequence, at the beginning of the first Avengers movie. The theme, the first time you hear it, like, it's good, but, like, it's not amazing. It's just well put together. It's a good sequence of notes. And then you hear it multiple times over the course of, the movies playing out and like the soundtrack being in the background doing amazing scenes. And then you get to a point where you're in Avengers Endgame and that, like, that track plays right after Cap says, Avengers assemble. And crowds literally stand up and roar in movie theaters because of, like, not only what an amazing statement of the theme is in that moment in the movie, but because the theme has come to mean so much, even though it might be a relatively simple sequence of notes. When you listen to Origins, which is the title for the Midnight Suns theme song, and it plays a lot, throughout the game, I think it has the same vibe. Like, and that's one of the reasons I'm sad that this game didn't do better and the XCOM team got disbanded, because I would have loved to have seen more Midnight Suns games with that theme continuing on. It's a really, really good theme. And, like, I enjoy listening to it a lot. I even have it as one of my many Ace Combat 7, like, combat tracks that plays in the background because it's just awesome as, like, BGM. Anyway, let's briefly... I think what I'll do is leave... Which screen do I want to leave this on? Superlink? Let's leave it on the map. The map will be an interesting screen. So let's take... We're a little bit late for this. We'll take about a 15-20 minute break. I'm going to get a very light dinner, and I encourage y'all to... Jen. That is a terrible mistake. Thank you for $5 super chat, Jen. I appreciate you.
Jen super chatted $5. An innocent man was killed by Blade. It was a terrible mistake.
No, my phone alarm, Joshy, is the Dyson Sphere theme intro, which is, I think it's actually called Epic Introduction by Scott. Oh, I own the license, but I don't remember the guy's last name. Awesome composition, but yes, it's that good. It's like that level of good. So let's take 15-20 and just go stretch, get some snacks, take a bio break if you need to. And then I'll be back with Midnight Suns until, well, probably about another 3 hours or so. So enjoy. Thank you all for hanging out so far, and I'll see you in 20. Okay. I believe I am adequately snacked, rehydrated, and a fresh glass of water. Thank you, Jen. Ready to jump back in. Let's see. Jonas, if you're back yet, it wasn't so much that, like, I wanted to be able to show the map while, like, I mean, I could have shown this map, I guess, but even that would have been in, it wasn't that I wanted to show the map so much as, like, I was thinking about what would be, this is just streamer thoughts, what would be aesthetically pleasing to have on the left corner of the screen when I put the BRB, you know, kind of slab up. You know, I just got to think about that stuff. It's like either that or like a menu like this. You know, it's better to have the map. So that was kind of the thinking. But I was thinking while I was like walking around in my kitchen that I think another reason I really like this game for a stream game, apart from the reasons I've already talked about today, is that unlike Detroit, which love Detroit, really glad that I started our streams with that, and again, sucks that we had to take a pause after that. Thank you, Robbie. True. As much as it sucked to take a break after that, like, one of the reasons I really like this game is that there's so much, like, vibe time in between missions, like, both during the day and at night, where it's easier just to talk as a community, to talk about the game, to talk about things that have happened, or just to carry on with whatever conversations are happening while we're playing the game, which, when you think about what I've tried to conceptualize with why, there's Ileana, with why, like, I stream the games that I stream, like, these are meant to be community vibes. These aren't supposed to be, like, big, popular, let's stream the latest thing and try and have a bunch of people watching. Like, this is meant to be time for the community to gather, and obviously new people can come in and hang with us. That's never a bad thing, but it's always about, like, what is the most chill, cozy, but at the same time really exciting and fun kind of combination of gameplay mechanics to have. And this game just has it in a lot of surprising ways. And when I learned that Jennifer Hale was the voice of Lilith, I'm like, yep, okay, that does it. This is going to be the follow-up. Yeah, sounds good, Pekka. Glad to have you here for the first part of the stream so far. So, yeah, I figured from the way you said you're going to go to sleep soon. All right, we have to select a mission at the mirror table. I don't think there's anything really left to do. Let me go see if I... Well, one thing you can always do is just look at the map. And someone's icon will be lit up, basically, if you're expected to talk to them. Okay.
Farewell.
Well, thank you. So when is Mass Effect? We'll play Mass Effect. I haven't decided when I want to do that yet, but, like, that's one of my favorite games of all time, so I'm not just gonna, like, play it on a whim. You know what I mean? Like, we're gonna do that at the appointed time. And right now it's not really clear to me when that'll be, but we will. Mass Effect is, like, absolutely within the purview of this channel's vibes, especially given that I've played it so many times, I'm so familiar with it. It would be really fun. We have a lot of Mass Effect fans in the community. It'd be really fun to play a non-first playthrough Mass Effect stream series where I'm coming in. We would still, by the way, we wouldn't be spoilerific in chat, for those of you wondering. Like, I would want to respect the experience of people who were watching it for the first time and just wanting to watch it as almost like a movie-like story, which it very much is. But I think that would be fun. So, believe me, it is on the docket. Oh yeah, I will thoroughly telegraph when we do Mass Effect. Faustian bargain. So we get some gamma coil for this, and
It was just recently that the Hudson Yards Development
Artifact.
Restoration Association purchased this entire block. I'll let you think about that one for a minute.
Hudson Yards. Yeah, the acronym was Hydra. The heroes have identified an abandoned warehouse where Hydra may be operating. Blade and the Hunter join Captain Marvel to investigate. Cool, let's go. Slow motion.
Let's see. Trench coat, sunglasses at night.
Let's just enjoy the music for a minute.
Something tells me these midnight warehouse raids are pretty
Very.
This area in particular?
Occasionally. Good for a late night snack.
Oh.
The falafel place down the road. Stays open till 3.
He's not talking about people snacking.
Only maybe next time save less vampire-y. Monsters from hell, portals to limbo. It's all relative when you're working with a big bad midnight sun.
Gamma signatures and unstable isotopes aren't really in my wheelhouse, so we'll be patching Dr. Banner through from Avengers Tower once you reach the other side.
Not bad for our first team-up.
Almost feels like cheating when you two are on our side.
Yeah, it does. It says Blade, though. I mean, he's Blade. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Eth. Absolutely. She's as much a character as anyone else you've seen. The only caretaker can't be brought into combat. As you might imagine, she has a lot of powers associated with portals.
Description of this place.
She's actually kind of an intermediate level character. You have to think carefully about how you use her.
Down there.
Johann Fenhoff. That hack. I heard he was dead. Well, hoped is perhaps a more accurate description.
Calls himself Faustus now.
Dr. Faustus. Smartest fanatic in the room. It's a small room.
Hydra's resident mad scientist.
Not just Hydras. Lilith's. That's magic coming from those crates. I can feel it.
Yeah? How about gamma radiation? You feeling that too? Because that's some pretty evil-looking Hydra tech down there.
Gamma and magic.
Gonna need you to use your science brain on this one, Bruce.
We need to approach this situation carefully. Combining those energies is an explosive proposition at best. Think scalpel, not hammer. Stealth, not strength.
Carol
Yeah, I don't do stealth.
doesn't listen.
Kill them.
Yeah, she has no chill whatsoever.
Faustus a bit of a crackpot, but his fundamental science must be sound.
Oh.
The device would have surely exploded otherwise after your display, Carol.
I might not.
Watching you, Bruce.
I might not have my new quick/plus in my deck. We'll see about that. All right, let's try. Let's see if we can do a knockback that makes sense. Oh yeah. Bye-bye.
I think you got him.
Yeah, I definitely got him. That guy's down to 2 hit points. The 2 behind him are dead. God, that was worth it. Alright, we're gonna throw this box at this dude's face, and he's dead too. Rip. Alright, quick attack. Let's go ahead and take care of this minion here. Why did you have to run all the way over there to do that, is my question. Card play, refund it. Level up.
Looking good, feeling good.
Alright, got a couple of heals. I don't need both of those. Let's go ahead and redraw. Also redraw the whip. I'm going to get rid of those cards as soon as I can. Alright, so here's a slash. I guess I'll just do this. We're going to leave the barrel intact because it might come in handy.
Hale that.
Okay, now let's take care of this barrel. 10 damage. Looks like he still has 15 hit points. 14. Alright, 1 heroism. Oh, actually, we can finish him off right now. Blade, hang out here. Do bad guys ever wonder if it's a smart idea to fight heroes who have fought and won them so many times and killed thousands of their comrades? You know, I don't think we would have comic books or Marvel movies to speak of if bad guys thought that, Pekka. Is there a bow? Oh, you mean, is there a character with a bow? Like, is there a bow weapon? Sorry, I didn't see that question until just now, Pekka. I assume you mean, is there a character with a bow? Okay. I don't have really anything left. Let's go ahead and just end the turn.
Lucky shot.
Reinforcements incoming.
I've
All
never
right.
been one to buy into the
Tactics
science
mode.
of magic, but the data I'm seeing is hard to ignore. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio.
Indeed,
You're
Bruce.
talking to a vampire, an alien hybrid, and a resurrected demon hunter, right?
Right. Right. All right. Let's make him bleed. Very handy blade card.
Should get the blood pumping.
All right. Now, I could apply 2 bleed with this, but I think I'd rather just do this to get the quick. There we go.
Now that was something.
So you draw Captain Marvel cards until you have 3 in your hand. So I'll draw 2 if I do this. Yeah, sure.
Take this.
Oh, it's a stupid joke. Okay. I got you. Alright, so there's a 75% chance if I knock him through that he'll just fall and die. We're going to take that.
I saw a move like that once, centuries ago.
Hey, he got, everyone do air quotes with me, knocked out. I see you, Athena. Okay. No card plays left, so let's go ahead and just end the turn. There's just that one minion. I don't even think it's an elite, I think it's a minion. Yeah, it's a minion.
Possible he somehow stabilized the rate of decay within the particles themselves.
Chain.
How else could he be achieving such a high yield?
I don't know, Bruce.
2 down.
Be sure to ask him when we're done punching out the bad guys.
And stake.
You don't have to show off for me, Blade.
But I want to.
Go, now, quickly!
Let's go, go, go!
The perfect opportunity to field test Mother's device.
Yeah, that stake just knocked out that Hydra dude. So yeah, it's such a killer knockout, man. He's gonna have a headache for days. Oh, that's a problem. That's a problem.
Watch out!
And this is why Carol Danvers is in it. There's your answer, Athena.
Get her!
Oh wow, that's a lot of enemies. Okay. So we have to get that artifact out of the truck. Break the Hydra Shield's protection to access the truck. Use the recover artifact card to secure the artifact. Okie dokie.
Bruce, I did not smash that thing.
Alright.
Noted,
I can't remember if we have a time limit.
direct all that energy
Any objective is protected cannot be completed. Reduce the Hydra Shield's block to 0 in order to break protection. Alrighty then. Okay. So, knee strike. Gain block equal to damage dealt. Critical abilities. All damage dealing hero abilities have a chance to become critical when they're drawn. So I guess this one was critical when drawn. Critical abilities deal increased damage, so you can see the green number. The chance for an ability to be critical is determined by a hero's critical chance stat. The bonus damage dealt by a critical ability is determined by a hero's critical damage stat. That's pretty straightforward. Okay. So here's the thing. This is a taunt ability. I don't know if I necessarily want to taunt any enemies to attack Carol. Is there anyone that's getting ganged up on? It's the hunter. So yeah, we'll take care of this guy. It's not a quick attack, so we won't get a card play back for that. Yeah, Laura Bailey is the voice of Magik. I'm less familiar with her, but when I was looking through to kind of think about who are the really prominent voice actors to highlight, like that was the one where when I looked through her CV, it's like, okay, this seems like someone that a lot of people would know. I just wasn't sure, so I figured y'all could fill in the blanks. Thor is not in the game, Pekka. He's not. Captain Marvel can now go binary. Playing 3 Captain Marvel cards will draw the Go Binary ability in her binary state. Captain Marvel will deal significantly more damage. Captain Marvel will lose her binary state once all of her block has been removed. Okay, so it looks like she automatically went binary, which is interesting. Okay. Let's go for a quick slash, and I'm going to take out this dude. I'm trying to keep the guys close to the barrel alive so that I can do damage with the barrel itself. Although it looks like... Oh, wow. Ooh, a knockback. Perfect. It would make most sense to knock this one back. It wouldn't knock him into the barrel. But so much the better. I can still take out this guy. Rip.
Enjoy your nap.
Okay, strike, and I can chain 2. Perfect.
Playtime's over. It's weirdos like these that give people like us a bad reputation.
Okay, so I'm going to use the hunter to hit this thing. This is my only heroism point, so I will not be able to do anything else with environment attacks, at least not this turn. And I have no card plays left, so let's... Now we just have to focus on this guy and the actual protector. I don't think we have a time limit. There are some... I think we'll probably get to them tonight. There are some mission types where you're trying to get to something before the truck leaves or before a helicopter takes off. So you have to really kind of push to get things done within a certain number of turns. That's where it definitely gets more highly strategic. The hero is dazed and unable to act. The other heroes must take a number of actions before the dazed effect wears off. Yeah, dazed is probably my least favorite status effect in the game. It looks like the hunter is dazed for 1 turn. Unknown energies.
There is dark magic at work here.
Unknown to you. Boom, roasted. Boom, roasted. Alright, so... Blade leveled up.
Feeling strong today.
Alright, so... This will apply bleed if I use it. Damage and taunt each enemy in a line. Yeah, this should be fun. So that should give me access to Photon Beam. There it is. I'm going to move Carol right here. Oh, the game's going to think about it. There we go. Take care, Becca. Good to see you. I'll see you again soon.
Save this one just for you.
Yep, you get to pick your team every time. We're still in the early game, so it's doing a lot of tutorial stuff. Alright, so Captain Marvel leveled up. So there's always one hero, or almost always one hero, where you definitely have to bring them, because it's like every mission is associated with a certain character, but then you can pick the 2 that come with. So it's like almost total control. Alright, so it does look like the barrel will hit that dude, but we can't do it just yet. Okay, out of card plays. Ow. It's funny, I've been doing so well in the battle so far, we haven't given the enemies a lot of opportunity to actually shoot at the characters. This is the first time they really... It might... Is it... Am I crazy, or is this literally... It feels like one of the first times they've actually been able to hit me, because I've been doing such a good job taking them all down. They certainly have been able to a lot.
To be crystal clear, We won't be
Oh.
able to recreate Faustus's
Here it
experiment
is.
or track potential future variants' gamma signatures without a baseline resonance sample from his initial
Here's the
occult
quick
catalog.
slash plus.
Got it. Stop the truck.
So check this out. That guy's dead. The shield's gone.
You are lucky to still
Card play got refunded. So we did get the upgraded ability in the deck, which is nice. Let's go ahead and recover the artifact. And now we just have to finish the fight. It's always, well, actually, no. There are ways, which I won't spoil.
I suggest starting with the remaining Hydra forces in your vicinity.
There are ways, actually. Oh, wait. I just realized where he's standing. Hold on.
One more time.
Oh, thank you for that, Solus. I'd never heard of that. Unsurprisingly. Ooh, I still have Photon Beam? How did I get Photon Beam again? I mean, I'm not going to complain. Is that really going to be the best ability right now, or a knockback? Yeah, Photon Beam. So it'll kill one of them, and then the other one will get taunted.
This has your name on it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. You're fine. You're fine. Not the seizures, but the choice of characters. I know. Yeah, that's really nice of you, Solus. I appreciate you for pointing that out. Okay, out of card plays again. I have some good cards in my hand, but we're going to have to end the turn.
These delays can be quite frustrating. Infuriating, even. I suppose by now I'd normally be tromping through the warehouse hurling the puny truck at the moon.
Don't worry, Bruce. I've got a pair of torn purple pants with your name on them.
Always need a pair of turn purple pants. Torn purple pants. Always. It's necessary. Okay, I don't want to hurt the hunter. That's not going to hurt him, though. Let's go ahead and knock this dude out. Yeah, I'm going to check that after this battle, Jen, because I suspect there is. Knee strike. Binary Captain Marvel is just tearing everything up, and it's fantastic. So satisfying. Out of card plays. So we'll probably get some reinforcements here. Or there's just this one poor dude who's literally surrounded on all sides.
I think we've got the upper hand.
Oh, rip. Probably not going to get the most stars for this mission.
Nice move.
We've done it!
What is this thing?
Bad guy crate, full of bad guy stuff.
I know those symbols from the time of the first hunt. That glyph means barrier. That one, almighty. Something, something. Gods and demons.
So a spooky bad guy crate.
Very spooky. Designed to contain powerful magic. Be careful.
Got it.
We should let Dr.
Don't
Spooky look
cross
at it.
the streams.
Never do. How about we get this thing back to the Abbey?
Do not, under any circumstances, cross the streams. Yeah, 1 star. If there's one thing, and there's probably more than one, but there's one thing that you will see make me salty while streaming this game, it's the mission ratings that you get. Because you'll notice, like, there are times where you'll get like a 3-star mission for a mission where it's like, I really feel like I dragged that out and didn't deserve that. And you'll get a 1-star for missions where you really rocked it. Now, in that particular case, I don't feel like I don't know if I 3-starred that, but 1 star, come on. So yeah, we finished in 8 turns, completed the mission, and we have a bonus for normal difficulty. And we got some extra claws. Hooray. So now we might actually get the nighttime gameplay cycle a little bit, which we haven't really seen yet because we're still in tutorial mode a little bit. We're home. Got some friendship XP with those two because they went on the mission with me.
Kid. I mean, I didn't get Hydra bombed until my 10th run with the Avengers.
Kid, you do know that I'm a good 3 centuries older than you, right?
Then you've got a lot of catching up to do.
Which is why we're gonna vibe.
Abbey tournament tonight.
Sure about that? Last one
Are you
got
happy, Athenon?
The eternal spirits of vengeance take technical fouls very seriously, especially in the fourth quarter.
Forget it. Tonight is movie night.
It is always movie night.
What's wrong with that, Ileana?
Exactly.
Wow, out of jail again? Who made this game? Wilson Fisk?
Well, if parking is free, clearly no one from Manhattan.
You know what they say? All work and no play is how we ended up with Ultron. Come on.
I don't know what that means, Carol. I'm 300 years old and I've been in a box for like 200 of them.
I should rest. Another time.
I have a feeling that doesn't stick. They all look so disappointed. Oh yeah, it's so fantastic.
Let me see. How did this work again?
Nico has sent you a message on Superlink. Open the strategy pause menus using 1 and select the Superlink. That's what it is. Okay. Let me actually, I do want to look into this because it's worth noting for other folks. All right, so accessibility. Okay, there's a colorblind mode, but nothing. Yeah. Nothing in the accessibility settings that would affect photosensitivity. We checked. Does sound like it was a bug, though, from what Solus was saying, so. You're going to start memeing about street clothes. You should. You should. All right, so. Hunter, you there? BTW, this is Nico. In case nobody gave you the rundown on how the spark works, Blade and Cap Marvel just filled us in. Freaky stuff, especially Faustus, and then they all just left me here alone. You should come hang out. Thank you, Nico, but I am tired. So Nico's trying to be a good friend and said, hey, don't be like that. Come vibe with us. It'll be better. And she's not going to let it go.
Good. You answered. Getting hard to keep finding ways to say open door around here. And despite what Robbie says, I don't think the staff of one speaks High Elven. Blood magic stuff.
That's a Lord of the Rings joke. I got that.
Cool room. Spacious. Aw, is that bed for Charlie?
You speak from experience there, Ath?
Yes?
So, if you're planning on giving me some sort of brooding code of the stoic warrior speech, I'm immune.
Don't answer
just
that.
ask Blader Magic.
Do not.
From what I just saw out there, whatever crazy ancient living weapons stuff Caretaker put you through back in the day did a real number on you. We got a lot of work to do.
Work?
Yeah, talking to people, making friends, basic human stuff. Or quasi-human. You're a Midnight Sun now. One of us.
Nico, I was just Hydra bombed. I could use some rest.
You and me both. Been bad dreams every night for me lately. I, keep seeing Wanda. She... Never mind.
I will meet you outside.
Yes! I'll go nuke us some popcorn and you pick out a movie. Oh, and it may just be the two of us. The others went outside, needed to cool off. Really need to hang a fan over that forge. Or maybe crack open the casket of ancient wonders a little?
So it's a friendship sim, Athena, not a romance sim. So like you're building friendship points with everyone, regardless of sex. And I mean male or female. So take that for what it's worth. Okay, what was I going to do? Oh, that's right. I want to see if those other... Yep. All right, so the custom options have arrived. We're not going to go horseshoe. We will go soul patch. I think it looks good on this dude. Might switch back to stubble later on, but especially once he gets a mask, it works. And then there's also... Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's go with ice blue. There he is. That's my character. His eyes have been too dark this entire time. Now it's fine. Let's go hang out with Nico.
Despite almost getting blown up, it seems you did pretty well out there. Maybe there's hope for the world yet.
I'm glad that you're so confident in my abilities, Nico. Watching a movie.
I know this entire situation's gotta suck for you. Not just the whole resurrected, chosen one thing. I get why facing Lilith won't be easy. I was 15 when I found out my mother was capital E evil.
Sorry to hear you went through that.
It was bad,
Friendship
but
point.
I learned to deal with it. It's the only way forward, right? Look, I'm glad my mother is gone, but yeah, at times I just want to hear her voice again. Some days I'd give anything to make that happen. Makes me hate her even more.
I'm sorry I didn't know.
I did not realize you carried such pain.
I just learned to bury it. You think I can afford a therapist on a superhero salary?
Ooh.
I'm kidding. We don't get paid for this.
Wow.
Enough about our crappy parents. You missed out on decades of good movies.
Take care, Jonas.
It's
Good to see you.
my solemn duty to fill this knowledge gap with the best examples I can provide. So, the first thing you need to know, the glowing briefcase is a metaphor. I really needed that.
That's a Pulp Fiction joke. Alright, so we've unlocked a common Abby outfit and a common Abby outfit. Well, basically one for both of us. So she loved the activity that I chose. Well, we didn't, this time we had one choice, but as you play the game more, you have options for like the hangout. So you try to do things that cater to each character. It's fun.
So,
it's a whole
what did
vibe.
you think of the movie?
I understood more than I should.
How? You've been dead for
Here's your
3
answer,
centuries.
I'm not so sure I was dead. Not exactly. I recall a deep slumber, not the void. I dreamt.
He saw things.
Of
He learned
what?
things.
Of everything.
The eyes look
Much
so
of
much
this world
better.
is familiar to me. I know it from my dreams.
That's not creepy at all. So, do you know everything?
No, think of it like this. I know what a car is, but I have no idea how to drive.
You're
I love
up to
that.
date, but not omniscient. Then I'm guessing you don't know much about me.
Just what you shared earlier.
You're always free to ask. Like, what's the staff of one? Or who were the runaways?
Actually, yeah.
I had some questions about your staff.
About the staff of one.
Sure. But
Let's
first,
unlock some lore.
The basics. The staff of one interprets words or phrases as spells, but it can only cast a spell once. No repeats.
Which makes literally no sense within the context of this game's mechanics. But let's just nod and smile. Don't get paid, but food, lodging, transport, medical, armor, weapons, movies, all provided for you. So no real need for money until you need mental health support at the end. Then you're screwed. Caretaker creepily hanging out. She's just there. Hey, Sarah, how you doing? Like, don't mind me. I'm standing here. I'm not listening to your conversation. I'm not. I have not been dropping no eve, sir. Like, that's not a thing that's happening. How's it work exactly?
Can you tell me how the Staff of One functions?
It's blood magic, so my own blood is required to summon it. You wouldn't believe how many adhesive bandages I go through each year.
What about the words you speak?
You don't trust her? She's out to
They
get
come
us?
true. Kind of, and not always the way I expect. It's like making a wish,
My
but
lips are
you can
sealed.
never make the same wish again.
I had some questions about your old team.
The Runaways? Sure thing.
Were you all heroes who banded together?
No, we were normal kids. We saw each other once a year when our parents got together to reminisce. And then we found out two very disturbing things. First, our
The awkward
parents
laugh.
were supervillains who sacrificed children to evil gods. Second, each of us had some sort of powerful birthright. Our parents wanted us to follow in their footsteps.
What did you do?
The tone in
We
her voice,
ran,
it's so
But
good.
eventually, we realized only the 6 of us could stop our parents and their dark gods, so we faced them and stopped them from destroying reality as we know it. You know, typical kid stuff.
Yep, there's that sarcasm. Who were the
Who's on the
Runaways?
team?
At first, Chase with his mad science gear, Molly, our pint-sized powerhouse, Carolina, the solar-powered sweetheart. Gert had a telepathic link to Old Lace, a genetically engineered Deinonychus from the 87th century. I handled the blood magic, though I didn't understand it much. And Alex, well, we don't talk about
A
Alex.
genetically engineered Deinonychus from the 87th century. Wow. Runaways was such a cool concept. Sons and daughters of villains. Yeah, it really does sound awesome. Like from the way Nico describes it, from what I've heard about it. It's a shame it didn't take off more, but it makes me glad that Nico's in the game.
Where are your friends now?
Molly attends Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Carolina left Earth to marry alien nobility. Gert, she didn't make it. After Gert passed, Chase and I had a falling out.
Is all this
Last I
canon
heard,
that
he
Nico
and
is talking
Old Lace
about,
were
Ath? Is this
living at
stuff
his
that happens in the
family home
comics?
LA. As for Alex, he chose his side, and it wasn't ours. He died with our parents.
Yeah, I figured. I should go.
I should get going.
Good timing. Looks like Caretaker wants to speak with
Yeah,
you.
clearly.
Wow, I should get to bed.
I'm
Time
so
flies
glad
when
that
you're
came
hanging
up.
out.
Nico's like, welp, this isn't awkward
To
enough.
see you're using your free time productively. Lilith is no less aggressive now than she was 300 years ago. If anything, she's become even more brazen with age. Hopefully, it's just desperation on her part.
That musical cue that just played, I think of Final Fantasy IX every single time. And now you won't be able to unhear it, Jen, now that you're playing Final Fantasy IX on your channel. Because that, it's just so similar in chord progression. I don't think it's exactly the same, but it's, ooh, it's giving chills. All right, so.
Looks like you're finding your way around. Maybe making some new friends.
Is that a problem,
I was
Caretaker?
planning on getting some rest, but
Things are moving at a frantic pace. For all we know, I'll be landing a jet on the roof with Mr. Stark this afternoon.
Yeah, he's adding a lot of tech to the
Not
place.
quite like it was in the good old days.
Have you played it, Athenon? Have you played it? Yeah, once you played the game enough, Jen, you can't not hear that musical cue. Especially once you've played through it, because it's associated with so much more evil. Not quite like it was in the good old days. Change can be a good thing.
to stand still is to move back.
You got that one from Agatha. She used to say it all the time. I always preferred if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Used to.
I am sorry. I should have had this talk with you much sooner. But you should know, Agatha, she's no longer with us.
What? That is impossible. She was so...
Fierce, Indomitable. Or maybe just kind to a fault.
I'll probably play it on the channel at some point. How are you doing with all this?
The loss could not have been easy for you.
Thank you for that. But it's not just my loss. It's all of ours. And what makes this loss even harder to accept is that it was completely avoidable. Agatha died in an accident caused by her protege, Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch. The Midnight Sun's latest recruit, a powerful spellcaster in her own right. Perhaps the most powerful Agatha and I had ever seen. Wanda's abilities were growing. Too quickly for my liking. Agatha was determined to help her control them. I tried to caution her, but she would not listen. There was an incident. An accident, I'm sure, but...
Agatha was killed.
Yes, incinerated in an instant.
Damn.
Not even ash to remember her by. The others were heartbroken, as was I. But I also saw the danger, the threat, if Wanda's powers were left unchecked. So I did what needed to be done. I sent Wanda away, to the Sanctum Sanctorum, to study under Doctor Strange. I know the others still harbor a great deal of resentment towards me for it.
Ooh, here's our first light side, dark side choice. One comment I want to make is, you probably have noticed by now, I'm really doing what I can to let all the dialogue play out. I'm going to stick to that. It does mean that, like, the nighttime portions of the game will probably last longer. I'm doing that for two reasons. One is, well, I'll front load the one that's most relevant to you. Just from a watching perspective, like, I want everyone to have, like, the most complete, experience of the story that I can provide and not skip through stuff. That does mean it's a similar approach to, like, a first-time Mass Effect player who really takes the time, wink wink, nudge nudge, you know who you are, to read through, like, the codex and really, like, take in the information. It's the same thing. Like, this is something that I think I want the community to be able to experience fully and not rush. The second thing is, it's actually for my benefit too, because I think when I've played this game on my own, and even when I replayed it recently on the Discord, with some people watching, like, and by some I mean just like 2 or 3 at a given time. Like, it was a pretty small group. I was playing this for a few weeks, kind of getting back into it. It was one of the games I used to test the video card when it came back. I actually skipped through a lot of the dialogue because I was so, like, hooked into the gameplay loop that I wanted to keep going. And so I actually want to experience it more fully and like really get into some of the details myself. So you might actually notice, especially as we get later in the game, you'll notice moments where I'm like, oh my God, like, I didn't realize this, or something hits me because, like, there might be nuances to the plot that I've not noticed or skipped, or just little comments that are funny or like that add, like, flavor and color to characters. So that's kind of what I'm leaning towards. I know the others are still harbor a great deal of resentment towards before it, so you simply gave up on her. You made the right choice. I don't envy your position.
Was Wanda so different from me as a child? Was it that easy to send her away?
I didn't have a choice. Wanda's powers were beyond even her own control. And this time I had no Agatha to help me, as I had with you. I thought she would be safe with Strange. On that part, at least, I was clearly mistaken.
I mean, she was pretty safe with Strange. It's just no one expects Lilith.
I conjured a small shrine to Agatha's memory on the grounds, hoping to find some solace, a way to move forward. You should pay your respects. Maybe you'll find what I couldn't. Good night, Hunter.
The Hunter can follow the path of light or dark through the choices they make in the Abbey and the abilities they use in combat. Powerful rewards can be unlocked as Hunter moves down either path. Athenon, you're going to be Dark Hunter, aren't you? I just know it. Frames in the Abbey. Various frames in the Abbey can be interacted with. Paintings can be removed from frames for a small gloss cost. Paintings from your inventory can be placed in empty frames for free. Okay, I'm just going to look around real quick and see if there is, I don't want to miss any gloss. We're still in the part of the game where, like, automatic like cutscenes will happen as I walk into various aspects. It's not full sandbox just yet, so while the game is giving me some freedom to move around, I want to collect some stuff. I think that's most of it, though. Alright, Charlie's going to take us to Agatha's spot. You will never tell. Good streamer. Press left shift to sprint. You can sprint while outside the Abbey grounds. Sprinting, 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 sprinting. Keep up, Charlie. Oh, this is nice. Charlie. Charlie. Oh, what is it, you guys? We're on a bridge, Charlie. It's a Leopleurodon, Charlie. Magical Leopleurodon. Oh. That is not a Leopleurodon. That is Agatha.
Agatha.
You always did have the most remarkable eyes, Hunter.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, I did. Bright blue, not dark blue. Let's go.
The first?
To commune with the spirits, of course.
Is this a trick of some kind? Because I am not amused.
No, it's no trick, dear. You're just the first to see me. By now you've heard I had a bit of trouble with my corporeal body.
Yeah. Instantly incinerated. Bit of trouble.
You are dead.
Always straight to the heart of things. That's my Hunter.
You seem strangely at ease about this whole thing.
After 1,000 years of living, you learn to take things in stride. Even death.
And what have you been doing all this time?
Meet me by the cave just over there. You know the one.
The Bloodgate? Caretaker always told me to stay away from that place.
I think we can safely lift the veil on a few more of our secrets. What's the worst that can happen?
Oh, nothing bad has ever followed that sentiment. Love that they went with the older looking Agatha. It was always cool in the comics that she was an old lady but super powerful. The outward appearance belied the power within. Yeah, like she's a great character in this too. Like, I think, again, I know I've said this a couple times to you and to others watching, but like, there's a lot of, not that I know a ton about it, you know about it more than me, Af, but like, there's a ton of nods to the source material that I think you'll appreciate. Agatha's shrine. Touch the blood seal. Agatha was dead all along. Or was she?
This ominous-looking portal is known as a blood gate, and you're the only one among us who can pass through it.
Bloodgate? Caretaker's handiwork?
Yes, Sarah got a little overprotective after the accident with Wanda. It's become something of a habit for her.
I have noticed that.
What lies beyond is meant for you, as much as it ever was for her. Assuming you're up to the challenge, that is.
You know I am.
I do. But it's always polite to ask.
True.
Ominous indeed.
Current recommended player level, current player level 2. Yeah, let's do it. Quick nighttime combat challenge. What could go wrong?
Not what you were expecting, is it? There was a time when the blood stood within these celestial halls to prove.
Reminds me of Dream's Castle.
This particular arena belongs to a goddess who often favored Sarah, Ashtor.
Sarah, Caretaker, was here?
Nothing ever comes easy, dear. The Elder Gods felt their descendants needed to earn their blessings, which is why they created these trials to begin with.
Trials? I should have known.
This entire realm exists for that purpose. Trial by combat, with no chance of outside interference.
And this is my challenge.
Yes, but I may have found a loophole they never considered. Why don't you try summoning your four-legged friend?
Oh, that I can do.
Charlie?
Let's go.
The old gods are responsible for a great many creations, including your faithful companion. I think even they tend to forget that. Good luck, dear. As the goddess of balance and order, Ashtor was sometimes called the giver of justice. You can expect a fair
Okay.
fight, or at least her idea of one.
Objective is to defeat all enemies. On KO, draw a card. So we're going to go with the kills that give me... Yep. There we go.
Leave some for the rest of us.
All right. Any kill that gives me a card is a kill that I'm going to prioritize. Get him, Charlie. Okay, now, unfortunately, I still have the whip ability here. So let's see if I can... I have Quick Slash. Let's go ahead and use that. Get the card play refunded. Okay, now... Forceful knockback in any direction.
Your time has come.
That's that, and there are 3 left.
Feel my call.
4 heroism. All right, let's see what we can do with that. I think I've got this. Yep, I've got it. I've got it. Yes, you can if you don't, and I will. I just don't have enough cards to replace it at the moment. Objective complete. 1 turn. 1 turn.
Good girl, Charlie. Oh, and you too, Hunter. You finished this trial.
Agatha has her priorities in order. I appreciate that. 3 stars. So what contributes to the stars is it's really kind of nebulous because you'll always get the bonuses. And I think to an extent it is based on the amount of gloss. So certainly it looks like 100 got me this. So we can pay attention to the numbers and see if maybe it's just based on the numerical score, the amount of gloss earned. They're nice soulless, but the thing is, whip discards a random card. So let's say you have whip and you want to use that forceful knockback, which is really nice. One of the reasons that's nice is you'll notice it says forceful knockback in any direction. A lot of the abilities force you to take into account the direction you're attacking from, so you have to reposition the hero or have them in the right spot to begin with. Whereas whip allows you to go, you are going to fly in the direction I choose, for you to fly into, which is great. And it's like really useful, especially if you want to throw them into another enemy or throw them off a ledge. And it's a forceful knockback, so they hit harder and fly farther. But there's a random discard. So if you do that when you have a lot of really other nice cards in your hand, you have to give one up just to do that. Physics be damned. Exactly. It's magic, not physics. Okay. Also, on a modern PC, the game has really nice load times, especially once the tutorial stuff is over. You just blast through load screens. Nice. Let the games begin. There's so many metagames in the Abbey. Things to collect, places to explore, lore to unlock. There's a lot of lore. A lot of lore, as you would expect from a comic inspired game. Moon Seal. There's that musical cue. Alright, Moon Seal.
This looks like a
Word of Power. Ashtor's gift allows magical locks and gates to be opened. Open will allow you to access new areas of the Abbey and its grounds which are locked by magical means.
Sarah's right to be wary of this place.
Hello again,
But
Agatha.
it's your birthright, and I think after everything you've been through, you can handle it now. The two of you, as well as your mother, are the last of your kind, the Blood. Your lineage follows an unbroken line to the old gods themselves.
Moon Knight is not in the game.
You might just find they're actually
He has a tarot card, but that was it.
They won't work miracles for you, but their blessings can be quite useful in the right circumstance. Why don't you ask the goddess Ashtur for her aid in dealing with that barrier over there?
There are plenty of heroes that'll make you happy. Here, let me put it to you this way. Look at the screen. Look at how much space these two rows take up. What I will tell you is by the time you have everyone unlocked, this screen does not scroll. Okay? So look at how many heroes you have. I don't think it goes all the way to the bottom, but it gets very close. You were thinking this whole time that Moon Knight's going to be in the game because of the magical connection. Which, you know, fair enough. Fair enough. But trust me, there's plenty of other characters to make you happy. And they're very well played as well. Open the gate by using a word of power. Open. Sesame.
She believes in our purpose.
Alright, I don't think I have an arcane key yet. Am I wrong? Yeah, 0 arcane key, so I can't unlock those chests. Yet. Keyword. Growth mindset. Yet.
After all this time, it's still just as beautiful as the first time I laid eyes on it. It's hard to believe Lilith and Caretaker brought this place all the way from Transia. Of course, it was no coincidence that they wound up so close to Salem. This area is particularly attuned to the forces of magic. That's why the Elder God's influence was so prevalent here. And why our sanctuary here has remained all but impregnable over the centuries.
Yeah, I'm sure he would have been in a Midnight Suns 2
And now I'm
half.
rambling on like an old sorcerer.
Or maybe a season 2 if they did more characters.
Why don't you come see me in the library tomorrow night? Oh, and let's keep this just between the two of us for now. I'm afraid Sarah, Caretaker, isn't ready to see me yet. Good night, Hunter.
Agatha's lurking. Secret library date. Yup. Okay. So that's the end of that night. So it's slowly giving us more control over what we do day and night. Charlie.
I will see if I can find you a treat later.
Harper. Okay, now we did get a new outfit earlier. Hang on, so I've got some gloss. Oh, that's the new outfit I got. I think I'll stick to athletic black for now. Room upgrades. We can go ahead and add the bookshelf. Or maybe we just want the couch. You know what? Yeah. I want a couch. I need a couch in my room, okay? It's necessary. It's a worthwhile expenditure. Can't actually sit on it. It's just purely decorative. But, okay. New post was added to Superlink. Niagara Falls temporarily shut down today after the river reversed direction for nearly 5 minutes. Visitors left disappointed and confused. It didn't ruin my vacation, but without the waterfall, it's kind of just a wet rock, said tourist C.R. Taylor. Blade. At least the water didn't fall upward, Tony Stark. Yet. You saying it could happen? I'm not saying it will, but with all the gamma irregularities, I can't say it won't. The Pale Renegades. I love the comic book cover that got generated for that last mission. Cool. So these are save game specific. I have some other ones that I've made, including the one I used to make the thumbnail for this stream, that like would show up here, but because they're save game specific, they're partitioned out, which I prefer that. It's kind of cool. Okay, so now we have to go to the forge. We have a gamma coil to analyze, but first...
Is this thing on? Hunter,
it
please
is.
Come to the forge at your earliest
There's
convenience.
Robbie at the pool.
Again, that's Hunter to the forge.
Are you seriously summoning me like I'm...
Strange out.
Hunter.
Not that there's anything wrong with working in a grocery store, Steven, but Steven, we're not working in a grocery store.
Hey, for someone they just dug up, you look pretty fresh.
Are you... Nico... Are you getting fresh? Like, I know we had a nice movie night and everything, but settle down. I'm gonna have way too much fun once the game opens up. Ah, see, here we go again. I wasn't ready for that yet, but I just walked up and the game was like, you want to do this now?
Gift box you found?
Okay.
Yes. The spooky crate?
The very one. Though it is far from any mere container.
Far from any mere container.
I am detecting powerful emanations from inside. If this is a sign of what Hydra is after, I fear we are all in
The way he's holding his hand.
My offer still stands. I could fly the thing up and nuke it in orbit. Only way to be sure.
Or we could open it, Tony, and perhaps use the mystical energies I sense inside to our advantage.
Yeah, I heard a "we" in there. Green goopy gamma serums are one thing. I'm not opening boxes full of mummy curses.
You don't have to. Hunter, if you'll allow me.
Your second funeral, boss.
Ah, I see.
One of Strange's capes, suspended in an ornate glass case. This cape floats in the air, rippling silently, though the air is still. Okay, let me actually go for pickups real quick, which doesn't seem that there are any down here. Cool. All right, before we talk to Strange, let's go ahead and analyze the gamma coil.
Ooh, new coil. Let's get to work. No peeking now.
What have we got?
What do you think?
Ooh, new hunter ability. Inspire. Change the cost of a random heroic card in your hand to 0. Knee strike. Make him bleed. I guess I will go for the new hunter ability. Anything to replace those whip cards. Equipping abilities. You've gained new combat ability for a hero. Open the hero screen to equip this new ability. Yep. Abilities can be equipped or swapped with the cards already in a hero's combat deck. Any unused abilities should be salvaged for essence, which is required for upgrades, items, and more. Edit. Heroes must have 8 abilities equipped to their combat decks. To equip a new ability, you must first unequip the ability you wish to replace. I know which one I'm replacing. Although, hold on. I actually don't have that many heroics. So maybe it's not worth replacing just yet until I have more heroics. Yeah, we're not going to do that just yet. It doesn't make sense.
If Hydra is
I don't like the sacrifice, but it is a powerful ability.
Antiquities, then our situation is very dire indeed. We need to find a way to gain the upper hand.
And you think you can do it with whatever's in the container?
Tony has one of the greatest scientific minds that I've ever seen. I, of course, have an unparalleled understanding of the mystic arts. I have no doubt that we can find a way to research whatever we find in there and have it work in our favor. I just wonder what it could be.
I want you to make something
I hope
powerful.
the two of you create something powerful. I want to stop Lilith quickly and decisively.
Hell
As
yeah.
I said,
Friendship
I'm
point
sure
and a
it
light
can
point.
help us. I just need to convince Tony to set his ego aside.
Ha!
His discomfort with the esoteric nature of the arcane might be a problem.
Yeah, okay.
But Tony's eccentricities aside, I know you can make this work.
Right now, with the sanctum out of my reach, I'm fighting with one hand tied behind my back.
Tony set his ego aside.
That is.
Yeah, okay.
If I can find items to research, I can give the Midnight Suns every possible advantage over Lilith and her disciples.
I look forward to seeing what you come up with.
Me too, Hunter. Now, all this talk is going nowhere unless we can get this container open and study what's inside. Step up to the anvil, Hunter. It doesn't bite. Are there any curses I should be aware of?
Study artifacts.
Simple. That should do it. By the hoary hosts of Hoggoth, I can hardly believe it.
What? Is it worse than you expected?
No, it's totally unexpected. It's the Eternity Dagger. This was in a place of honor in my bedchamber in the Sanctum for years. The Sanctum Sanctorum is no common domicile to be burglared. These barbarians have no idea what they possessed.
Or perhaps they did. Maybe these artifacts are exactly what Faustus and my mother were after to begin with.
Yep.
A distressing thought. If they had my dagger, then who knows what others of my priceless possessions have passed through their greedy fingers. The cube of nothingness. The tear of Profia, and most worrisome of all.
Your toothbrush? You, had a little coffee thing going on this morning with your breath?
Oh, Tony.
Wow.
Sorry. Doc's right, Hunter. I drank 3 glasses of holy water just to walk through the Sanctum's front door. Place is like a doomsday vault for all sorts of supernatural nastiness. We need to put a lid on this mess. Pronto.
I believe Carol is already working on it.
At last. Now that this artifact has been returned to its proper owner, we shall see if we can make use of the mystic forces contained within.
Okay, got some essence. Got a common artifact.
This artifact is mundane in every conceivable way.
Research level increased. Alright, so now we actually get research options. Supernatural fabrication, which gives me the item bench. War games, which increase ability options and earn an additional ability when analyzing gamma coils. Yeah, let's go for war games first, so that we can have an additional card basically unlocked anytime we do that. Research in progress. Here we go.
Hey Hunter, got a sec to spare?
You've been here more in the past few days than I have since ever. The forge is pretty badass, but the creature trapped inside riles up my own inner demon. Speaking of, there's something you should know about me.
You are bonded with a spirit of vengeance?
Damn, you're good. How could you tell?
You are not the first spirit of vengeance to join the Midnight Suns. I fought beside another, just a few days... 3 centuries ago.
Oh man,
Can you imagine
sometimes when
that
I
long
have
of a
crowd to work
hibernation?
through, I like to get my blood pumping. Why don't we hit the yard for a sparring session? I know Sparky's excited to meet you.
Sparky?
That's what I call my spirit of vengeance. His real name is something you'd see written on a symbol, but with like 12 apostrophes. Also, he's not allowed inside after the incident with caretaker Sumerian sofa.
Ooh. No, but really, Sparky? Okay, I have to.
He allows you to call him Sparky?
Well, yeah. He knows it's coming from a good place. He's really impressive, Hunter. I can't wait for the two of you to meet. Okay, let's do this. I'll get Blake to set things up. Won't take a minute.
I will head to the yard. When you and Sparky trade places, what does he look like?
Can't miss him.
He's the guy with the flaming metal skull and hellfire chains. Kinda hard to miss.
Yep. Any other pickups in here? I don't think so.
Hunter, ready to get your burn on? I'm talking training with Ghost Rider.
Damn.
Spirits of vengeance train the hardest.
Every day the hunter can choose a new partner to spar with, resulting in increased friendship and unique rewards. So we're going to get, we have to pay 13 credits for this, and we will get training XP. And then there's a combat bonus for Ghost Rider next time he's in a fight.
Maybe you should be the spirit of vengeance.
Sparring complete. Alright, so it looks like we only need 3 more XP to reach the next level of training for the yard. free friendship XP, and start the mission with an extra 2 redraws. Nice. But that's only if Robbie is on the team.
Hunter, report to the war room. We've got a mission.
All right, then.
Hunter?
Right, hold on. I don't want to miss these. Again, you're going to see more of these in my game because of that mod. Basically, the way the mod works is, like, apparently it increases the amount that you can pick up, but, like, it doesn't increase, like, the size of the single globes of energy. Like, there are just more of them everywhere. Yeah, it's interesting, App. Ultimately, I think I'm kind of glad that you don't. Because there's, believe me, there's so much that you do in the gameplay cycles of day and night.
To put Central to good use. Got a lead on some particularly gnarly Hydra operations
It would be a
happening
bit
in the
much.
city. But we need to move fast if we want to intercept them in time.
Then let's get going.
My thoughts exactly. There's just one problem, though. We seem to have lost our gatekeeper, Magik.
Lost?
Well, I updated her on the mission. She said something I can only assume to be a prolific swear word in Russian and disappeared. Literally. And with no magic...
There's no passage to New York, or anywhere for that matter.
Now you see my problem.
I'll
Do
find
not
her.
worry, Captain. I will locate and alert her of the team's needs.
There's that can-do, get-it-done, old-timey prophesied savior of humanity attitude I was hoping to see today.
Wow, that's a mouthful.
You better hurry. Not sure how long Hydra will remain in their current position.
Then I shall make haste.
Yes, you hasten as much as you can, Hunter. Not much more I can tell you, Hunter. Though I did hear her mutter something about Wanda right before she poofed away. Maybe that helps.
Thanks, Captain. I shall find her.
Okay, yeah. It was still showing me that I had, like, a dialogue with her, so I was like, what's that icon for? Okay.
Nico, do you know where Magik is? We need her.
Let me guess. To open another portal? She's getting a little tired of being the only person here who can do that. Can't say I blame her.
That is fair.
This is serious, Nico. Where is she?
Not sure. But I know she's been looking for Wanda's grimoire, so maybe check in Wanda's room?
Thanks for your help.
So she's in the barracks. Look at all these doors. It'll be fun when they're full.
Why, hello, Hunter.
Hello.
This room belonged to the Scarlet Witch, did it not?
Wanda.
Yep. Hence the picture on
belongs to Wanda.
the desk of
Let
her
me
and
guess. You are
Pietro.
to ask me to do the one thing the others value me for, opening their precious portal. Well, I am in the middle of something. Come back later.
It is never easy to lose a comrade. I know this too well.
Some of the arms crossed animations or modeling, positioning, whatever, like, they're kind of unfortunate.
Grimoire. Agatha gave it to her when she was teaching her witchcraft, the dark arts. She was trying to help Wanda control her powers. She would never let me read it. So now I read it.
That is no child's book. Lose focus for 1 second and be lost completely within its pages. Let me guide you through it.
You do not own the darkness, Hunter. I was also raised within it. So much so I barely remember a time without it.
But were you born in it?
Has this in common
Molded
with
by
us
it?
too. I know what she's going through. To come face
Sorry.
to face with true evil itself. To be dragged to some hell dimension so hot that your soul is scorched black. Your heart so filled with soot that it chokes out all the bright parts of you. Until you are just a dark thing of smoke and ash.
Damn, that's dark.
I cannot let such a fate happen to her.
Then open the damn portal already. We will save her.
We will find her. I can feel it.
And just who will find her? Caretaker? The Avengers? Do not try to fool me with your false empathy, Hunter. I know Caretaker will never waste resources looking for her.
Ileana.
The plot thickens.
Just open the portal.
Damn.
You are like an Avenger. All you do is take, take, take. You expect too much. Okay, I will open your damn portal. It is times such as this that I wish someone else here could drill holes through space and time. Perhaps Doctor Strange should spend less time tinkering with Tony Stark in the Forge and focus more on his magic. No matter. I will be there when you are ready, Hunter. Goodbye.
Solved that problem. Anyone still at the pool? Nope. Although, I think... Yeah, so there's the water rod.
It is one of the elemental rods.
Barely a stone at all. This blue-black topaz almost seeps through the fingers when held. It smells strongly of a tide pool, and if held to the ear, sounds of the sea. Oop, what's this? Oh, it's Blade.
Crazy world you woke up to, Hunter. Hydra running around causing trouble. Apocalypse prophecies. The Bronx.
It is indeed, Daywalker.
And that op against Faustus. The way Captain Marvel just absorbed that bomb. Unbelievable, isn't it?
Yes, she is quite the marvel.
I see what you did there, and you're
Friendship
not
point.
wrong. Never met a gal who could throw me into the sun before.
She is a formidable ally in our struggle against Lilith.
Hell yeah, she is.
Blade's got a crush.
Smart, quick-witted, fearless.
Blade's got a
Hell,
crush.
She even glows.
And do you find all of your allies equally impressive?
And the hunter notices.
Yes. No. Wait. What are you trying to say?
You are not used to expressing feelings of affection, are you?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
My apologies.
And if I did, this ain't my first rodeo, you know?
Of course it is not. Whatever a rodeo is.
Yeah. Well, now that that's settled, maybe I should go sharpen my stakes or something. And maybe we should keep this chat to ourselves for now.
What chat? Wink, wink.
I take it you found our gatekeeper. Then let me explain what's going on. When Hydra isn't preoccupied with world-ending scenarios, they spend a lot of their free time terrorizing the citizens of New York through various low-level operations.
Yep.
It's fairly routine stuff for heroes these days, and worst case, we'll still get some fresh intel in the process. Why don't you check the mirror table and see what we've got on our plate?
And now we're getting even more sandboxy, because it's just starting to introduce us to... I mean, there's only one choice right now, but eventually there will be multiple choices every round with each day that you wake up. And you can go through as many day-night cycles as you want. It's not Majora's Mask. There's not a countdown in this game. It just, like, you need to reach certain plot points by doing missions in order to progress. But, like I said, it gets to a part where it's just very... It's a linear kind of loop, and you just kind of move along that line and progress as long as you want to, and then accomplish story objectives when you want to. Okay, so now it's giving me the choice. Carol has to come with us on this one, but we also have a combat bonus with Ghost Rider. We could bring Magik, we could bring Nico, we could bring Doctor Strange, or Tony. I will go ahead and bring Ghost Rider. Although I'm excited to bring every character, because they're all fun to watch in combat. And like I said earlier, Magik is a lot of fun with her portals, especially when she has some upgraded abilities.
I did the math. It would actually be faster for me to fly.
So what is stopping you?
The shockwave would shatter most of the glass in my approach path.
It is, Horace.
That is not good.
Hard to believe, isn't it? This is from the same team that made, or at least part of the same team that made XCOM. It flew under a lot of people's radar back in 2022, and the only reason I got it is I found an article on the Myth Caretaker Talk.
Dr. Banner has confirmed that the gamma signatures in the area match those of Faustus's weapon. We need to recover whatever intel we can if we're going to find out exactly what's going on down there.
Yeah, and welcome in, by the way. So, the only reason I got it is that I found an article that was just basically, like, trying to help the game not fly under the radar. Like, it was just saying, hey, this is a game I'm having a lot of fun with, and, like, no one knows about it. I was like, oh, that's interesting. I'll check it out. It was like a month or two, maybe even within a month of me bringing the channel back in early 2023. So this would have been late 2022 when I first got it. So it was a pretty new game, and it's outstanding. It's a shame it didn't do very well, because it seems to have resulted in not only not a lot of additional content being developed, but I don't think there's going to be another Midnight Suns, nor will there necessarily be another XCOM, at least not in the near future. Not the way things are looking, unfortunately. Okay, so... Ooh. Draw cards until you have 3 in your hand. Well, I actually don't have any other Captain Marvel cards, so we're going to do that first. Okay, Drain Soul. Let's go ahead and do this. His voice is so good. A lot of the voice acting in this is just phenomenal. I got one step ahead. Oh, wow. I didn't realize I had a second one of those. Nice. Okay, unfortunately... Oh, there is one more. That card was quick, so I get my card play back.
How invigorating.
Nate! How you doing, man? Good to see ya. Okay, so we're going to smack this dude into the helicopter. We don't have a lot of time. Tell you what, let me go ahead and replace the heal, because I don't need heals yet. Forceful knockback in any direction, but Ghost Rider takes damage. I can use Drain Soul on the helicopter, which is hilarious to me. Create a drop with an increased chance to KO enemies for 2 turns. I might do that next turn, because that's a fun one. But for now, we're just going to hit this dude in the helicopter. There's no way to get him to hit it in such a way that he dies. Hope your Sunday's going well, Nate. Always good to see you, man. And definitely good to be back to streaming. Holy crap, I was gone too long. I can already feel it now that I've been streaming for a bit. It's like, oh yeah. Like, this is that thing that I was having a lot of fun doing at the end of January before everything broke. Well, not everything, but enough. Okay. I have no more card plays. I have no heroism, so I can't do any environmental attacks. Let's go ahead and end the turn.
By her command.
Need to get that helicopter taken care of ASAP.
You're gonna regret that.
It has a lot of health points, too, so it's not going to be easy. Alright, so we got the weak status effect. Reinforcements are incoming. Looks like just minions.
Maybe you should call a few more.
Okay, so forceful knockback any direction. Alright, so this will eliminate him and do more damage to the chopper. Ghost Rider will take damage, but that's fine. Oh, nice. Yeah, let me use one step ahead. Mainly because it gives me 2 more heroism. Apparently also levels me up. At least that time. Ooh. You're in for it now. Perfect. Okay, so I have an idea. Every time I use this card, the chain number increases. When Ghost Rider KOs a number of enemies and fills the souls meter, he will draw a copy of Drained Souls. Increase friendship with Ghost Rider to improve this passive. Nice. So he just automatically gets a copy of that. Love it. Okay, so Captain Marvel, would you kindly... Oh, nope, don't have the heroism for that. Only have enough... That's not close enough to the chopper. Athenon, thanks so much for hanging out, man. Always good to see you. Have a great rest of your day, and I will see you soon. Hope your shift treats you kindly. Okay, well, here's what I'm going to do. I don't have any card plays left, so I'm going to use Ghost Rider to hit this dude as hard as I can. Yeah, I'm trying to get to the chopper. I still haven't used the delay ability yet. Yeah, it gets more and more powerful as well, Hyperion. Just finished work for the day? Nice. Welcome in. We're still streaming for another hour or so. So we can find a stopping point after that. So vibe all you like. Good to see you, man. Okay. End turn.
They're not living up to their reputation.
I will have. My phone is not in the room with me.
We'll have to do better than that.
Alright, reinforcements incoming.
But here come their friends.
What are we waiting for?
Uh-oh. Alright, let's go ahead and delay the helicopter. It's a shame this doesn't do damage to it. It just slows it down. Alright, now we need to get enough... I have no heroism at the moment, unfortunately. I need 3 in order to use Photon Beam. I only have 2... Hold on. Trying to think of what the best way to do this would be. This is going to be pretty close, because I don't have a lot of strong abilities yet. When an enemy is knocked back into a drop, they have a chance to be instantly KO'd. Yes. I know. Alright, so I do have access to Fists of Radiance. It's not going to knock back, but it will do plenty of damage. Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and...
Let's do it.
Smack the helicopter. And pretty much one more hit from anything will take it out. Got 3 turns remaining. You can see that in the upper left. Okay. Don't have anything I can do right now with my remaining points, so let's end the turn.
We serve until the end.
And he just blew himself up. You're attacking the glowing binary superhero that can take more damage than anyone. Yeah, okay.
I will make you suffer for that.
Okay, someone attack the hero.
What are you waiting for?
Alright, so... Perfect. Let's throw this dude into the helicopter.
Not bad.
I win. Now we just have to finish combat. Let's see. Forceful knockback, any direction. That's a 54% chance. This is a 30... Really? Really? I'm still going to try it. It's a coin flip, but we'll try it. Please. Yay, got him. Alright. That worked out. Now I have no heroism to speak of. Let's go ahead and end the turn.
We're losing ground.
Perfect timing. We had 2 turns to do that, so I used that at the last possible chance I could have. That's kind of lucky.
I can only endure so much.
Alright, let's heal the hunter.
Let us see if they have an answer for this.
Oh, hang on. That is never, ever, ever not satisfying. God, that's great. Okay. Unfortunately, the knockback ability that I have here... Hold on. God, I want to use Hell Ride. But I don't think I'm going to really have an opportunity to. Let's go ahead. This hurts me, but I'm going to get rid of Photon Beam. Yeah, I wonder that too, Hyperion. Like, it's not really that clear. I can do one more... Yeah, let's redraw Drain Soul. I don't need Drain Soul. I got another Hell Ride. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you so much. Game. That's useful to me. And by useful, I mean not. Do I have a move? I do, but the... the move I have... See, the character I need to hit with is the hunter. I would like to be able to hit this character into the hunter. So I can't. I can't. There's nothing I can do here. As much as I hate it, let's just end the turn. It's probably going to cost me a star, but it's okay.
You cannot stop me like that. We have the upper hand for now.
Skadoosh. And that's that.
Seems like it'd be cheaper just to replace you guys with robots. I bet Tony would cut Faustus a deal.
Burn.
Well done. If Hydra wasn't paying attention before, they are now. Stay sharp.
Oh, I'm sharp, all right. Those baby blues are onto something.
Count on it.
If Athenon were still here, he'd be reacting to that. Yep, 1 star. 1 measly star. Okay, so 62 gloss. So I wonder if it's 60, 80, 100. I wonder if that's what it is for the stars. Because we got 1 star for 60. Or maybe it's just 80 for 2 stars, 100 for... Because you always get 1 star no matter what. You'll do it for him, Nate? I'm sure he appreciates it. He's watching the VOD later. He'll freak out on his own and leave a comment. Mission rewards are tied to hero level, so as the hunter gains levels in combat, the rewards offered on future missions will improve. Don't worry about leveling every hero. As the hunter's level increases, any weaker heroes will automatically level up, so they don't fall far behind. Any higher difficulty levels, all heroes level up faster, granting access to higher rarity rewards sooner. Nice. Oh, hey, Magik.
Feeling a chill, Magik?
You could say that. I've been staring at the night sky trying to figure it out.
Figure what out?
You're observant, Hunter. You tell me.
You were trying to figure out how to bring Wanda back.
Close, Hunter. But no. Something much more sinister has grabbed my attention.
Sinister?
When I was holding
His
the
swords are nice.
trans-dimensional door for you back there, I sensed something was at the docks with you. Something dark and familiar.
What did you see, Ileana?
I did not see, I said. I sensed something there. But that's not the only thing I sensed today.
Oh?
Something has shifted in Limbo, but I cannot quite put my finger on it. All I know is that whatever is happening is also strangely familiar to me. And when all you knew was darkness and despair growing up, that warm, fuzzy feeling of familiarity is not just a warning sign, but an alarm bell.
Danger is familiar to me, too.
I know what you mean. Danger is something I am a little too comfortable with myself. Reminds me of my
If
mother.
this does not get me a friendship point, I swear to God, Ileana.
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
understand.
Thank you.
Not many can. I'd like to be left to my thoughts now, Hunter.
Okay.
I still have a lot of thinking to do. While I try to make sense of what I felt at the docks and the energetic shifts that ripple through Limbo. I will let you know if I do.
Okay. Oh, random cutscene. Oh, that's weird. That happens less often once the game's loop lets you fully, like, it basically cuts you loose. You don't get teleported around randomly as much. Few heroes are available to hang out with the hunter in the common room. Engage with a hangout to earn friendship points. Oh, and hang on, there's some stuff.
We're ending their war. It's a slow burn.
Let's do this before we do anything else. Random loud car going by outside. Sorry if that came through the mic. Yeah, Horace, it's funny that you mentioned, when you came in, like, this is a Firaxis game. I put that in the title because I figured it would catch people's attention. You're actually the first to comment on it. I did mention early in the stream that it was a Firaxis title and explained the connection. So, like, people who were here might not have felt the need to ask, but, like, it's definitely an eyebrow raiser. Like, wait, what? This is Firaxis? Like, it just doesn't, you don't necessarily expect it, but it's so good. And there are certain enemies in combat that, like, it's impossible to ignore the XCOM influence on the character design. Like, impossible to ignore.
Hey, for someone they just dug up, you look pretty fresh.
You've already said that, Nico. Nico is continuing to hit on me. Ooh, I have a choice.
Yo,
Carol,
I'm just glad we didn't
Robbie,
get pulled over.
Dr. Strange,
Hell ride isn't exactly
or Blade.
legal.
Let's hang out with Blade. Meditation. Meditating in sunglasses. It's so extra. Oh my god.
I should be training.
You need to go?
No, I'm just not the kind of person who takes a lot of breaks.
It's interesting. I think the way they portrayed Blade in the movies, I'm not too familiar with Blade from the comics, but the way they portrayed him in the movies, like meditation seems in line with, like, Wesley Snipes' presentation of the character. Like, you could see him in moments of, like, stillness where he was, like, fighting his inner demons or whatever. At least that's what I seem to remember. Maybe I'm hallucinating that. It's been a long time since I've watched the Blade movies, I'm not going to lie.
If you never rest, you will never recover.
Yeah, I know. Muscles don't get thicker if you work them every day.
That's totally fair,
if I'm
Horace.
not training, I'll lose my edge.
A guy named Blade is worried about losing his edge?
Shut up. And you're the third person to tell me that, so don't look so impressed. We should do this again.
Nice. So we love the activity. We've unlocked a new swimsuit for Blade and a new epic Abbey outfit for the hunter. Nice. Oh yeah, that's right. We have to open the library door. Sarah. Or not Sarah, Agatha.
I'm almost getting used to seeing you on your feet again.
Almost, huh?
I'm glad to see you're getting comfortable with the words of power, Hunter. If you're going to continue our little investigation of
Oh, that'd
the
be fun,
Abbey,
Mel.
they'll be vital to your success.
Investigation?
We need to have our first one soon. I would like to. Probably after I finish moving. So like late May at the earliest. I know that's still a ways off, but
Be the most powerful.
Just what in the hell do you think you're doing?
here she comes.
Standing in the library?
I've given you free rein so you could get back on your feet, but I never thought you'd pull something like this.
What is it you think I am doing exactly?
Good question.
Don't be coy. It does not suit you.
No, he's responding to your unreasonably aggressive reaction with an appropriate open-ended question, Caretaker. Ball in your
told
court.
you how hard it's been since
Don't
we
deflect.
lost Agatha. Instead of letting it rest, you decide to reopen the wound.
Reopen whose wound?
Oh, Sarah. I never thought of this place like that.
Exactly.
Of course you didn't. And now it's done. Why should I ever stand in your way?
What grief looks like when it's toxic.
That anger wasn't meant for you, dear. You know that, right? Don't hold it against Sarah.
She may try to mask her feelings, but you know she is struggling with what happened. Why are you hiding from her?
For most people, the captivating relationships of their lives are formed over a matter of days and years. Sarah and I spent centuries together exploring this world, fighting the darkness, watching cities and even nations form and then crumble. And yet we persevered together.
You still have not answered my question.
It may be difficult to understand, but she needs this time. Sending Wanda away, sealing the library, that elaborate memorial she conjured up, she didn't waste any time trying to bury what happened.
You are right. I do not understand.
It isn't up to me to reveal myself. It's up to her to accept what happened and allow herself to grieve.
Mm-hmm.
When that happens, we'll see each other again, but not before.
I trust you will do what is right for Sarah. So, what is it you are looking at here?
Yes, we should get back to the real reason I asked you to meet me here. Wanda's journal. The Abbey grounds have a great deal of history. Many of its secrets remain hidden, even after all this time.
Even to you?
Even to me. Wanda had taken to exploring the grounds in search of a strange energy we both sensed. Knowing that Sarah had no intention of waking you to investigate, Wanda felt it was up to her to take your place. Of course, being the clever girl that she is, her notes are written in an ancient, transient cipher that I've only just begun to understand. Have a look at the first entry.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil the story and how it unfolds, because it's obviously, if you can't tell from how charged those emotions were, it's a pretty important subplot.
Hello.
But Caretaker can be a frustrating character. I'll say that much so far, because it's obvious from just this stream. Making the rounds. February 11th, 1692. They've been at it all night, breaking down doors, ransacking the cottages, and hauling off the young women. Demons, they say. The devil, they say. Nonsense, I say. It's that blasted Inquisition. Never met one so corrupt and sinister as the great Hiram Shaw. The missus and I will grab the boy and be out before nightfall. I'm just not going to ask questions. You're an adult. You can do adult things, and that involves making adult decisions, which may or may not be good or bad. But yeah. She's a frustrating character. Mythico-zoological. The Wild Hunt. Though the occurrence of the phenomenon is widely overreported, there are still well-documented cases of the Wild Hunt occurring in modern times. If one wishes to hear the hounds of Anwen as they course overhead, areas of historic suffering are always an excellent place to start. And as to look upon them is to look upon death itself. Best to wait until Selenian illumination is at its lowest point. I need to read Wanda's journal, but I need to read all the lore first, because I'm getting arcane knowledge from this, and it actually does. The world according to Loki, by Loki, true ruler of the 10 realms. Someone of my background and skill set must find interesting ways to pass the nearly infinite stretches of boredom. To be blunt, I do seek power and conquest, as many have alluded to in the past, but I also seek out my own forms of entertainment. This, I believe, adds the spice of life to many of these so-called heroes' rather dull existence. It's quite easy to do what you are told. Follow orders, stay in line, do not oppress the weak, blah, blah, blah. Where's the challenge there? Imagine my dear brother Thor's adolescence without the occasional giant spider manifestation to create chaos and liven things up a bit. Without my contributions, his younger years would have been a never-ending series of training exercises while listening to our father ramble on for all of eternity. I like to think that Thor welcomed the occasional serpent attack on the city of Asgard. Moments like those give him a chance to show off and flex those meathead muscles of his. Without me, he would be on his own, searching out trouble. I merely bring it right to his front door so he can play hero. However, there were times that he was not quite thrilled when I took what I consider to be exciting and unique creative liberties. I do not think he especially liked being turned into a frog or a woman, for that matter. We did have fun, didn't we, dear brother? Well, at least I did. Why does Loki hate the day after Wednesday? Because it's Thor's day? How dare you, Jen? February 17th, 1692. Found out. It wasn't long before they found us. I could see the torches moving about at the edge of the forest. The group held back for a bit before a single torch approached. The figure came up toward the entrance and placed a hand on the rock face, just a stone's throw away from where I was perched. I moved closer and could see that it was Shaw himself. He moved his hand over the rock and said something strange I couldn't quite make out. A low groan started up and bits of the ceiling began to rain down on me. I leapt back and toppled into the chamber below me where the others were huddled together, shrieking. So if you haven't, it's been fairly obvious, but the game's subplots are very, very closely interwoven with Salem lore and the Salem witch trials. So there's a lot. Obviously, they take several historical liberties, but at the same time, there's a lot of connection to that. Excerpt from Wanda's journal. I have to restore what I've taken from the altar. The damage I've done can only be reversed when all the elemental rods have been returned. I already found the water rod.
I'm sure it still seems a bit cryptic, but Wanda was definitely on to something. If you remember my altar, that's where she was conducting her experiments.
An investigation that involves experiments. Why do I feel like you are going to get me into trouble?
Because she is.
Since when has that ever stopped you? Let's meet out at the altar. I'll try to do a better job of explaining from there. Charlie will show you the way if you've forgotten.
Ready to go? Let's go, Pupper.
She believes in our purpose.
Nice. Alright, so that pushed me over the arcane level. 25% bonus resources from pickups. Nice. Runners increase their arcane level, successfully using words of power, exploring the Abbey grounds, and even petting Charlie will grant arcane knowledge, which can increase the hunter's arcane level. At higher arcane levels, the hunter will gain increasingly powerful rewards from the Abbey grounds and arcane chests. So much sandboxing. Alright.
Like most things on the grounds here, there's more to this place than meets the eye. Do you remember the words I taught you as a child?
Are you going to make me say it?
Humor an old, dead woman.
Hocus pocus.
What do you know?
You haven't lost your touch, dear. The words may be simple, but these plinths won't appear for just anyone. Each represents one of the basic elements, their power activated only by the elemental rods they would normally be holding.
And where are the elemental rods now?
Scattered to the wind, unfortunately. A side effect of Wanda's experiments here.
Let me guess.
That's right. I want you to find the missing rods and return them here. Hopefully, as I decipher Wanda's journal, her notes will aid in this.
But you have not actually told me what the greater purpose is here. What are we doing this for?
All in good time, dear. After what happened with Wanda, I'd rather you take things slowly. In fact, I don't want you overthinking this little project. There's no rush, and you don't have to help if you don't feel like it. But there is one more thing before I head back to the library.
First arcane key.
An arcane key?
Just a little something. A token for your efforts so far. The key can be used to open that chest nearby. Like so many other oddities around here, those chests tend to appear before those who deserve them most. Make yourself that person.
That seems intentionally vague.
It's more fun that way, isn't it? I'll be in the library working on the translations if you need me, dear. Good luck.
So that actually reminds me, one of the hotkeys that I want to try to change, which you can't change within the menus of the game, but I suspect if I go into the game's files, I might be able to find something similar to changing Civilization 6 hotkeys. I would imagine there might be a corresponding hotkey file for this game in a similar directory. The right mouse button will skip any dialogue that you're listening to. And sometimes, like, because as I've lamented in other series, the mouse that I have right now, which I'm probably going to replace pretty soon, it's a new mouse. I got it with this machine, but like the mouse that I have now, the buttons are pretty sensitive. Like if my middle finger is sitting on the right mouse button and it just happens to move a little, I can sometimes just accidentally press the button when I have no intention to. And I will try to change that so that we're not skipping dialogue. It's better left unskipped. Okay, that's not the one I have. There we go. Water rod.
Old magic still holds.
She-Hulk proudly holds the scales of justice in one hand and her briefcase in the other, ready to face the courtroom. This card represents justice and fairness and righting the wrongs of the world. Okay, so she wanted me to open this. I have 2 arcane keys. Nice. They reset periodically, so you can unlock them again and again. Recovery nanobot. Select a hero to cure. Free. Cool. Hey, chicken mushroom. I'll take it. And a warehouse. Or, why did I say warehouse? Wolfsbane. Glowing vessel. Glowing apothecary vessel. Oh, there's more up here. Hang on. More wolfsbane as opposed to warehouse. Wow, there's a lot of wolfsbane. Exploring the Abbey grounds from this point on is optional. It can be done at any time without regard to the main story. When you're ready, return to your quarters and go to sleep each night to start the next day. So they're starting to turn me loose, which I appreciate. Domino knows the way in which the wheel will turn and shows the answer in the playing card she displays. This card represents luck and good fortune, along with opportunity in the future. At this point, I'm just running around looking for reagents. There's some witch hazel. From what I can tell, I'm pretty sure it's giving me more reagents too, the same way it gives me more of the essence, which I'm not going to complain about. From a streaming perspective, it'll mean less running around looking for resources. Which is, I don't mind on my own, but when we're recording, the faster this kind of gameplay can yield results, the better. Death stands before the Black Vortex, surrounded by the prized Infinity Stones, tempting us with possibility. This card represents transformation and entering a new phase of one's life. So much warehouse. I know. Okay, let's look up here. Another chicken mushroom. Data journal page. Hunter's Journal, July 15th, 1710. My favorite days are those with Agatha. She even talks more than Sarah sometimes, but it doesn't feel like a drawling lecture. She's always smiling, and her face lights up when she tells me about all the plants, trees, and mushrooms that we come across. I never thought I would find myself excited to share the healing properties of moonflowers or dryad saddles. Agatha tells me that one day knowing these things will come in handy, but for now it's just fun to learn them. Wanda's journal, February 22nd, 2020. I've said I'm sorry. Horse, you think they'll add this sandbox feature to XCOM 3? Doubtful. I also... I hope XCOM 3 happens. They're going to have to do it with a different group of people or bring some of the same people back together somehow. I don't know. Like, the team that made XCOM 2, from what I understand, doesn't work at Firaxis anymore. There's a really unfortunate story from about a year or two ago. Some downsizing that they did. Really sucks. And I think it was in part because this game didn't do as well as they hoped. Wanda said, I'm sorry so many times today, I might as well say it here too. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened out there. Agatha and I train at her altar all the time, but something was different. Somehow this time I lost control. Agatha could have been hurt, and it would have been my fault. Damn, I need to figure this stuff out. Caretaker isn't looking at me the same. Agatha makes it look so easy, and I just make everything harder. We'll find a way to draw the elemental energy back to the altar, and we'll try again. We always do. P.S. Somehow I broke the cauldron too. I wasn't even in the library today. Poor Wanda. As always, she's too powerful for her own good. New haven discovered. The Scenic Hill. That'll come in handy for friendship points at some point in the future. There are numerous haven locations on the Abbey grounds. Once discovered, a haven can be used for a special daytime hangout with a hero where the friendship rewards are increased. Each haven can be used only once. Each hero can attend a single haven over the course of the game. So you basically have to invite each hero to a special spot. And you get one shot. So make it count, basically. Here's this altar, which I don't have access to yet, unsurprisingly. There's some more witch hazel. It's such a chill game in the evenings cycle. Like, I mean, the daytime gameplay is really good too, but like the night gameplay is just so vibey. It's good. Yeah, you need to know them and their likes well before you invite them. Yep. You need to pay attention to what they tell you. There's lots of little snippets that you can pick up on by listening to the various ambient dialogue, which is why there is so much in the game. They provide you those hints on purpose. There's some more witch hazel. Oh, perfect.
Oster smiles upon me.
The Whispering Wood. There's another sealed vessel. Sealed apothecary vessel that remains within our still thoroughly protected victims of the witch trials. Ooh.
Elemental rod.
This quartz stone is so light it almost floats. Fluffy white and gray whorls conceal a core of roiling thunderclouds which emit small bursts of light from time to time. Alright, so we got the elemental rod. I'm going to keep foraging for resources for a second
There
here.
are cracks in this wall. This looks like a fairy ring.
Oh yeah, it is a fairy ring. Don't think I can do anything here yet, because I don't have the relevant power. So there's not a lot going on here. That's fire. Is this air? It is.
What was Wanda up to here?
Oh, that's where I got the other arcane key from. You get an arcane key from actually placing one of those, and there are 4 of them. Okay, that explains it. I was wondering where that came from. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's some oyster mushrooms. Won't say no to a few more reagents as I walk around. Oh, there's a bunch of them, actually. They're pretty easy to spot at the moment, so I'm going to take the opportunity to grab them. Now, if I'm not mistaken... Okay, yeah, I know, right? Yummy. What's these? F to pay respects. These are the original Midnight Suns. Lights up statue.
Grave of Jeremiah Kane, another host of the Spirit of Vengeance. I wonder if he was as conflicted as Robbie is about being a Ghost Rider.
Robbie's conflicted about it? I'm not aware of that yet. Nice, collected a masterwork. In addition to the paintings already hanging on the Abbey walls, masterworks can be found scattered around the Abbey grounds. Masterworks can be hung in any empty frames inside the Abbey. Anything else going on out here worth exploring, at least? Not that I can tell. Okay. Nice. Here's another chest. Oh yeah, that's right. I never used the second one, so I still have 2. I got a common whole face prop and a common combat bonus. Let's open this one as well. Regal fireplace. Nice. So that's a rare schematic for the Hunter's Quarters and 45 credits. Speaking of credits, let's look around out here. Nothing? Okay. Charlie.
Hello, my sweet girl.
She's a good girl. Okay. To sleep. Dream sequence, I think. Yup. What's up, Jennifer?
Could that really be you? Come closer. I want to get a better look at you. After all these years, it is good to see your face again.
Wish I could say the same, Mother. Now enough with this deception and reveal your true form.
But this is my true form. The way I was when you were just a sweet, helpless little baby. You don't remember that, do you? Well, I do. Bringing you into the world was the happiest time in my life.
And taking you out of this world again will be mine.
Damn. I thought the words of power would open your eyes. But I should have known my sister and her pet witch would continue to withhold the truth from you.
And what truth is that?
The truth they are keeping from you. You need only.
Wait! Mother! Where did you...
Well, that was abrupt.
Was that really her?
I mean, it seems like it. WHIH Global News repost bot. A mysterious boom at an abandoned warehouse is to blame for broken windows, claim Brooklyn residents. The loud bang occurred late last night and is said to have cracked panes of glass in a 3-block radius. According to local authorities, there was no evidence of an explosion. Kids must have got their hands on some fireworks, said resident Eugene Blotko, 34. Happens the same time every year. Big bang, then off into the sky. Big bang, then off into the sky. Sounds like Carol. Nah, the hunter hits like a freight train. Must have been that. Don't be modest, Carol. You hit like a kraken. We all do our part, and we'll do it well together. Everyone's getting along. Where's the drama, the headbutting, the snarky passive aggression? Why did we leave that to the Avengers? Tony Stark. Ah, there it is. Unknown hero. Oh, here's more Jonah. Threat or menace. There's a new danger in our fine city, and as so often happens, it comes from Queens. Amateur online sleuths captured a JPEG. What? Why is that spelled out? Captured it. Okay, I'm not gonna ask. Of 2 suspected spider dupes, Blade and Captain Marvel, seen sneaking around a rooftop with a never-before-seen so-called hero, air quotes. Who is this leather-clad loon? What is their relation to the trash-talking web-slinger? And what sinister designs do they hold in their heart? Tony Stark, we're on J. Jonah's radar now. Prepare for some bad press. Blade. The Midnight Suns are here to do the job, not get the credit, unlike the Avengers. That's why your action figures never took off. I have an action figure? Yeah, Blade is immediately converted. Ileana, were you walking the Abbey grounds late last night? Yet. Weird. I saw a strange light out my window. We're the only ones here who have our own underglow, so I figured it was you. Maybe Carol was out for a moonlight stroll? No way. Captain Marvel isn't a soft glow. She's a portable sun. Also, you can't take a moonlight stroll during a new moon. Hashtag just what you think. Nico, you and the hashtags, I swear. Joshy, welcome back. I bet Jonah wrote that post himself. Yeah, he probably did. Blade just called Nico a nerd. Fair. Says the man who named his katana, keep pushing me and I'll share it with hashtag Blade Facts. That's a threat. That's what that is. That's a threat. I stopped by Agatha's shrine today. I had the strangest feeling, like, I don't know how to explain it. So, like, the Midnight Suns are starting to notice Agatha. They're starting to react to her presence and be able to see her. Robbie could see her glow, but not her. So it's like, interesting. Ileana Rasputin, like her hand was touching your shoulder? Huh, thought it was just me. See? Robbie Reyes, I hadn't been there since the service. Nico Minora, you should go. It's peaceful. If she were still around, I'm sure she'd want you to visit. So about the hashtag Astounding Spider-Man, are we going to do something about that? Yeah, he put his little spider neck on the line for us. Tony Stark, calm down, kids. There's a plan. Ileana Rasputin, there's always a plan. Why do we never act on that plan? Stephen Strange, I am certain our wall-crawling compatriot is doing just fine. That's great and everything, but he wouldn't be in this mess if it wasn't for us. We should at least track him down. If the rest of you won't do it, us kids will. Cool your jets, people. Head to the War Room. Central's highest priority is finding Spider-Man. Oh, hey. And research-wise, it looks like there's a new option available. Charlie.
Who is a good girl? It is my Charlie girl.
So, FYI, the female hunter's voice actor delivers that line just as awkwardly. And it's made me think a lot about what it's like to voice act as a particular character, especially a character that's meant to be, like, you can be good or be evil. But, like, how do you switch voices to, like, your animal talking voice? Like, because he says it really straightforwardly, like, who is a good girl? It is my Charlie girl. And it's like, you don't really hear the affection and the cutesiness, the playfulness that you would expect to hear someone saying that to their dog. But I think it's because, like, if Matt Mercer were to try to...
All right, let's go ahead and just go.
Oh my gosh, Copper. Copper, thank you so much. Holy crap.
Barn.
Barn.
So...
Can we get some barn spam in chat for Copper?
I know it's the barn, because it says barn. It also says Pleasant Valley, but it says barn. List says barn.
Screen says barn. Barn. Copper, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Good to see you. How the heck are you, man? Copper is one of our Discord community members who was definitely around a good bit while I was playing this in the Discord to test out the video card and everything. So, okay, so I see Nico and Robbie at the pool. Looks like Iron Man wants to talk. Yeah, see, now I have more access to the full gameplay loop, which is exciting. Thank you for the barn spam. Some credits, some more credits. There have been some gift bombs today, Joshy. I'm surprised one hasn't snagged you yet.
Well met, Hunter.
Thank you again, everyone who is still here, and regardless of whether you're still here, thank you in general for your enthusiasm and support today. I appreciate it, whether you have gifted memberships or not. It's good to have you all here, and it's good to be back. Alright, so I'm getting yelled at to do a bunch of things. been around a good bit today. I'm just working on breaking down cardboard to recycle. Yep, fair enough. Happy to provide some background noise. Oh, Tony has a hero help.
Can I ask a favor?
It's a hero request. The lifeline or the life of a superhero is complicated, and sometimes they could use your advice. Other times they might ask you for favors. Help heroes with their problems to receive new rewards. Tony Stark takes a break from his training, gives you a quick assessment as you approach. You're clearly the expert in demon hunting around here. What's your opinion on how we should train? Nate, how is the new game card doing for me? You mean the new video card? It's the same card. They didn't replace it. They fixed it. And that's one of the reasons I was gone as long as I was. It's like, I want to use it. Like, I want to use it until I feel like, yeah, this, whatever they fixed is like actually fixed, and I can confidently stream and use my machine without wondering, is it going to break again? So yeah, it's good. That's why we're here. You wrote and did Anki cards / kanji. Nice. Oh, Soul Disco. A true warrior values technology over brute strength. Repetition and study, not fire and fury. So we would get 27 credits for that. Or train like you fight with furious intent, no quarter, no mercy. So this would increase his injury chance in fights, and he would get a common ability, but his critical chance would also increase. So basically, if he got hit, there's a higher chance of him getting hurt. But this is a kind of, this allows me to develop Tony in a way that's kind of unique. I don't know if I want to have him be... I think he has enough heavy hitting abilities as is. Thank you, Jen. I appreciate you. Yeah, I'm going to go for the first option just for the credits. And we have the option to invite him to a haven. I'm not going to do that yet.
After meditating. Nice.
We can do some daily sparring. Let's see who we have access to. Let's spar with Magik.
Let's see if you're as good as they say. You are a capable...
+1 training XP, 3 friendship XP, and quick thinking.
Peace.
Alright, so there's the war room. Hold on. New Superlink post. Has anyone seen Hexes of the Faltine and the Dark Dimension Volume 2? I can't find it in the library. Is it leather-bound with a pentagon doodle? And snarls occasionally? I was wondering what that noise was. I've got it. Where? Under a table leg? Put it back fast and pray you didn't make it angry. In my defense, the table was wobbly. Tony. Yeah, I'm glad I'm reading these because it brings so much character out of the game. He's so irreverent, and it's gonna get him killed. Oh my gosh. Okay. Captain Marvel.
The intel cache we recovered from Hydra's gunship might seem sophisticated to the casual bystander, but they probably weren't expecting to go up against the likes of me. With Central's help, I can decrypt these babies in no time, providing us a valuable and fascinating glimpse into Hydra's twisted little minds. Any new leads?
Okay, let's go ahead and decrypt this.
Central will crack the code. Fascinating info here.
The not-so-good doctor at level 2.
I mean, I want to blast these creeps to the moon.
Okay,
now that we've
let's do that.
decrypted the intel,
Hero
let's
Ops.
put what we've learned to good use. Check out the available Hero Ops listed on Central.
Oh, I did not mean to click that, but okay. Artefastus may have escaped, but if he's smuggling artifacts through the streets of New York City, we have a chance to track him. We'll need some local assistance if we hope to narrow down the search, so send a hero to meet with the Devil of Hell's Kitchen. He'll be invaluable in tracking down the Hydra trucks if he's willing to help. Alright. Looks like Captain Marvel has to go on the first one, which is totally fine. Alright, so...
I'm here if you need me.
The Abbey is now yours to explore. Check your objectives and the map to see what is available, and look around to see if any heroes could use a hand. Missions are waiting on the mirror table when you are ready. If you would like to review any tutorials, they're always available from the settings menu. Well, that's it. Alright, let's go back to the Forge for a second. Being irreverent is part of his endgame. That's true. By the way, endgame. I see you, Joshy. I see you.
I'm quite pleased with these results.
Upgrade. Oh yeah, that's right. So now we have more abilities available. Supernatural fabrication. Yeah, let's go ahead and do the project that'll unlock the item bench. It's a very, very handy thing to have. And now we can analyze our gamma quartz.
Saving the world thing going. How does this look?
Gain 1 counter and 21 block. Oh, I forgot to activate the ability, so we didn't get the 4th one this time. Okay. Let's go for 1 step ahead and... Oh no, we can only go for the 1. So that's right. See, I've still got my endgame habits. Eventually you can pick 2. Gain 1 counter and 21 block. Yeah, let's do that. Forge upgrades. So this should allow the foundry. Yep. I should have done this first. That's my bad.
Finally getting some decent tech down here.
Like, you don't already have decent tech.
Always a pleasure. Welcome, Hunter.
Okay, so now we have to go to the mirror table. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to do, just as a grand finale, we're going to do one more mission. Let me take a look around. Oh, Tony's at the pool now. You can tell because he's got bright red and yellow swim trunks. Oh, interesting. Why do you... What?
We've got Hunter, my second favorite zombie superhero.
Wow.
Who is your first?
Tony, on 2 hours of sleep. So, what do you need?
Oh, cool.
I have questions for you.
Sure, ask away.
Tell me about yourself, Carol.
Quick
What
lore
in
drop.
particular?
Who were you before you became Captain Marvel?
Air Force pilot. I used to fly the unfriendly skies before I was attached to the
A
space
Mythian.
program.
Indeed.
And back then, I was entirely human.
You are not entirely human?
Not since I uncovered actual, for real aliens. There was an accident with some alien tech that rewrote my DNA, and now I'm half Kree.
I have never heard of the Kree.
Neither had I. They have a space empire. It's crazy to think they've been around far longer than you've been alive.
How did you become Captain Marvel?
How did Carol Danvers become Captain Marvel?
During my time with the space program, I found myself involved in a conflict between alien species, Kree and Skrulls. I got too close to a device called the Psyche Magnetron, and it completely altered me. A Kree soldier known as Marvel felt responsible for what happened and took me under his wing.
I'll never not laugh at
He was
that.
a hero in his own right, and we fought beside each other for years. He's gone now, but I took the name Captain Marvel as a tribute to what he stood for. Since then, I've made the name my own.
Athenon asks, do the mission maps ever get larger? Like in XO, you could start on one side of the map and have to travel to another side of the map to complete the minute mission. Oh, I think you mean like in XCOM. No, the missions in this, they kind of stay arena-like. You know, you're completing combat, and you're not really sneaking around. Oh baby, I ordered fries. I got an extra onion ring snacking with my fries. Hell yeah. It's better than the, you know, what's even better, right? Than a bonus fry? It's a bonus onion ring. Congratulations, Xenon. That's an achievement. Just how powerful
Your
are you?
strength is hard for
Not
me
a
to
Xenon.
fathom.
Captain Marvel.
With all this gamma weirdness keeping Banner in banner form, I'm Earth's mightiest Avenger. Once Thor realized the Hulk was in a class of his own, he was not happy to be in 3rd place. He still challenges me to arm wrestling contests, and loses. He's much less salty since I started calling him Asgard's mightiest Avenger.
Smooth.
How powerful would you say you are?
When someone says we need to call in the big guns, they're talking about me. Just don't say it in front of Bruce. The Hulk is an order of magnitude stronger, no question. But he doesn't have my precision, patience, or reliability. At least, that's how Bruce put it.
That much power. And it does not seem to have gone to your head.
I do get cocky sometimes, but I don't take any of this for granted, and I always remember where I came from. Arrogance is like punching the afterburner with your wheels down.
Tell me about the Avengers.
Sure, what about us?
How long have you been an Avenger?
Over a decade. Still hard to believe. We've been so busy dealing with one crisis or another, it's hard to mark the time. My coffee tally puts me just shy of 20,000, excluding the cups I forgot to track.
20,000 coffees as an Avenger. Holy crap. So this is good lore to pick up on as you are, playing the game for the first time, because it kind of differentiates the background lore of this game in the comic book universe from like the MCU, which kind of has its own lore. Obviously, it's grounded in the comics, but at the same time, it's definitely not. They take lots of liberties. What did you think of your team?
What are your thoughts on your fellow Avengers?
I'm with the team for a reason. I believe in what we do. All of us do. I'm sure you've noticed Tony can be abrasive, but I never doubt his commitment. He and Banner used to fight like cats in a sack. Thankfully, they seem to be past that. And I can't think of anyone better to deal with a mystical enemy than Doctor Strange. He's a little out of sorts right now, what with being pushed out of his home, but he'll adjust.
Do you think your team can find common ground with the Midnight Suns?
Look, I try not to get involved in team politics. I'll work with anyone who gets the job done. I don't care what team they're from.
Do all the Avengers feel the same?
No comment.
Thank you, Carol.
I should go.
Anytime. And hey, if you find the time, we should hang out.
I will consider that.
Of course.
Okay, I have a feeling this will be a pretty big grand finale.
How are you enjoying the library?
Oh, now you're...
I thought we were past that.
We are, but I'm still allowed to be annoyed with you. I expect a bit of pushback from the others, but not from you, Hunter.
Why not? When have I ever made things easy for you?
Touché.
You had your moments, few and far between, but that's exactly my point. You know what that place, what she meant to me, and you did it anyway.
I honestly did not expect it to bother you this much. Yeah.
If I had known it meant this much to you, I would have waited. It was not my intention to defy.
You can't make the Hunter responsible for your emotions, Caretaker.
Hurt, no. Defy, maybe. At the same time, I know I haven't been very open with you about everything that's happened.
At least we are talking now. Silence between us would only make things worse.
Yep.
You're right about that. We have bigger things to worry about. Like the mouthy alien tormenting Spider-Man as we speak.
He did risk
Venom.
himself for us without hesitation. We owe him for that, at least.
For once, I think the entire team is in agreement. It's only a matter of tracking Venom down.
I would just follow the trail of destruction, but maybe there is another way.
I'm sure we'll come up with something. Don't leave poor Spider-Man waiting too long now.
General missions. Unlike story missions, general missions are led by heroes other than the Hunter. The Hunter can be brought on these missions, but they are not required. General missions can be pursued at any time. A new story mission has also been added to the mirror table. This mission can be pursued at any time to advance the story. So, yeah. Let's go ahead and end... Well, we're going to do this last mission as a way to have our grand finale, because notice who our second team member is. The kids on their phones.
I would be rotting inside that creature's gullet if not for Spider-Man. Time to return the favor.
We'll find him. We're running facial recognition on every surveillance camera in the cloud. They just keep moving too fast.
Can't believe I'm saying this, but you think Team Spooky's doing any better?
Nothing.
Well, your inflection on that last dactyl was perfect.
Perhaps a magnetism rune.
Against a level 5 demon-alien hybrid? Where did you learn your magic? Demo Khan?
You know, you really do have a look.
Hunter's right. This isn't working.
On to plan C. Well, more like D.
Norman won't mind if I borrow a few Oscorp satellites at 45,000 feet, right?
Higher, further, faster, baby.
82nd and 5th. Well, between 5th and Madison now.
Guys, they're live. And they're trending.
Hashtag big alien.
Of course the hashtag saves the day. Of course it does.
Thanks. Now imagine if you had just asked for our help sooner.
No time for an after-school special. Patching it through. Patching it all through.
I feel like Tony would have thought of that. It's a little bit contrived that he didn't.
We need to hurry.
But I get it. Give the kids their moment. Alright, so we've got the Hunter. We've got Spider-Man. And... what do you think? We could bring Blade. We could bring Ghost Rider. We could bring Doctor Strange. Iron Man, Magik, or Nico. Magik has a combat bonus, but we don't have a lot of abilities unlocked for Magik. We don't actually have a lot of extra abilities unlocked for anyone. Any strong preferences in chat? Oh, wait a minute. We can only pick one, obviously, because we have the Hunter and Spider-Man required. Yeah, exactly, Athenon. Okay, we got to vote for Nico. I mean, it's... depending on how many people decide to be active in chat right now, like this... we may or may not have a consensus, but we'll find out. Okay, so we got to vote for Nico. We'll go with Nico. Let's see. We have the Recovery Nanobot. Second vote for Nico. There we go.
It's impressive how much Spider-Man has been able to handle on his own.
I've never seen anyone move with such speed and agility.
If Venom was coming after me,
What's
I'd
up, Carol?
probably move that quick too.
Wait, why are you standing here?
Venom seems like an ongoing problem.
Oh, that's
I wonder
cool.
If there's any particular reason why he hasn't been locked up or put down over the years.
There are always heroes that are like standing here in costume, like ready to like talk to you as you go in, and I never take the time, but that's a good touch. I like that.
Venom has taken to the rooftops, and he's tossing just about anything he can find onto the streets below. There are innocent people down there. Get them to safety before it's too late.
Yeah, Spider-Man pulls his punches all the time. Speaking of Spider-Man, let's go get him. It's time for him to be something more than just a supporting character. This really is a good point to end on today. I'm happy with this.
Stay safe, ma'am!
I should probably tell you the same thing.
Jeez, you'd think he'd at least have tennis elbow or something by now?
Spider-Man, we shall scorch your bones and bring them home to Mother!
Subdue this animal and bring it to Site 1.
We'll squish your face and eat your...
Hydra Bob joined Hydra for the dental plan. R.I.P. Hydra Bob.
I'd seriously consider switching occupations if I were you, friend.
Oh my god, that's amazing. Hydra Bob.
At the end of the day, it's all about the coworkers.
Hell yeah, it is. Oh, that is epic. Let's go. Grand finale, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we got some civilians that are pinned. Generate heroism to use the rescue civilian card. Watch out for objects thrown by fallen venom. Alright, so we need to, all three of us move. Any heroes inside the target area will take damage at the end of the turn. Use move or abilities to reposition heroes and avoid damage. Knock enemies into the targeted area to turn the tables on them. Yep. Taunt Venom. Gain 6 heroism. Alright, so there are 2 bonus cards out in battle. Nico has Roulette. With her unpredictable staff of 1, many of Nico's abilities may have random effects. These effects are determined when the ability card is drawn and are indicated by the Roulette keyword. Hydro Bob is a friend of Deadpool's. You have an equipped combat item. Use spacebar to access and use your equipped combat item. Yep. Combat items are free.
Really nice of you all to come by and visit the old neighborhood.
Alright, so quick kick is a quick knockback.
Fathom why one of my mother's fallen is so obsessed with you.
I'm not sure what any of that means, but Eddie and I were doing our thing here in New York way before those horns grew out of his head. I've never known him to pick on civilians.
Okay.
We need to get these people out of his way.
That's unfortunate. I wonder if... Hold on. This might... I might have to restart the mission if I do this, but it's letting me hit this guy into that fallen civilian, and I'm wondering if that actually will clear the crap. Because that would be a really easy way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Good one.
No. Okay, so it lets me rescue them now. But first, hang on. I have some knockbacks that I can use, and I want to use them. It's just that I want to try and get the quick bonus if I can. And unfortunately... Yeah, don't love that. Alright. Draw 2 Spider-Man cards. Of course, we'll knock back in a new direction. Discard a random card. Alright, it's worth it. I'm going to get rid of this guy.
You had your chance to
Might even move him out of the danger zone from Venom's attack. And I lost Spider Sense. You know what? I'll take it. Okay, Blood Magic. I want you to apply Blood Magic to... Wait, what? Remind me what Blood Magic is again? Attack cards have Lifesteal. Interesting. Oh, nice. I'll actually be able to kill this dude now. Alright, or, sorry. Knock him out. Air quotes.
Weak, even for Hydra.
Alright, so we got the card play refunded. We got Call to Action, which gains 6 heroism. Alright, let's move Nico out of danger. I don't necessarily want to use her card this turn, but I want to move her out of danger. Let's go ahead and rescue. We can shoot for a higher star rating if we get this stuff done quickly. That was honestly a waste of the move. I should have just used Nico to rescue the civilian. That's my bad. Okay.
Let me help.
That is very glowy blood.
I will return the favor when I can.
Okay. Oh, nice. This will actually almost completely eliminate this dude. Sorry, man. Not your day. Alright, then we have this, which we will throw at him, and now his shield is completely gone. What else do we have? We've got this. We only have 1 heroism left.
Here we go.
Nice. Didn't do a ton of damage, but I'll take it. No card plays left. End turn.
As long as you're ready for the counter.
Slow me down.
Where do they keep finding these guys?
Looks like 2 more minions. Oh, Frenzy. Overloaded. Okay. Oh, wow. That's not good. We're going to have to move all three of them. All right.
Lilith must not have left instructions for Hydra on how to control her new pet. Can't say I feel sorry for them, but there's still civilians trapped here too.
I really hope this moves Nico out. It does. Perfect. So we're mainly just doing this to generate heroism, but it did generate marked. Alright, so I could use this to gain 6 heroism, and then I'd be able to do more stuff. Yeah, let's go ahead and redraw whipped, and then... Oh, this is going to be rough. So Venom is going to throw something that's going to... So what's happening here is this dude's going to blow himself up, but Venom is also throwing stuff at the same area. So we need to ideally... I don't know. Oh wait, didn't mean to do that. Let's go ahead and take the Hunter and move him out of harm's way. Is there anything else he can do? He's just got his heal ability. So yeah, I just want him out of harm's way completely. Okay, so I can blow this thing up and it'll kill this dude. Let's go ahead and do that. The Hunter will move. Actually, come to think of it, that's another wasted move because I could have just done that to begin with. Just need to look out better for these things. Okay. I just need to get Spider-Man out of position. So, if I use this card, he should move. Or maybe not.
Nice! Let's do this!
However... Let's see. This has a knockback. I'm really hoping...
Maybe, I don't know, you should have asked Lilith for cooler outfits?
I think Frenzy works in terms of a countdown. Okay, now I definitely need to move. I don't have any more moves. Let's see if I can... There's nothing on this side at this point that I can use to get him out of the way. Although I could rescue the civilian who's over there. So yeah, Spider-Man, you go do that. Perfect.
Don't worry, I got you.
All civilians are safe.
The civilians are clear. It's open season on Hydra and their pet monstrosity.
They will be the next to fall in the hunt.
Wow. You two ever work with a guy named Craven?
No, but his movie didn't do too well. Okay, so... End the turn, because we have no card plays left. This will actually help a little bit. Only gonna hurt that guy.
We serve until the end.
Taking the shot.
Spider-Man's vulnerable. Alright, so that guy's going to be frenzied as well.
Now's your chance to hone those skills of yours. Don't leave any Hydra standing.
You're lucky to still
Card play refunded, and we'll get the Taunt Venom ability. Not sure that I need it. Alright, let's use Swarm to take out this guy. Get him, Nico. Nico's most powerful attack yet. Let's go. KO.
Night-night.
Night-night indeed.
Let's try this.
Oh, nice. I don't often use Nico for environmental attacks. She just used telekinesis to lift that thing up. That was pretty cool. Okay, let's get Spider-Man the heck away from Venom. Nice. He moves using web. Because of course he does. Is anyone surprised? All right, we're going to use heal to heal up Spider-Man. And we'll still have one card play that generated 2 heroism. So I can apply bind to that guy. Make the next turn a little bit easier. Let's see how this goes. So this is a 2-stage mission. I think we'll have to finish this, and then we have a fight against Venom, if I remember correctly. Unless I'm thinking of a different point in the game. We're running a little bit over time on stream tonight, but I don't care. This is fun. Let's see. Change the cost of all heroic cards in your card to heroic cards in your hand to 0 until the end of turn. Okay. So I have 2 heroics. This only costs 1. This creates a knockback, but generates 1 heroism, so we'll take it. There's that.
That wasn't bad.
Thanks, Nico. Appreciate it. Alright, this should end it. And that's that.
Good one. We've got them all. Now let's get to Venom and stop all
Yep,
this.
that's what I thought.
No more games. No more running.
Could you maybe not be just like casually standing recording video of Venom for your social media feed? It's Venom. He will literally eat you.
But we hope you try.
Boss fights. Defeat Fallen Venom to complete the mission. Fallen Venom symbiote binds can be broken by attacking them with hero abilities. I know.
Look how fragile you are.
Alright, what do we got? Slash has knockback.
Actually try and help you, Eddie?
Help us. Help us. You took everything from us, Spider-Man.
2 down.
We will take your world.
Gonna put that down as a definite maybe.
Apply 1 vulnerable. I can't remember how long vulnerable lasts. But there's also random effects, so let's let Nico do her thing. Okay.
No pain.
I'm going to go ahead and redraw a couple of these, because I just think... Alright, there's Blood Magic. Apply 2 Strengthened to Nico or an ally. Yeah, let's redraw this one as well. Nice. This is better to have when there are lots of enemies, though. So what I'm going to do here, we're going to use this environmental attack to hit Venom for 15 points. Now he's got symbiote skin. And it doesn't look like there's anything else in range. So I'm going to go ahead and give this to Spider-Man since he's got Chain Strike. That might come in handy in a turn or 2. Yep, Chain Strike now does more damage. I just don't have anything left to do. Alright, let's end the turn. He's going to get some reinforcements. Yeah, we know. We know. Venom takes a page out of Spider-Man's book. He talks a lot of trash. A lot of trash.
Ugh, this thing smells as bad as it looks.
Reinforcements incoming. Nico is bound. Okay.
Spider-Man's lead here.
Oh, I got
the expert when it comes to Venom.
Very nice.
Thanks. I recommend giving him a wide berth, especially if he's feeling hungry. Hydra didn't train you for this, huh?
I'm confused. A maximum 2. That's right. Chain Strike has to be upgraded before I can do 4. I keep forgetting about that. Okay, so I'm going to use Quick Kick to take that dude out, but I have to move Spider-Man to do it. Watch this. I'm going to knock Venom back into the guy behind him. Even though that dude was collateral, that will give me the bonus. There's symbiote skin again. Card play refunded. I love that particular aspect of this. Okay. Draw 2 Spider-Man cards, gain 1 fast. I need to double check what fast does again.
Sometimes I even impress myself.
Heroic cards cost 1 less heroism to use for 1 turn. Nice. Alright, so I could use Chain Strike and do a good amount of damage to him. Or I could knock him back and that would do nothing because the knockback doesn't do any damage. I hate to waste Chain Strike on that. I don't really need the heal at the moment. Let's go ahead and replace that. Ooh, a whip. Alright, there are some environmental impacts here which would actually be quite detrimental to his health. Like that explosion. That would put him down to 40. Any others? Yeah, that's actually the best one. I am going to lose a card for this, because it's Whip. I'm hoping it doesn't take Chain Strike from me, but it might. Leveled up, nice.
I feel more like myself every day.
Alright, didn't lose Chain Strike, but we're out of card place. I do have 1 heroism, so we're going to use that to throw the box at him. Bonus Venom booty shot. Didn't catch that. Okay, end turn. We got 5 heroism. So he might be able to do some damage here, but ow. Yeah, ooh. Ow. Hunter's stunned. But we're coming into the next turn with an advantage. No, that wasn't very nice, Eddie. Eddie. Okay.
Wi-Fi heroes.
Wi-Fi heroes? What?
Mother's love. Your struggles are pointless, and they spoil the meat.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and use Nico to take Venom out right here. He will have a second health bar. When you knocked him back to the other guys, the camera was from behind. Oh, there we go. Alright, so he's downed. He's gonna get back up in a second. Nico's gonna level up. Powerful enemies like Venom may have multiple lives and will have to be KO'd multiple times to be defeated. How convenient. Thankfully, I have Chain Strike. Skadoosh. Skadoosh.
Whatever works.
Okay, so at this point, there's no reason. I could use redraws to get rid of attacks I don't need. Bind, I probably... Yeah, let's redraw this. I'm not likely to need Bind on Venom. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and use Blood Magic on, let's say...
You need this more than I do.
We'll use it on the Hunter. I don't have any Hunter abilities right now, but I'm kind of banking on the fact that I will get some in the next turn. Alright, let's end it. Stun removed. Cross your fingers, Legion. Reinforcements incoming. Lots of Nico abilities. And Spider Sense, which generates additional heroism. 2 more Spider-Man cards, but no hero abilities. I should have given it to Spider-Man.
I believe him. We need to put an end to this fight soon before he brings down the entire city.
Alright, let's go ahead and wreck these 2 using Spider-Man. Spider-Man gets so much more powerful later in the game. It's awesome. Okay. Ooh, apply 2 counter to Nico or an ally. I only have 1 card play, though. I'd rather hit him with Swarm, because that's a 40 damage bonus, along with Roulette. Let's see what Roulette does. Yeah, it's just luck of the draw, Jen. It hasn't gone the Hunter's way. Okay, do I need to redraw anything? Not really. I think I have 9 heroism. The only thing is, like, I just don't... There's nothing that can really hit him. that I'm aware of. At this stage in the game, anyway. There are ways that you can hit him with moves. We'll unlock those probably next stream, which will be on Thursday, by the way.
I cannot move.
Okay, that's less than ideal.
You will suffer for that. We sense your fear.
Alright, we're going to use Curse on the bind.
Suffer for us. Sorry, Eddie. Think you're just picking up a whiff of garlic from DeCarlo's. Tell you what, call off this ending the world thing, and lunch is on me.
The interesting thing is Venom's spike thing is going to kill both the enemies. Like, for sure. So, I'm going to go ahead and apply counter to Spider-Man, because he's within range of it.
This one's for you.
So hopefully when Venom hits him, he'll hit back. He's got the health to tank the hit.
Do I want to know what was in that?
No, you don't. And then let's go ahead and apply Weak to Venom with Nico. The only thing I'm worried about is if I end the turn, will these guys move out of the range of Venom's attack? Because right now they're both slated to die. Let's end the turn. We've got 10 heroism. Come on, Venom. Do your thing first, please. Yes, he's going to do it. All right, those guys are dead.
That was a cheap shot.
Oh, okay. So, from what I've seen, and as you just saw, counter doesn't always work in this game the way I expect it to. Deal damage to any enemy attackers for one turn. Yeah, he just... I mean, I guess because it was AoE, it doesn't count as an attacker. That's my theory.
Is that truly your best?
Spider sense. That's something that I've noticed more than once. It is what it is.
Looks like it's up to me.
The fight's still going well. I just think that counter really should have worked, but it didn't. Oh well. Let's go ahead and redraw both empowers here, see what we can do. Forceful knockback in any direction? Yes, please. What can I throw him into? If you throw him into Spider-Man, he'd have only 19 hit points. But I could also throw him into this, just into the environment, and he'd have 19. So let's do that, and that should remove his symbiote skin. Get wrecked.
We will make you feel regret.
That got rid of a quick kick, and that's fine. I didn't need the quick kick. So now we should be able to end this next turn. Spider-Man's bleeding, but I think he'll be okay. That's the Hulk's line, Venom.
No scampering away.
I know you got green eyes, but don't get envious now.
Man, this is just gross.
Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate, because the one with the damage-dealing abilities is Spider-Man. I didn't need him to get bound. Oh, but I've got Quick Slash.
Get
That's
him
good.
to stop eating people? I think he'd make a great addition to the team.
If we can get him to stop eating people, he'd make a great addition to the team. Funny you should say that, Nico. Alright, Chain Strike. Yep, let's go ahead and take care of both Venom. I think this should end the fight. Objective complete. Defeat Fallen Venom.
This is a great victory, everyone.
GG's. We did it.
Mother strength is eternal. We are eternal.
He fights like a damned Wendigo. Unstoppable.
Oh, he's not unstoppable. Just really annoying.
Why does Spider-Man have a random microphone taped to his back?
Good afternoon, Demo Venom! Here's a special request from all of New York to you, our slobbiest invaders since Thanos.
See, there's that Origins theme in the background that I was talking about.
Exceptionally loud! Had to get bit by a radioactive spider with really good hearing.
I was going to say, amazing.
That's what the kids tell
Yeah,
me.
taped to its back. That's where it was.
I think I'll pass out now.
Don't worry. I know a safe place.
Hell yeah, I do. Look at those blues. 2-star. I'll take it. Let's see if it's above 80. Okay, that's it. I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know how the stars are calculated. I thought we had a theory. I mean, it seemed like a good one. But we don't. Yeah, that ruined that. Exactly. Peter? Nico Minoru, speak with Nico. Okay, well, we will speak with Nico for sure, but I'm going to go ahead and save this game here. And let's see, a couple things. Let's hop back down to the bottom, and we will also get this going again. And, you know, we'll let this run again for a minute too. And are you going to actually play? No. Okay, I don't know why my... It's really weird. I don't know why my media hotkeys have randomly stopped working in the last couple of days. The media hotkeys on my keyboard, so like the things I normally use to like just play my background music and not. And what's worse is that like the setting, some of you in Discord might remember the other night, the setting that I thought I found that fixed it, like it's really intermittent. I didn't turn it.
Boots and pants and 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 boots.
Jen super chatted $5. Why didn't Tony Stark like his new assistant? Because he wasn't happy.
That, you know what? That's totally, well, that's actually not even a joke. That's just facts. That's just straight facts. He's not happy. Like you can't beat happy. It's not possible. Thank you for the $5 super chat and for all of the support tonight, Jen. I appreciate it, both in a mod sense and in a viewer sense. It's been a blast, everybody. This has been a great start to our next game. I think we will definitely stream again on Thursday for our evening stream, so keep an eye out for that. And of course, Against All Odds is back in the 1 p.m. time slot. We'll have an episode tomorrow. Champions have already had access to that. And come to think of it, I need to give the nobles access to that. Oops. That's one of the things I meant to do before stream, but I didn't write it down, and I had a million things to do. So if you're a noble, you'll have access to that as soon as the stream ends, pretty much. Matter of fact, you know what? Hold on. Why wait that long? I can give you access literally right now in real time while we talk, because that should already be set up. Noble and higher. Boom. There you go. Those of you who got a gift membership should have also just gotten a notification because you can see episodes a day early as long as you are a noble, and 3 days early if you're a champion. So thank you to those of you as well who are members, nobles and champions alike, for your support. And man, I had another thought on my mind a moment ago that I wanted to share as we wrapped up, but for the life of me, the frickin' media keys not working at the very end. Just complete through. But what did y'all think overall in terms of, like, had we heard of this game? I know some of you in chat have seen me play it before. There are some people who are completely, like, new to it. What are some gut reactions at first? And feel free to be candid. It's totally fine. We've just started streams on the channel, so in terms of the kinds of games that I focus on, I'm still, like, open to feedback, while I still have a pretty good vision for what I want to do. But I'm curious just to get some gut reactions from folks. Take care, Theon. Thanks for hanging out. And thanks for totally not being an irresponsible driver while watching the stream. You've heard of it somewhere, Cobber? Yeah, you might have seen it played in one or two places. Once or twice. But not by anyone we know. Soulless. Gut reaction is I bought the game and I'm already playing. Yeah, that's a really interesting point, Horace. Like, I think I would rather have this for a Marvel game than another way of deciding actions. It feels more appropriate for the subject matter. Like, you wouldn't want to play XCOM with cards. Like, hell no. Get that away. Under no circumstances. But for a Marvel game, and especially, Horace, if you're able to, whether it's watch the VODs or come hang out on the next streams, like, you'll see the way that the system deepens, and the card system might grow on you. If it doesn't, totally understand. I bought this game on the recommendation from an article around the time it came out saying, this has been like a sleeper hit, and you should really play it. And the writer just wrote he made a really good case. I was like, okay, let's check it out. And I was playing the heck out of this in January, like December 2022 and January 2023, right around the time I brought the channel back. And so when I was thinking, what's the first game I want to stream? Like, it was either Detroit or this, and Detroit won out, and that was the right choice. But a lot of suggestions were made when we wrapped up Detroit for, like, the next games that I should consider playing. And I really, really appreciate that feedback, because we've got those kind of on tap, and there's ideas that I have, ideas that you had. So we definitely have a lot kind of ahead of us in terms of what we can play. But this is just the one that I was like, you know what? As soon as I found out Jennifer Hale played Lilith, like, this just makes way, way, way too much sense. Jen loves the game's vibe, so good. Yeah, like I said, it's such a good stream vibe. I had to give it a chance. Ultimately, that's where my gut kind of went. I was like, I feel like I have to give this a chance, because it's something that, like, for what we're going for with streams, it just fits so much to me. And I hope you all agree. Aside from that, again, we will have a stream on Thursday. The next series that starts properly will start as soon as possible in the... it'll probably be earlier than Against All Odds. I haven't decided on the time slot yet. It might be noon, like Dyson Sphere Program originally was. I believe Dyson Sphere Program was at noon. But yeah, we'll be in Dyson Sphere Program. I was going to bring Stellaris back for the next series that we do on the channel, but the thing is, they've got that 4.0 update coming out. I mentioned this at the start of stream. That is really going to change a lot, and I'd rather familiarize myself with that, having not played the game for a while, than, dive into a new series, like, and really push myself to do that. Just doesn't seem like a good idea, especially while I'm still in the middle of moving, which will be the case for another month and a half or so. Discord-wise, if we can get... Hang on. I can do this real quick. Hey, Don, good to see you, man. Yeah, this is why I asked you about it, because I had pretty much made up my mind by the time I asked you in your stream. By the way, if y'all are not following DH Dunn on Twitch, Dunn, hold up. Can I get a link for your... Let me grab that real quick. 1 second. Thank you, Jen. I appreciate it. That's the next thing I was going to do. Let me get... Is it just twitch.tv/DHDunn? Yeah? Yeah? It is. Perfect. Oh, no. No. Not emote search. Chat. There it is. If you're not following DH on Twitch, go do that. He's a longtime member of our Long Dark content creators community, so many of you here may already know him, love him. But he's not only that, but also an author in his own right, which is just very, very close to my heart, and one of the just reasons I love the guy. So go check his channel out if you can. Done, really good to see you. Sorry you missed it, but it's good of you to say hello nevertheless. So yeah, we were going to play Stellaris, but Dyson Sphere Program is a game that we played also when the channel came back that has added a lot of content since the last time I played it, and it seems like it would be a good vibe to keep things going now with things back up and running again. So thank you all so much for being here. Thank you for everyone who super chatted, for who gifted memberships. It's so wonderful that Stream Elements fixed the redeems, because that was a very awkward time for a couple of streams there. And with that no longer being the case, we can just kick back and enjoy the stream experience as it was meant to be. The only thing that they need to fix now is getting text-to-speech to work for all Super Chat gifts. Right now it's only working for the $5 ones, but it should work for any of them. There is a way that I can finagle it to work, but something actually broke, and it was working fine before, so I'm going to see if I can message them. It's not as big of a problem to fix, I don't think, as the previous one was, and the previous thing wasn't even that big of a problem to fix. So hopefully it's something that they can fix quickly, but it's still, even if they don't fix it, again, it's not a big thing for us. It just, ideally, if you decide to super chat a ridiculous amount and say something silly, I want you to be able to say something silly, so we're almost there. And it's so good to have that fixed. So it feels like we're headed in the right direction, and I'm not going to be railroaded into starting on Twitch sooner than I would have liked to, which it was looking that way for a minute there. I'll keep you posted on that, but until I'm done with the move, it's going to be hard to say for sure, like, when that's going to happen. I don't want to make any public commitments before I'm like really confident when I'm going to do that, but that is something that I kind of have in mind. Anyway, Horace, have a great night. Take care. Nate, thank you so much for coming. Jen, again, thank you so much for your support throughout the stream. Mel, I know you're here as well. Janelle, I don't know if you're still here, but thank you both for coming. Good to see you as always. And again, I just appreciate y'all so much for being patient while the channel was away for a few months there. It is good to be back. So with that, I will bid you adieu. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe to follow along. For early episodes, channel emotes, and member badges, look for the join button. Streams are scheduled for every Sunday and or Thursday, which again includes this Thursday, afternoon and evening, respectively. And vibes are always welcome. Leave your thoughts below, and I'll see you next time.